Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is January 10th, 2025, and we have our first big data set of the year. So in about 10 minutes exactly, we are going to be getting the non-farm payrolls. Unfortunately, this is still data from last year, but now, given how the bonds have played out and everything else, all eyes are on this. It leads to CPI tomorrow, or next week, and then before you know it, inauguration, PAL, and all that good stuff. So again, we had the holiday yesterday. There's a couple of natural disasters. There's a lot of focus there, but don't forget the bond market and this little worry we've been having around 5%, that is still going to remain. So we're going to get that data here in a little bit. We already talked about this before, but it's very simple. Good news is going to be bad. If you have a strong jobs report, it'll probably have a negative reaction on bonds and everything else, and then vice versa. If we get a weak report, it'll probably go up. Now, here's the deal. The only problem, there is a wide range expected. I've been talking about this since Monday, and even now, looking at the big banks, we got 10 minutes. I have a lot of previews for you, but essentially, I think the lowest estimate today is like 110,000, and then the highest is like 298. So I was telling you, I'm kind of in between like 160 and 300. Bloomberg is at 268, and then everybody else is all over the place. So we're going to see where it all plays out. I'm going to get to the good mornings, the news, and all of that in a little, but if you know how we do the day-to-days, I actually got a lot to go over right now. So let's get into that before hiring. Oh, yes. Here, are you guys ready? I have a fun fact for you. Very simple. Here's what you should be looking for today. If the numbers, like I'm saying, if it's a big miss or a big beat, I think that's going to be easy. But here's the deal. The wages, that's what you have to be watching out for today. I know that may sound weird. I know we haven't seen it in a while, but that's the one that came in negative a couple of months ago. And now today, some people believe that wages can go from negative to positive. Throw that in there into the, what's it called? Throw the wages into the actual unemployment rate, and then we're going to see what happens. Other than that, though, headline, big or small, I think that should do it a lot, but there is a little bit there that is going to be an overhang in terms of any other inflationary factors. Yeah, you will get some revisions. I don't know if they'll be that good, but now that you've asked that, usually December is pretty bad. So that's the irony, is that even though like Bloomberg and other people kind of think today could be big, and even the ISM, usually December is pretty weak. And then when it comes down to revisions, you usually get a downside revision today. So we'll see how it plays out. But other than that, like I'm saying, the real factor that we have to be monitoring right now, it is everything in relation to the bonds and all of that other stuff that we've been dealing with. So I have a couple more. We have 7 minutes, but let me give you just a quick breakdown. This one's from JP Morgan. So they think that if we get above 220,000, the tail risk will bring renewed fears of inflation, especially if hourly earnings print above. Currently, the Fed views that the labor market is not a driver of inflation. That risk is hotter if the NFP print pushes the market back to the dual-sided risk. They think that the SPY loses 0.5%. To 1% if the jobs number is above 220. Probability 5%. The job number between 180 and 220, JP Morgan thinks that'll be a 25% probability, and that would move the market 25 to 75 basis points. JP Morgan thinks that if the number is between 140 and 180, S&P adds 25 to 50, and that's a 40% probability. And then lower than 110 or 100 to 140, that would be a 25% probability. So JP Morgan, they're in at like 140 to 180. Most people, even if we get a surprise, here's the irony, they're not really expecting us to move more than like 2%. So that's still a large amount, but remember, we priced this in on Wednesday or Tuesday, and it was about 1.3% move. Most expectations are there. I think I have a Goldman one too. So that was JP Morgan. Let me see the Goldman one. We got 5 minutes? Yalla. So this is Goldman. It's what I just read you. They have a different estimate, but this is simply how you could put it. Above 200. Sell off 1%, below 100, then sell off 0 to 50. So in a weird way, if it's too hot or too strong, what's going to happen, Chattadonia? So again, even Even then, if it's below 100K, JP Morgan thinks will drop by 1.5%. So you can't have too hot, you can't have too weak today, as weird as that may sound. So it's not as if, although bad would be good, too bad would probably freak everybody out. And again, you haven't heard it in a long time. I don't think too many people care about it, but keep an eye out on those wages. I think that's going to have a little bit of a signal for you. All right, now I got everybody else. There's a couple of estimates. Let's see in real time. Anna Wong of Bloomberg, she says we expect December headline print to be solid, fueling talk that the economy's remarkable resilience is still there. We're not convinced that the labor market has really stabilized given the amount of noise in the data. Some of the gain may be continued reversal from October's weak hurricane effect, something that won't last. On the other hand, employment on the household survey will likely be weaker than November. The Fed will likely conclude the report saying that it supports their view that the economy is solid and can withstand a pause in rate cuts for a few months. Yeah, there may be some big seasonal adjustment with Friday's reading. The December calendar configuration, where we see in the past, tends to result in slower seasonals. So that's what I showed you on that chart already. Unemployment rate expected to hold at 4.2. Overall jobs data comes in as expected. Biden will obviously want to crow about their record. Today's numbers aren't the final picture. 24, Ernie Tedeschi of Yale Budget, who worked with the White House, says that the Biden administration makes the point in a blog post that there may yet be revisions. In particular, January report to be released in early February will include important revisions, and even a rise of the employment rate by 0.2 or 0.3 in December would leave it at a relatively low level. Rate markets have been highly sensitive, so lately payrolls have been the number one in terms of affecting the bonds. So this is a cool chart. This is the one I showed you guys a while ago. And sure enough, actually, ISM has moved down a spot. So I don't know if you guys remember this one. But essentially, you could move about 15 basis points on bonds here today. So we will see. And then, what else we got? I had to save that one. Oh no, where'd it go? All right, we got 2 minutes. Latest bond market route reflects his mix of forces. Major ones have left the pricing of the Fed. Rate cuts this year. Rate markets. Federal Reserve, it's not clear whether today's number will change the overall rate debate. Yeah. Again, you do have CPI after this. I think it'll be big. You have the market sensitive from the bonds, but again, there's still going to be another one. Am I bullish or bearish for the day? If you watch the prior watch list, you will know that answer. So you will be good. But now we only got 2 minutes. Again, that data is going to come out on BLS.gov. So get ready for it. And yeah, good luck. That's it. All right. 1 minute. Employment situation. Yes. All right, Friday, December 6th. Updates on the 10th. All right, man, good luck, and get ready. Again, bonds here. Too hot will be bad. Anything not hot will be good. But then again, if anything below 100K, I think everybody still panics. So we will see, my friends. But good luck, Chattadonia. Like the video. Today, no, CPI's next week. Today is non-farm payrolls. I may have misspoke. I'm just excited for the next follow-up, and we got 1 minute remaining. Yes, I am safe in Cali. I am away from the fires, man, but I hope all of you listen to all the warnings ahead of time. Yeah, it's fucking wild, bro. All righty. Well, good luck. You have less than 45 seconds. Again, bonds are going to be very sensitive. Same thing with the SPY, and then after that, that'll probably be our bigger driver of the morning. All right, 30 seconds. About up. Again, anything 160 to 200, I think, is going to be as expected there. But anything above or below there, you'll get an outsized reaction. You got an evac warning. Be safe out there, man. All right, 10 seconds. It's weird. Bonds kind of holding the bid. I'll take it for now. Very interesting. We're looking for 150. If you don't want the bonds to die or anything lower, lower is better. And then watch out for the wages. And there it is, 212. So that's, that one's kind of tough. It's higher, and it does lean towards the high side, but actually, no, 250. Holy shit. No. I read one of those wrong. It's 250. Yikes. Yeah, so again, that was just now one of the higher numbers. Like I was telling you, you may be in store for a 1% day now. Let's double check. Oh, yeah. So even with Goldman, yeah, you're up. You almost went up 20% above that. So it was really high. Again, I told you it could have been high as 330, but it wasn't. But now, yeah, let's look at the other factors. Unemployment rate went down. So that's that's a double whammy. Not only do you have a huge print above average, one of the highest prints, that's probably the second highest print all year. Unemployment rate went from 4.3 to 4.1, and then average hourly earnings chilled out. So that was actually good. They still went up, but you still have average hourly earnings at 4. That could have been worse, but in general, just very, very strong labor market. I think that's going to have, again, more of a negative reaction there. So it can bounce eventually, but for now, you're going to have a little bit more pressure today. Just in general, factor in the whole narrative. Again, what's been going on with bonds, how people have been feeling, the ISM, yeah. Literally, analysts saying blowout jobs data again. So right now, first read is a blowout. So you literally got above the highest estimate. Again, we were just going over there. But for now, here's the deal. Everything is supposed to stay within 1%, okay? So even though today is a blowout, even though you're like, good news is bad, I mean, you've watched this many times, and like we were saying, nothing was, today wasn't factored to be anything like bigger than that. So I don't know if we're going to move like 2.5%, 3%. I don't know, but other than that, negative reaction, strong jobs data, but we have been talking about this kind of since Monday. Remember, we had the jolts already. We had the ISM. This isn't that crazy, but it is kind of shocking. It came in higher. Again, I think only 2 people, or this might have been higher than every estimate. So we will have to see. Average hourly earnings, again, that actually came in good. It was still elevated by 0.3, but it came in below 4. But then the other one, the unemployment rate dropped a lot. That's crazy. Let me see labor force participation. Let me read through the report because that part's interesting. It's all big. They beat the highest. I mean, Bloomberg was at like 260, so Bloomberg was kind of higher. So in a weird way, Bloomberg's estimate was actually the most spot on. But if you go through like JP Morgan, Goldman, most of the other big banks were like about 50K to 150K off. Come on, load, Habibi. There it is. All right, non-farm, 250, unemployment rate, 4.1. Household data unchanged at 4.1 after increasing earlier. Permanent job losses declined by 164 to 1.7 million. Number of people on temporary layoff, 862, changed little over little. Long-term unemployed changed little over little. Labor force participation at 62.5 was unchanged. Yeah, that's wild. So you didn't even have a change in like the sample. So the unemployment rate dropped by 0.2, but labor force participation literally went down by like 0.2. Very odd. Part-time for economic reasons was 4.4. That changed little. Not in the labor force who want a job was at 5.5, essentially unchanged. Establishment, non-farm rose by 256. Payroll employment rose by 2.2. Wait, what? I think household was pretty strong too. And then the change in non-farms from October was revised up by 7,000 to 43,000. And then November was revised down by 15,000. So, yeah, you didn't even have any big ones. And then, and then again in January and February, they're going to change the metrics again. So you're going to even get another, between January and February 7th, 2025, you're going to have another change here to one of the revisions in the whole index. And then Australian dollar falls to weakest level since 2020. All right. Yeah, so I think just strong report. I think we're going to probably lead. You're already down 1%, actually. It kind of sucks. So maybe we'll go more than 1.5, but I think maybe 1.5 will be the limit. However, if TLT starts going to like 83 or some shit, then you're probably going to sell off a little bit more. But we'll see. I think it might have a leash to it. But for now, I mean, this is what we talked about here for a couple of days. Again, yeah, good news is bad news. But we were very specific here about, kind of a stronger report coming in and what would happen given the bonds and, how everybody's been freaking out lately. Remember everything we talked about, the dollar and everything else. I mean, this data now, once again, you have another piece of evidence that could say, hey, maybe inflation is sticky and maybe the Fed doesn't cut. No. So, yeah, but not bad. Not bad at all. And then Canada unemployment rate dropped to 6.7. And then manufacturing was the only thing that contracted. Retail added jobs. Yeah, now you'll get to watch a lot too with the bonds. Now with the bonds at 4.75, the door is open. So now we're gonna see between 4.75 and 5 who's gonna start buying, who's not, who's gonna be scared of it, and then we'll see the trajectory as it starts moving. So kind of bittersweet as well, but again, you're at least getting some movement on this. We're gonna, the puck is moving into our data next week. All right. Well, on that note, Chattadonia, let me go prepare the rest of the news. Give it like 10 more minutes. We'll probably be around 1%, maybe 0.7, and then we will go from there, my friends. Let's see. I got to play an ad.
Might have been a little bit over.
All right, let me finish this up.
The employment markets were weakening, which obviously they're not. I think there's three factors that determine the path of the markets from here. That is, what does the Fed do? How much tighter do conditions get? And also market valuations. So starting with the Fed, we are already down from hoping for 4 rate cuts this year to 2. And I think today's number is going to take us well below 2 to 1.0, or maybe even talking about rate hikes. Tighter conditions are an issue for equity markets.
Traders
yields
shift
are a headwind
full pricing of next Fed
dollar,
rate cut
so that's also kind of a
to October
here, which is why the markets are down.
So again, rate cut odds are getting pushed down the chain now as well.
About 90% versus history in terms of a premium for the S&P 500. So what do we have to take us forward from here this year? We can't rely on valuation expansion. We're going to need to rely on earnings growth. And can we get that? We can probably get about 6 to 7% earnings growth on the S&P. That takes us for the bulls to about 6,400 on the S&P if everything works out just for earnings growth, which is basically, kind of what we have to rely on here because valuations are going to have a tough time expanding for the S&P.
Ben?
Yeah, so I think that the big number here is not the payroll number, which is coming in much hotter than a lot of analysts expected. But the big number here is the U3 and the U6. So seeing increased tightness in the labor market. This isn't just in isolation. We're on the cusp of a new administration. We're on the cusp of a new administration, which has pledged a very different immigration policy than one we've seen for the past 4 years. So I think this makes the Fed's job harder. The Fed will have to, again, start worrying about wage price spirals and labor-driven inflation, particularly if we see out-migration in terms of immigration and a shrinking labor force. So, that's a real concern. I agree with Steve. Like, in the absence of that, this is probably good news. This is more jobs for Americans, rising wages, but there is a real concern about the labor market becoming too tight.
All right, Allison, from where you're sitting, what do you think?
I mean, I'm with Steve. This is, a good report. I mean, it might not be what the market wants, but, it means people have jobs. I'm starting to just think this is a healthy labor market, and we might have to come to terms with the fact that anyway, inflation isn't as low as the Fed would like. This might just be where inflation is and where our new equilibrium rate of inflation, which is bad news for the Fed because I think they were very anxious to cut.
Why did I think this was
so
Kathy Woods?
I
had to look at the
we've
screen.
got inflation back down to target. We're
They already cut.
They want to keep cutting.
I know,
So
but they can make mistakes, Allison.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Go ahead, Allison.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I think they were trying to tell the story. We beat inflation, we're credible, and now it looks like that last half mile isn't going anywhere. And I think there's a lot of inflationary pressure in the pike next year. Even if the Trump administration is successful, it'll boost growth and potentially inflation too. And that the Fed might be in a bad position of saying, we've never made our target. We were below target, then we were above target. But since we've had a target, when has inflation ever been 2?
Allison, I don't. These things matter. Is I guess what I'm saying. And if we saw, and no one's saying we're going back to Jimmy Carter years, and we had a
happy birthday,
yesterday,
baby.
It matters
Safe out there,
if
man.
you don't anticipate properly. Like when they stayed at zero too long, you can make the same mistake coming down too quickly. And that's what the market's, I think, thinking. Not just no cuts, but you really have. Could be they could be raising by the end of the year.
And I think that's looking likely. I mean, I said, like, I think we're right that maybe one cut is the best case scenario. And I think, again, that's highly unlikely. I mean, unless, this would be worse, there's a big economic shock that causes a recession, then they'd probably cut. But I don't think anyone wants that.
The big story in this number, sorry, Beck, is the 231 in the private sector. So this is private sector job growth.
Private sector job growth. I'd love to bring Rick in just to see if Allison's right on this, Rick. If those are the last cuts we've seen, if maybe there's one more, and if this is just the new reality, healthy economy, great. How will the bond market react? How do you see it playing from here? Because right now you're talking about the 10-year almost at 4.8%.
I think the bond market's going to act exactly the way it's been acting. I think longer duration, 10s, 20s, and 30s, maybe even 7s, are going to be more sticky. I think the yield curve's going to continue to steepen. It's now hovering at 40 basis points. I wouldn't at all be shocked to see us in the 75 to 80 basis point range rather quickly by mid-year. I do believe that issuance is going to be a big deal. Everybody keeps bringing up the UK. Well, the UK, of course, doesn't have the reserve currency. They have quite a bit of debt. They're going to have quite a bit of issuance. And, of course, their rates are moving higher as well. I think all of this is going to remain exactly the way it is. I don't understand why there should be many question marks. And the question marks, Becky, arise because no one wants to acknowledge the truth that's right in front of us. The economy, even with all the seasonal issues, I don't trust these job numbers, but they're still hot. I think that you're going to see the economy chugging along better than the Fed expected, much better than our overseas competition. We're going to continue to see export economies not convert to consumption economies, which makes trade deficits something important to pay attention to. You know, we've been saying for decades China needs to be more consumption driven, but they're not. And they're going to be stimulating even more. There's more talk that they're going to support their currency. All of this is going to lead to firm pressure on U.S. rates. The good news, it's also going to draw in capital. So I think there is a way to coexist with a more positive equity market with rising rates as long as the capital keeps coming in. But the big key is going to be how the market looks at the new administration, their programs, and how inflation and spending ultimately conforms to try to mold these deficits into something more manageable.
Sarah, we had great rising equity prices for 2 years until 6 weeks ago. And this is, I mean, is that the start of, you don't think that's the start of anything? I mean, suddenly these numbers like this and are starting to, I don't know, this is what was looming for maybe why market participants weren't as friendly towards the equity markets. Maybe it was this.
Well, first of all, if we look under the hood of what's been happening since the S&P's gone off peak levels, the equal weighted S&P is about twice as bad as the S&P in general. So what that's telling you is that tech has been the leader for this cycle, and tech is what struggles as rates continue to rise. So I don't think we can count on tech to lead from here. So I think that's a negative for the S&P 500. Second is, you know, all this talk about yields and what does that mean for the equity markets? Well, equities can handle a spike in yields if it's because of incrementally stronger economic growth. But if the yields are rising because of sticky inflation and with average hourly earnings still at 0.3%, I think inflation is still sticky. We'll see that next week with CPI and PPI. And if rates are raising because the Fed has a hawkish tilt, which is also what we're seeing, that's where equities struggle. And that's why today, even with a strong employment market, we're seeing equities continue to struggle because what they're saying is that yields are spiking because inflation is here to stay, because the Fed is going to become incrementally more hawkish than they already are.
Ben, additional thoughts? We got some time.
Yeah, so I think that, I mean, I agree with everything that was just said, but moving forward over the course of the year, I think markets are waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen with this reconciliation bill. So what's baked into market expectations and what drove that 100 bips increase in advance of the election was an expectation of kind of zero fiscal stimulus, a very low fiscal stimulus, which is just a continuation of the TCJA. if we start to see signals that the Trump administration and congressional Republicans are going to take on a lot more debt than markets thought, I mean, it's kind of off to the races with respect to the long end of the curve. So we don't know what's going to come out of this reconciliation bill. The expectation is it's going to be pretty much just current tax policy. But if the Trump administration decide to say use $1 trillion in extra revenue from tariffs and use that to impose to grant further tax cuts, and you get a lot more issuance, I think you just see more turmoil in the bond markets.
Steve, what's up?
A couple other data points here. A lot of the job growth was in the places we've seen it. It's healthcare, which was 69, healthcare and social assistance, 70,000. We had leisure and hospitality at 43,000. Interesting to see retail did quite as well as it did. It was north of, I think, 40,000 there. So, and like I said, these were private sector. There were 33,000 government jobs.
These were private
I think that's
sector.
important.
All right, not bad. Not bad at all, Chattadonia. So, 15 minutes in, you're right above 1%. So, again, the fact that you got a higher print, some people would think it would be negative. We were talking about that, but should be generally same theme you had from the last couple of days now. Again, literally bonds are going to add that pressure. Everyone's going to ask, oh my gosh, what happened? Is it going to go? Let's see if the bonds are there. How's the market? And then we're going to play that game. And then I'm sure at one point the bonds will level out throughout the day. And then other than that, we're good to go. Sounded positive. Why is the market reacting poorly? Good morning. This is the good news, bad news dynamic that we were talking about. So, again, now that the bonds and the Fed's not cutting, I think we spent 3 days on the watch list talking about this. So, it's just simply, I think good news is bad news again, and that's bad now just because where we are at now with the bonds. And, again, factoring that into the dollar. So, if we play that, remember, the 21, 22, 23, if the bonds start cascading, we're going to have a different setup, and we have not been able to hit a new high if the yields keep going up. So we'll see. I turned the DVR off, so refresh if that is still there. But Chattadonia, baby. How you living, man? Good morning. What's up, Chattadonia? I got the news. We got everything. We're going to start a little early. Why not? We're going to be here for Friday. What's up, baby? How we living, Sophie? What up, Tim Whitman? Good morning, Ian, Alex. Open face, baby. Good morning. How we living, Yee? What up, Connor? What up, Anzo, Regal, Kurt McGart, baby. Dos Nacho, Christina, RJ, baby. Frankie, George, Heather. Good morning. Oh, what up, Dan? How we living, Heather? What up, Bill Boy Bailey? What up, Dees, Arnaldo, Mark, Adam, Joshua, Daniel, Martin, Kevin. Oh, good morning, baby. What up, Sankat? What up, Chad? How we doing, Bill Turbo? What up, man? How we doing, Michael, Dia, Martin, Aston, Carlos, Xavier, Jerry, would ya? Good morning, baby. What about the Twitch? What about 12 Jimmy, Blizzy B, 333, Point Blank, Blowing Dough, Miss Cherry Cola, Bagel. What up, baby? What up, Rocky Bout, Blowout, Undertaker, Legend, Feed Me, Z Bean, Josh Costello, Blowing Dough, Uncle Nick, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. So, Chattadonia, it should be a fun one. Again, I think you're at least 1%. So get ready. Again, we talked about those Friday plays too. Again, we'll see. Where was it? Where was it? Was it Wednesday? We priced in 1.3 from here, I think. Yeah. So again, I think that's all still holding up. But that being said, I hope you're ready to start the day. And now, here is Josh AI with the news. Good morning. Stocks fall as traders take cover before payrolls. Stocks and bond markets. I'm going to have the updated payroll data after. Took a cautious stance ahead of U.S. jobs data that will offer fresh insight on the state of the economy and the outlook for interest rates. S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures fell 0.2%. A Chinese benchmark pushed toward a bear market. Europe's stock 600 was little changed. Power utility Edison International and major U.S. insurers slid in pre-market trading as estimates of wildfire-related damages in Los Angeles soared. U.S. treasuries were mostly flat. The week's broad pullback in European government bonds persisted, with the yield on 10-year gilts remaining stuck near near the highest level since 2008. Financial markets are off to an unsettling start this year, driven by concerns that the benefits of a strong U.S. economy will be overshadowed by persistent inflation and the likelihood of slower rate cuts. Additionally, uncertainty surrounding the scope and impact of the incoming U.S. administration's trade policies is exacerbating fears. Friday's U.S. non-farm payrolls data is expected to show a slowdown in hiring in an otherwise healthy labor market. Median estimates for the figures forecast that 165,000 jobs were added to the economy in December. The unemployment rate is forecast to hold steady at 4.2%, and average hourly earnings growth is seen cooling a touch from a month earlier. Given how quickly the Fed hawks have gained ground in recent weeks and how much more investors are excited by dovish signals, the market's reaction to soft data could outweigh its response to strong figures, said Ipek Ozkardiskaya, senior analyst at Swissquote Bank. Several Fed officials confirmed Thursday that the central bank will likely hold rates at current levels for an extended period and only cut when inflation meaningfully cools. The Fed is worried about the incoming administration. Skylar Winan, chief investment officer for Reagan Capital, said on Bloomberg Television the combination of the growing U.S. fiscal deficit and a strong consumer could result in higher interest rates for the next 5 to 10 years, he said. A hectic week for UK assets is coming to an end, with the pound close to its weakest since late 2023, falling 0.1% to $1.2291. UK 10 and 30-year bond yields jumped more than 20 basis points over the past 5 sessions, the most in a year. Concerns over the state of the UK's stretched public finances, combined with persistent inflation, have fueled the week's sell-off and drew comparisons with a market meltdown 2 years ago that toppled Liz Truss's administration, and an index of the dollar was little changed. Oil rose to a 3-month high after another contraction in U.S. crude stockpiles, driven by frigid winter weather, reflected a tighter global market. UK bond sell-off puts Reeves's economic project on the brink. UK Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves, came into government promising a growth miracle, economic security, and stability in the public finances. 6 months in, and her project is close to being in tatters. Reeves is struggling to maintain the confidence of financial markets as the UK becomes the focus of a global bond sell-off, despite her and Premier Keir Starmer making fiscal responsibility a watchword of last year's election campaign that helped deliver the first Labour government in 14 years. They've been hit with an investor revolt that's pushing up borrowing costs and risking a doom loop for the public finances. Gilts fell again on Friday, pushing the 10-year yield up 2 basis points to 4.83% as of 12:15 p.m. London time. It rose to the highest since 2008 earlier this week. The jump in rates, if it persists, will drag on the economy, undercutting the growth speech Reeves was said to be planning in the coming weeks to correct the narrative. TSMC sales beat estimates. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Cozy's quarterly sales topped estimates, reinforcing investor hopes that the torrid pace of AI hardware spending will extend into 2025. The go-to chip maker for NVIDIA Corp and Apple Inc. reported a 39% rise in October-December revenue to NT dollar 868, $5 billion, $26.3 billion, based on calculations off monthly disclosures. That compares with an average estimate of NT dollar 854, $7 billion. LA fire crews make strides in fighting blazes as toll climbs. 4 out of the 5 major fires roaring across the region showed some signs of being contained as of early Friday. The Kenneth fire that broke out and expanded rapidly on Thursday is now about 35% in check. However, the largest blazes are still burning largely uncontrolled. The scale of the devastation is also becoming clearer. At least 10 people have died due to the fires, Associated Press reported, citing the county coroner's office. As many as 10,000 structures, including homes and businesses, have likely been damaged or destroyed. Fire officials said about 180,000 residents have been forced to flee. Top overnight news, U.S. President Biden said the federal government will cover 100% of the disaster response costs for 180 days for California, and noted that 3 major fires are still burning, while he added Congress will have to step up when they ask for more help on L.A. fires, and that they will go back to Congress for more help on this. Since President-elect Donald Trump has pushed back his campaign pledge to end the war in Ukraine 24 hours to several months, in a shift European partners have interpreted as a sign that his administration will not immediately abandon support for Kyiv. Kremlin says a meeting with Russian President Putin and U.S. President-elect Trump is being set up. No details yet. The PBOC will suspend buying government bonds, its latest attempt to temper investor bets on weak economic growth that have undermined the currency and sapped confidence among businesses and consumers. BBG, China will adopt a proactive fiscal policy and speed up the implementation of pro-growth measures. Vice Finance Minister Liao Min said BOJ policymakers will probably discuss raising their inflation outlook at their meeting later this month. People familiar said that's mainly due to surging rice prices and the depreciation of the yen since the last outlook report in October. BBG, the ECB is considering pushing banks to use loan data from the region's historic banking crisis when predicting future credit defaults, which may result in lower capital strength for some lenders. BBG, Fed's Bowman said the December rate cut should be the final one for the cycle, as policy is near neutral while the disinflationary process seems to have stalled. NBC, Fed's Schmid said the current policy rate is near neutral, signaling a reluctance to ease further. RTRS, Scott Bessent's confirmation hearing, scheduled for Thursday 1/16th, will be a critical event for Treasuries as Trump's Treasury SEC nominee is asked on the spending, tax, and tariff plans of the incoming administration. Politico, December payrolls preview. Goldman estimates non-farm payrolls rose by 125K in December, below consensus of plus 165K, and the 3-month average of plus It's okay. 100. You don't need that. You already had it. I have an update for you. Very. It's not even 6 o'clock, Chad. It's not even 6 o'clock. And then there's a couple of things there. So Trump is going to be sentenced in New York for a hush money case. And then ESPN, Fox, and WBD, they are ending their sports streaming website. I think that's why Fubo's going up. So Fubo and Disney made that deal, and now they're canceling one of the ESPN, Fox sports things, and that's why I think Fubo's up 6%. And again, all of the news in the early here in the morning, my brother. Early. So again, you're going to probably watch this all day, and it's all going to be from whatever is getting dropped right now. But we have a little bit more. So S&P futures, they are down by 0.8 on Friday morning trading, near some of the worst levels after a hot December payroll. Follows a narrowly mixed performance on Wednesday in which big tech ended mostly lower. U.S. equities on track to finish mostly lower for a second straight week. Treasuries under meaningful pressure with some curve flattening. 2-year near 4.4, highest since July 10th, around 4.8, highest since November 23rd. Dollar is up by 0.5, gold is up by 0.3 off the best level, and Bitcoin is up by 1.8 with WTI up 3.8. That's crazy. Oil is killing it. Stock sell-off driven by upside surprise to December payroll, adding more support to the Fed pause narrative and putting treasuries under further pressure. Market now pricing in less than 30 basis point of cuts for 25, and the first rate cut is now priced out to October. Higher global rate backup continues to be flagged as an overhang on risk sentiment, particularly with fiscal dynamics receiving more and more attention as a driver. Headline volatility surrounding Trump policies, another area of scrutiny with tariffs and taxes among the notable issues. Other bearish talking points revolve around weak breadth, market concentration, stretch valuation, and dampen macro surprise momentum. Bulls currently focused on continuing above-trend growth, seasonal tailwind for inflows, ramp in animal spirits, friendlier regulatory environment, and LDD earnings expectations. December payrolls were 250, well above consensus of 160, though prior 2 months revised down net 8,000. Unemployment rate ticked down, though previews flag upside risk. Average hourly earnings in line with estimates on the high side. However, manufacturing jobs contracted for the month. University of Michigan consumer sentiment and inflation also out this morning. NVIDIA They criticized new chip export restrictions that are expected to be announced. Tesla debuted new Model Y in China. TSM quarter 4 revenue beat expectation and latest positive AI takeaway. Costco reported stronger than expected December comps and help from widely discussed calendar shift. Delta Q4 results beat and guided ahead with boost from strong revenue unit. Walgreens revenue and EPS beat, strength in international and U.S. healthcare. LA fires destroyed 10,000 structures. Preliminary reports affect insurers. Southwest leadership overhaul continue with CFO retirement. Jeff post-earnings lagger after it missed on weaker margins. EG announced CEO resignation. Constellation confirmed purchase of Calpine and guided at the top end of the range. And then they're considering purchase of, or Prada is considering purchase of Versace from CPRI. Wow. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. St. Louis Fed Musalim suggests greater caution is warranted on reducing interest rates. Fed Bowman flags inflation risk, encourages caution over rate cuts. Philadelphia Fed Harker says timing uncertain over next rate cut. Richmond Fed Barkin says higher risk premium responsible for long-term rates rather than inflation. Kansas City Fed Schmid banks gradual rate cuts if economic data improves. Boston Fed Collins says economic uncertainties indicate slower pace of cuts in 25. LA wildfires continue with strong winds returning. U.S. employers likely added healthy number of jobs in December and unemployment rate was unchanged. Bearish economists and bullish investors tussle over Maganomics. U.S. mortgage rates rise for the fourth consecutive week to near 7. China deflation concerns ratchet up amid falling China bond yields. China's economy faces new threat from pensions boycott. UK Chancellor Reeves searches for new ideas on economic growth. Japan household cut back on spending for fourth consecutive month. PBOC expected to cut rates more aggressively this year. Drops prudent stance. Sources say Bank of Japan likely to discuss raising their inflation outlook at policy meeting later this month. Bank of England breed-in plays down market moves, backs rate cuts. Economists say bond turmoil raises prospect of slower Bank of England rate cuts. Traders watch for yen intervention as pivotal jobs report nears. Surging bond yields prompt some firms to hold off debt sales. Global markets funds saw big inflow draws on Trump tariff anxiety. UK government seeks to ease bond market nerves as borrowing costs spike. PBOC suspends Treasury bond buying, citing short supply. Trump planning flurry of executive orders around immigration, energy, and federal workers. Supreme Court permits Trump sentencing in New York. Biden final action as president leaves Trump angry and vowing reversal. Sources say must ask state AGs to auction off OpenAI stake in nonprofit restructuring. NVIDIA criticized Biden's new chip export restrictions that are expected to be announced. TSMC quarterly sales topped estimates in 25. Apollo looking to commit $9.5 billion for stake in 7 & I. Tesla debut major model update in China for first time. Fox must face $2.7 billion defamation claim from Smartmatic after losing dismissal appeal. Macy's is closing 66 stores this year with liquidation sales set in January. Banks racking up wins even before Trump 2.0. Mercedes-Benz 24 car sales fall in tough year. U.S. Commerce Secretary Raimundo says Washington to finalize rules on China EV. Chinese President Xi to send high-ranking envoy to Trump inauguration. Canada drawing up plans for extensive tariffs against U.S. products. Trump pushes back Ukraine war deadline. Trump says meeting with Russia President Putin is being set up. Trump inspires Republican members of Congress to introduce Panama Canal repurchase bill. U.S. and Denmark officials lobbied Greenland rare earth developer not to sell its project to China. And then Elon Musk wades in the German election, giving a platform to AFD on X. Wow. That's a lot, Habibi, but we have great time. Great time. My goodness. Wow. It's a lot, man. Let's see. All right. Some pre-market movers. Dude, it's mad early. Yeah, I know. We kicked it, bro. That's it. Again, the data came in hot right off the bat, so I think it kind of made things a little simple. But as far as pre-market movers, Constellation, they are up by 12.2, confirms acquisition of Calpine. Delta is up by 9.1 off earnings. In sympathy, UAL, AL, ALK, JetBlue, Southwest. RPRX is up by 5.2, guidance and acquire external manager. IONQ is up 4.6, comments on guidance. GMed is up 4.3, guidance. APD up by 3.1. Glass Lewis recommends Mantle Ridge board sale. Lennar is up by 1.8. RBC upgrade. NXPI is up 1.5. Goldman upgrade. Gilead up by 1.5. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Snow, they're up 1.5. Barclay upgrade. Costco 1.4. December sales. Pinterest 1.4. Moonis Crespi upgrade. Team up 1.4. BMO upgrade. Lulu 1.3. Needham upgrade. BNTX up 1.2. Truist. No, yeah, airlines, they're very good. Walgreens up 15, earnings. Paying up 14 off earnings. ARHS up 11, guidance, CFO resigns. PRM is up 8.5 off wildfires. CPRI is up 6, Wells Fargo upgrade. AMTM up 5.2. Air Force contract, KBH up 4.8, RBC upgrade. Boot up 4.8, UBS upgrade. W up 3.7 to exit German market. SG up 3. City upgrade. Verna up 2.5. Roth initiates buy. BCRX 2.5 preliminary revenue and guidance. IBRX is up by 2. BTIG initiates buy. BBWI is up by 1.6. Wells Fargo upgrade. MVST 42.8 milestone development. DTIL up 34. BMO upgrade. AKYA up 27 to acquire an all-stock transaction. SENS up 24 preliminary revenue. DBVT phase 3 trial up 22. ZNTL is up by 13 fast track designation. ABOS up 12.2, Journal publishes Phase 1 Intercept study. McRib up 10, Phase 1B study. PRQR up 8.8, Oppenheimer initiates outperform. LTRX is up 8.5, Brett Stringham named CFO. PAC-B up 4.8, unveiled Gut D first commercial human gut health test. Shipping containers trading higher, metals higher, gold higher, oil-related stocks killing it. Trading lower, insurance, Allstate down 5 off wildfires. TRV down 3.8, CB down 3.8, Roku down 3.4, downgrade, AIG down 3.4, wildfires, Mobileye down 3.2, Constellation down 3.1 off earnings. ON down by 2.9, Truist downgrade, EIX down 2.7, wildfires, Jeffries down 2.6, earnings, AMD down 2.5, Goldman downgrade, LYG down 2.3, wildfires, PGR down 1.9, wildfires, HLN down 1.6, Morgan Stanley downgrade, PCG down 1.9, wildfires, MSCY down 34 off. Man, what the hell? I thought there was only like 5 of these. So yeah, these are all reinsurers. If it says wildfires, they either do insurance or that. They either do insurance or reinsurance. DYN down 11, new clinical data, phase 1-2. APLS down 8-9 in reaction, FDA accepting Astellas revised SNDA. Zim down 7-4, dock workers reach tentative deal. NeoG down 7 off earnings. Joby down 6-1, JP Morgan downgrade. Lemonade down 5-6. Again, that's off earnings or wildfires too. PSMT down 4 off earnings. ACHR down 3.8. JP Morgan downgrade. Neutrala down 3.5. Strategic reorganization. HIMS down 3.2. Citi downgrade. IGMS down 66 to discontinue further development of imvotamab. And then downgrade. CLDI down 28. Common stock offering. MRSN phase 1 trial. Bad data. DHAI down 11. Amends S1 adds 3.4 million shares. MLX common stock offering. Big Commerce downgrade, and then Chinese ADRs trading lower. Womp, womp, womp. So, Chatadonia, we got a lot of time. So I hope you guys are ready. But good morning. We have time to go over everything. Like, literally, I don't think I've ever been this early. I don't know what to do with this early. I don't know. We should do like an 11 at 11 at this point. I don't know if anybody wants to talk. But other than that, I'm going to give you a little bit more. Let me play some news. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we'll go from there.
That, I think, would be an epic outcome.
I'm not that boss.
Yeah, you cut $1 trillion. I mean, that still seems a year, in a year. You know, a lot of the politicians.
All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. I will be right back.
So they originally were thinking, $200 billion a year. Maybe we could do that. Now it's $100 billion. But he's actually talking about $7 trillion to $6 trillion.
Well, he kind of realizes. I keep hoping that God, what a terrible thing to bank on. But that Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, continues to say we could grow out of this. I want to keep hearing that when he reports. look,
there is that belief that we can if we get 3% growth.
is.
Scott Besson also in that camp, right? 333. Not sure what the 3 million additional in oil production will necessarily mean.
Well, if you have oil go up, so I mean the price of oil is going up a little very quickly, and natural gas 3.8.
3% GDP, 3% cut in the budget deficit, and then this 3 million additional barrels,
which kind of flies in the face of these Arctic offers that came in from oil companies. Another goose egg on that this week.
Yeah, look, I think that we really want to see. We have weather patterns in the country that we've never seen before. And I don't want to have. I almost wish we had a national weather person right here, because when we have cold weather in Houston, you're going to get a natural gas spike. You can't move the stuff fast enough. Those numbers may be a little distorted. Again, I just want to come back to say I do want to take the other side of the trade from the point of view that there is a reset going to go on, but that I am seeing Walgreens say that things are not as disastrous. Walgreens is a huge chain. I want to see things that are good for earnings. And when I get them, I'm not going to say, you know what, I am a seller of Delta, because Ed Bastian doesn't know what he's talking about. Ed Bastian does know what he's talking about. And profitability, yes, we may not pay as much for profitability, but I would have thought that if the Fed were really, really as nervous as they seem, that Delta would have had not a blowout number, but a disappointment. And they didn't.
Right. Load factor is 84. Available seat miles up 5.2, adding a little capacity, Jim. Walgreens, you mentioned, going to open up 15.
Yeah, look, Walgreens, Tim Wentworth, I'm interviewing these guys. I'm going out to the healthcare conference. My big fear with Walgreens was they're never going to find a buyer. And that,
I want to talk about that
Sure.
in a minute as well. But I mean, the revenue per available seat mile number was far higher, right, than had been anticipated at Delta.
You sell United up 7. You want to sell United up 7? See, that's what we deal with. We are not bond traders.
The guidance implies closer to 3.5% revenue per available seat mile. A lot of investors or those have been looking for 1 to 2%. And then the real strength is as well transatlantic is what I'm hearing, Jim.
We have a tremendous European.
Which would be, as you made the point already, I think this morning, a positive as well for UAL, which of course our viewers know is one of the best performing S&P stocks in 2024.
Number 8? I mean,
somewhat surprised.
All righty. All right, Chattadonia, we got 18 minutes till the bell. We have gone through the data. It was very strong, a little bit unexpected. You got your good news is bad news reaction. You have, again, the insurance ones. All of those guys are moving because the LA fire. And then we have all of the other pieces of literally airlines doing good, a couple of earnings, couple of biotech datas, and then everything after that. I mean, I still think it's the same setup all week. No, I'm good. I'm safe. I'm not in LA. I am in San Diego, so I don't have as much to worry about. It might spread. But yeah, I mean, again, we talked about it on like Wednesday or whatever, man. I really hope y'all left. I'm still in like disbelief. I was helping out a couple of people yesterday. Like a lot of the people that I know in LA have lost their home. I can't believe it. Like it actually feels very surreal because I really thought it was going to be something small and it was not. So, you know, prayers out there and I hope you guys are safe. Get out there. I don't know if anybody's out there, I think it's taken. But that's what I was doing yesterday. Some of you guys reached out. You needed a place to stay. If you hit me up and I had something available, I gave them away. So, but other than that, I think we have like one more property if anybody needs it. But it's fucked, dude. I can't believe it. And then Airbnb, they said they're giving out free ones too. So hopefully you guys stay safe out there. But we do have 7 hours. Oh, I got bad news, bro. I got very bad news for you. I forgot to tell you. Are you ready? Unfortunately, for our first Friday, I know, I will not be able to have a Bible study today. We will not be hanging around playing COD, unfortunately. Why? Because I have to go to the dentist. And I thought, I was like, why didn't you just put me in yesterday? I was trying to go yesterday, but no, so I have to go today, right after the bell. Amen. So other than that, though, is there any questions about the data today? We went over the plays. Let's go over our plays right now. So I'm going to be watching Delta, Walgreens, Constellation, Pizza. That's a good one. Guild, XLV, KRE, and then MSCY, and then ALL, any of the insurance plays. Other than that, I think it'll be pretty chill. I'm going to be watching those bonds. Today's going to be bittersweet. It's going to tell you a little bit about how people feel at these rates as well, not to mention the whole 21, 22 thing. We are going to have to be dealing with that. So keep your eyes out for that. Other than that, Chatadonia, you're here right now. You heard from, what's his name, Jim Cramer, the news, the TV. So tell me, man, what's your first play of the day, Chatadonia? Post it in the chat. What do you got? Skyworks, Roth ad, buy SPY, still got ARC puts, SPY puts, NQ long, XOM calls, NVIDIA, Pizza, YOLO, SPY calls, account blown out, SPY calls, short in the market, SPY calls, Walmart, Walgreens, no plays, holding cash, AMDL, NVIDIA, reverse Kramer, TQQ, holding IWM, sitting on hands, flex calls, Uber shares, MO, dividend, buying Walgreens, observation, SPY, calls on Peach, Fubo, Fartcoin, CVX, buy Pepsi, buy AMD, NVIDIA calls, long-term Chad, Wi-Fi coin, K-Web calls, 2 months small, Jack in the Box calls, no calls on the Peach, Meta shares, what about Uber, selling Bitcoins, watching grains, Nike, UPS, Hershey's, good morning, Fubo, long-term AIF, sell everything, MSTR, Palantir put in the final plays. Metal puts, buy the dip, JP Morgan, Square, AMD, and 100 barrels of oil. Wow, that's crazy. 100 barrels of oil on wall, 100 barrels of oil. No, take one down and Ukraine it around. 99 barrels of, no? The Russia? No? Okay. I don't know. I've never had that. No one ever answered with 100 barrels of oil. I like it. So, I've already gone over my plays. Again, UNG, that's moving. We still got a little bit of the politics coming up, too. Don't forget with, like, energy. And you did hear some of the Ukraine stuff. Oh, yeah. That's the other part. Do you guys know it's ending now because today's Friday, but there is something big going on. Do you guys want a pop quiz here in the morning? I already went over it. It was in the news and everything, but I want to make sure you guys don't forget about it. What is it? The answer, my brothers and sisters, it is the UK. Do not forget about that. It's ending because today's Friday, and then you're going to go into the weekend, but like low-key, right beneath all of our noses, you are legitimately about to have another Liz Truss scenario. Yes, go look at the gilt. The UK gilts are breaking above 5. It's been 6 to 9 months since the new chick came in, and she's pretty much doing the exact same thing. No, they're still there, but it's just like go look at the UK bonds. It's not just United States blowing out right now. It's theirs, 10-year and the 30-year gilt. Both of them are going up, and now they're about to have another budget issue. So it's a little bit more like last time. I think this time they were able to hedge, so it's not like it's cracking. Last time they hit 5, they cracked. But this time around, I mean, they're a little bit more on defense, but if it keeps playing out the same way, the yields and the whole story, it's sadly kind of looking like Liz Truss once again. So that's another factor. And like we've been talking about even on Wednesday, Germany, Europe inflation, that has been another thing. And then next week, you guys are going to be dealing with CPI. So we will see, yes. And then Michigan consumer sentiment, that's your final part of the day. But for now, too, I think generally it's going to be a game of the bonds. And then now, I mean, once again, another set of data has confirmed this idea that inflation is sticky, and then but again, CPI next week is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, UK 10-year. I know it's at 4.8. So I think one of them clipped 5. But again, last time this happened, you literally had like UK almost collapsed. But then again, that was more issue on the politics and the budget. But both things are happening again, both political turmoil as well as budget turmoil and deficit and bond yields. So very fascinating, but that's another big piece of news here in the morning that just keep your eyes out for. I don't think it's not gonna crash you today, but coming into the weekend and then even into Monday and our data, it's gonna be something to think about. Hi-ho silver? Hi-ho. No? Okay. All right, I'm sorry. Anyways, Brent crude hits $80. First time since October. That's crazy. Yeah, but oil's up like 4% today. Actually, kind of crash. That's why homie wanted 100 barrels of oil. Yeah, Trump is getting sentenced today as well. So that's good. I'm sure that's a good legacy for America. We're taking the South Korea route. I like it. 10 dead in LA fire. Yeah, I know. About 150 billion is estimated in damage. The LA real estate market. I mean, I haven't liked LA real estate for a couple of years. I don't know if you guys knew, but ever since like 2020, LA real estate shifted to San Diego. So like LA did not appreciate as much as everywhere else. You could have bought a house in San Bernardino and made more money in the last 4 years off of San Bernardino, Moreno Valley, Temecula, Marietta, Oceanside, even just Riverside. You could have made way more money than LA, believe it or not. Am I going to pounce on LA real estate? No, I don't think there might be some deals, but at the end of the day, there's other things in LA that kind of make it less appealable. Again, a lot of people have gone other places. Don't talk shit on Riverside. I think you misinterpreted what I just said. So please listen to me before saying I'm doing anything. Appreciate you. But yeah, like I said, everywhere did better than LA. So I think LA real estate is less desirable, to be honest with you. But I just hope everyone's safe, man. It's very sad. That's it. It's funny because like everyone's talking about the insurance and then should we buy this, should we this? But it's like, I mean, it's probably one of the worst fires I've seen in like 20 years, man. It's actually kind of crazy. It's playing out like that. Yeah, DVR is on, but if you refresh, it should go away. The eucalypt. That's what they said in 2003. I don't remember that. All right. Well, Chattadonia, we got the plays. We've talked about everything, man. We're gonna have a good time, baby. But now you are here. You got the news. We are gonna begin our 7-hour journey. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, man, the people here, the people not here for real, all of you who have served for this country, fought for our freedoms, it is so easy to take it for granted. And the least we could do is give you this shout out every morning. I pray y'all get a long term. Y'all get that real estate as well. But thank you. Regardless of what you agreed or disagreed with this country, you have fought for your fellow brothers and sisters and have given up so much. So veterans, the families, thank you. And big shout out, man, all the first responders, the firefighters, police officers, anybody making their community run, you helping out in any of it, man. This is why you see America, it is a great place, especially when we come together as community. So all of y'all giving back and helping out, I appreciate y'all and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Chattadonia. Y'all ready or what? You ready or it's Friday, baby. Oh, man. The first Friday. At least my first Friday. You already had one. You already had one, man. Game time. All right, we got about 4 minutes. I need to go pee again, bro. I've downed already 2 carbos and 2 waters. Okay? I have no commercial breaks. No, you guys might have to hear me yell at you from the bathroom. I think okay, there it is. All right, follow me on Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Oh, it's a black screen? My bad.
On the bottom part of the capital stack,
All right,
oriented to
a
growth in the
burb.
U.S. I like being a lender in Europe. And there is a bifurcation in Europe around, do I need to take a lot of triple C down the curve? And by the way, in Europe, do I have to take a lot of even weaker single B? You could be in the double B zone, and because of the cross-currency basis, you swap back to dollars and your yield is pretty attractive. So honestly, I've been doing credit for too long. Honestly, I actually think when I look at companies and I look today and I say, you got cash flow, it's a good place. You've termed your debt out, and it's a pretty, and as long as the economy's in a pretty good spot, and you're not 6 times, 7 times, 8 times levered. Boy, I feel pretty good. I sleep pretty well at night in some of those credit markets. Much more so than in the past.
Rick, we need some free advice. A viewer writing in and asking, at what 10-year yield level would Rick Reeder be interested in longer duration? Just got 30 seconds, but help us out here.
Matt, I think you asked that last one. I said I'm not going to go there. I think I think it's hard. I think it is all. Do you start layering in as you get to a 5 handle in 10 years? I think so, but honestly, I think we're creating, we're talking about Bink. If we can create 6.5% yield and stay in the front of the belly of the yield curve, not take a lot of interest rate risk, just keep clipping coupon and let other thrill seekers play in the back end of the curve and pick the bottom, good luck. I just think the economy's...
I swear to you, Rick, this is a viewer who wrote in this question. I'm not just repeating my question. So
Matt, can I know you got to run?
Unfortunately, we only have 10 seconds. We're running up against a hard break, but I really appreciate Rick Reeder there, BlackRock Global Chief Investment Officer of Fixed Income. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you. All right. Woo! So, Chattadonia, how you feeling, man? Welcome to Friday. We got about 3 minutes, so we've gone over everything. Again, strong jobs data. Good news is bad news. I'm expecting 1 to 1.5%. I think we're already at 0.7, 0.8? Yeah, so not too bad, but again, the same story from the last couple of days. All of that remains. Again, if bonds, they're at 4.7 now to 4.5. We'll see where that takes us, and then from there, we will find our way home, my friends. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are ready. Like that video. You need anything, you let me know, and let's be good, man. That's it. Google Big Pop. Let's see what happens at Quantum. Remember, they got killed the other day. Good and bad data was both bad news. Well, it was just good, strong jobs data. And again, ever since we started cutting rates, again, this is all on the watch list, so I hope you guys checked it out. But ever since we started cutting rates, the whole good news, bad news dynamic disappeared. And now that we're getting into this weird doubt over rates and pause, now it looks like good news is bad and bad news is good. So we'll see. Your next big catalyst now is going to be CPI next week. And then we just get through this day and see where we end up. Housing interest rates, if inflation keeps going up and if the bonds keep doing what they're doing and, everybody freaks out and Europe does really bad, why wouldn't mortgage rates go up? So that's kind of, again, that's where we're at right now. It's either we get sticky inflation or Trump comes in and none of it materializes, and then you're back to where you were at 6-7 months ago. Next key focus will be CPI. Yeah, that's already came out. All right. So good luck. Oh! Are you kidding? With 30 seconds at the bell. Hard on. Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Woo! All right, man. Get ready. You have less than 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Round 1. Fight. All right, man. Let's see where we're at. Again, a lot of those the insurance names already bounced, damn it. So look at everyone, ALL, go look at Chubb, even MCY, damn. Okay, no, did this one come back down? Why isn't my shit loading? Bro, some of these did not move at all. Or they moved down and then they pop back up. Interesting. All right, so those insurance plays are going to be a little bit more difficult. Again, literally, some were down like 30, 40%, and then now they're only down by 20. Yeah, you have Walgreens. I mean, we already have Walgreens. It's been one of the worst plays in the long term, but if you want to play the follow-up here, I mean, that's all you. Bro, nothing on my E-Trade is loading. Boom. None of my option chains are loading up. Come on. Same. Is yours not working? Mine, nothing's opening for me. My charts work, but anything else is not. No option chain will open up. And then DHR, again, you had Lennar and a couple of other home builders. So they're starting to move up as well. Where is it? TLT 52-week low. So again, around 83, that will be the cascade level on TLT. Yeah, I don't see any of these options loading. Yeah, Delta's going up too. That's the other one. All right, now Walgreens option chain is opened. Again, I think Delta 2. And Delta go up $10? I don't think so. Maybe. Delta has some cheap ones, but they're kind of nuts. Tesla green, I think, and then Walgreens still going. Again, Walgreens had a good earnings. So they're up 20%. You factor that into the whole buyout stuff too. Again, people do like that. Roblo on the high too. Airlines up because they came out, two of them, I think, good earnings and guidance. Delta and Southwest, they came out with something today. Intel, let's see, and then where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA's even down by 3. Intel's down by 2. Again, AMD got another downgrade. ABN AMRO plans to name Margaret Barrard as new CEO. Yeah, again, AMD's down 4 off the downgrade. And MCY, that's an insurance play. Allstate, that's an insurance one. Tesla, red to green, there you go. That's on the high. And Zim, that's going up. Palantir, they're down by 2. So again, you're down by 0.8. Remember, it's today. We did start off a little bit of weakness from the data. So, I mean, you are starting off a little bit like that. PG&E is down by 11, most since March 2020. Yeah, nothing is fucking loading. Yeah, so PCG, they're getting clobbered, but they're already kind of near the bottom. PRM. Oh, they make fire retardant? I did not know that. That's good info. Perimeter Solutions. Interesting. I'd have to look into that. I've never heard of that in my life, to be honest with you. Can anybody else confirm that? Let's see. DraftKings green. Again, Delta's starting to go up still too. Delta, Walgreens, airlines, those are your like Friday earnings winners. Walgreens going again, yeah, and Tesla woke up. Let's see. Yeah. So Perimeter engages in provision of global fire safety and specialty products. Yeah, they manufacture fire retardant, firing foams, and assist in combating various types of fires. They're from Missouri. Not bad. I like it. They have they got positive EBITDA too. Very interesting. Yeah. PRM. Oh, Eli, where's NVO? They got that upgrade on Friday. Yeah, and then NVIDIA down 3-4. Again, you have the AI chip export thing that they commented on. Again, bonds and SPY near the low too. I don't know. E-Trade was really weird. Mine's starting to work, but started off slow. Delta again. So again, Delta, damn, I should have taken that option. They just went 2 to 8 cents. Yeah, Baidu below 80. Again, China's doing terrible right now. So again, their start isn't good, but then again, I mean, this is kind of what we signed up for. I am down to buy more on that one, but we're going to wait a little. I haven't used my first year deposit yet. Orders not filling on E-Trade. Humana's moving. Where's XLV? XLV starting to wake up too. Interesting. Then CVX, again, oil and energy is killing it. And then Microsoft, let's see our big tech. I think all big tech is down. NASDAQ's down 1. Russell down 1.6 though. And then SPY 0.75, and then Dow by 0.6. News in 20. Yeah, you got consumer sentiment. And then Dana here on the high. So again, and then I think we had Lennar and a couple of others. DVR, you got to refresh and it'll go away. Tesla, Google, green. Bond starting to work up. McKesson on the high as well. And then Baxter, Guild. They had positive data here this morning. Or they got to upgrade. ARTW? What's this? Dude, all my charts on E-Trade won't load. So every time I put in a name, it shows me the results of the last name I put in. Will the news at 10 affect the market? It will, but it just depends on how good or bad it is. But generally, the data we got about an hour ago, that was going to be the most important driver. So but it all just depends. If there's like a huge move, that could get people reacting, but generally you'll have a bigger reaction on bonds and equities from the non-farms. Sends is your play, 964 shares at 115. Way to post the play. That's a biotech, right? One of them was up, or no, DATS was the one that was going crazy. Yeah, TLT's moving up while stock's coming down. And like we said, again, now that the 10-year has hit 475, you're going to start watching some buyers come in. And then we're going to see now, really, can they hold it or is it about to cascade? That could take more than one day, too. So don't force it. Eli Lilly going up. I don't know if they're red or not. My charts are not loading up. But yeah, Eli Lilly. Yeah, NVO is back at 87. Again, TLT going up while stocks go down. Win on the high. That's an interesting one. Okay, is Win down? I'm like, dude, even then, there's a China name. Oh. Maybe it's time, boys. I like Win, too. I need to look into them a little more. Dude, nothing is loading. My goodness. E-Trade, you're garbage today. Yeah, bro, my E-Trade is terrible. Yeah, Humana was going up. Again, it's still in that range, though. Again, bonds just woke up. I like this little inverse here, but you haven't seen that in a while. A little weird TLT going up. It's not weird at all. Don't forget, I have a chart that'll explain it to you. This is the stock market in TLT right now. So if they inverse, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, dude, this AKA since September, the bonds have already moved quadruple what the market has. So whether the bonds go up or down, they're not going to have like a high correlation, if that makes any sense. Bonds have already gotten murdered. It's the SPY that hasn't moved, or the NASDAQ or anything else. So that's why these little moves, I wouldn't read into it too micro. And then Win's coming up there. Again, I think Win shouldn't be up if all the China names are down. And then Nvidia is still at the low. Jazz and Hoth on the high. And then TLT. Oil's killing it. But oil's a very bad sign. You guys don't remember what I told you? Remember, if oil keeps going up, at some point, that's going to guarantee inflation. That's the problem. I've always told you, if oil goes out of hand, that's more likely that you get your hard landing, because then everyone's going to freak out. Yeah. Very hard. If you start getting the rates, the yield curve, and then oil starts ripping, historically, that has been a terrible environment. So in a weird way, now we have the inflation worry. Last thing you want. We could handle worry. I don't think we could handle $90 oil. I hope that makes sense, because right now, inflation expectations are because everybody's afraid of Trump and everybody on the Fed is worried about the politics, right? But now you start bringing in higher oil, then there you go. If we get inflation, won't that cause market all-time highs? I mean, just listen. You remember what happened last time, right? It's the same exact thing. You had inflation, market went up, but by the time you're like, oh yeah, more inflation, the market started going down. So, fun fact, you're already getting your inflation gain. You see what I'm saying? So if you're going to go and buy stuff just like that, remember, that was the mistake a lot of people made. It was January 22, April 22, and they're like, oh, well, I'll just buy because of inflation. And then they bought whatever, but then inflation started going higher and lower, but then it didn't play out how you thought. Even houses didn't, again, it's not like they started going crazy. So in a weird way, you're already in that inflation. So that's kind of the issue. And I think today's more expectations rather than actual inflation. But then again, if Europe gets bad, if oil goes through the roof, then we're going to have a problem. At least 2 people killed Israeli airstrike. Won't the bond yields keep ripping? Yeah. And that's why I've been saying, just watch the bonds. I'm telling you, I think a very good 2 videos to start the year. Understand the dollar, understand the bonds cascading. I think that'll take care of you for 3 months. And it will be very, very good information. And that's all we have to deal with. Just unfortunately, the Fed and the politics has made things confusing, but it's not like you can't understand it. It's, again, inflation. It's inflation worries, broadly speaking. Whether it materializes through Trump or Europe or anything else, then we'll go. But that's pretty much inflation worries affecting policy. Ta-da. And that's why we've been saying, watch if the bonds cascade. Watch if they bounce. Watch what the data produces. And then we'll see how all the other countries respond, whether they work together or in opposition. What videos? The watch list. Go watch the first watch list of the year and the second one. Literally all the videos I made this week on the trading fraternity. And then Microsoft, they're about to go, I don't know if that's green or red, actually. My shit is still lagging. And then Target on the high. And then Delta, we should have took those. Oh, those Deltas hit. Yeah, TLT's up. Again, it's going to fuck with some of y'all because now the bonds, TLT's going up, but the market's not. And you're like, well, wait, does it mean something? But just, they're in 2 completely different area codes still. So don't forget, they can't move without moving each other. Yen hitting hard now. Let's see. That could be why the bonds. Let me double check. Yeah, that's it. That's why bonds are coming up. It's the yen. I would argue let me see. Yeah, even gold is rocketing up too. Yeah. Oh, dude, this is just, this has to be intervention. It doesn't look that aggressive, but I would argue the yen is lifting up bonds. So that's why you're getting this. This is just Japan. As weird as that may sound. We'll see. It's still too early, but yeah, the yen is green. The yen was getting murdered. So the yen is green, bonds are lifting up, but still red. And you're like, wait a minute, how come they're not moving together? It's literally, but it doesn't look like intervention. So like if you pull up the yen chart, it doesn't look as, like government. Does that make sense? Like you're not getting like a fat candle up. Like this was the data and it just kind of gradually went up. But so that's why I'm like, this would make sense why you're getting this little movement here, but I don't know. But people were talking about the government today. Maduro is sworn in as the third-term president of Venezuela. Donald and U.S. oil will stop that from happening. You mean oil price? Yeah, but that's the thing. What happens if oil goes up to 90 next week? Or maybe, I think oil, at this pace, oil could get to like $85 by inauguration, I think, in the next 10 days, unfortunately. So I feel you. I agree with you. But the problem is I can't believe, again, the way they've ran up inflation worries ahead of the inauguration. It got pretty, like, again, we were very stable after Trump won, but then all of the Trump front runs have kind of been destabilizing in their own little way. So, yeah, like, again, that's why I'm like, dude, oil shouldn't be at $85 right now. Or like 82 or whatever. It's like, okay. If you were to add Baidu, would this be a good price? Yeah, it's below where I bought it at. That is definitely a good price. So if you never bought it or you wanted to, I mean, yeah, why wouldn't it be? I like Win, Hershey's, NVO. What else? I'm missing pizza. I'm missing another one. Trump said all hell would break loose in the Middle East. Yeah, it would cause oil to go up, but like, I also make the claim that we have had 2 wars going on for a couple years now, and oil was still subdued. I think really the inflation worries. The inflation worries are pervasive, and then Europe inflation is going up, currencies are getting destroyed, and then at all that these talks from tariffs to war. I think that's it. It's all inflation trades are running right now, from bonds to oil, all the way down to the damn data, for crying out loud. Is by doing my long term? Oh, I forgot. I'd have to go to my Twitter and check. So if you go to my Twitter, Real Cult News, you can find the whole long-term portfolio. I'm blanking right now. Oil is manipulated. Don't have faith in it. Well, we've learned that at times. So I agree with you, but I'm not looking at just oil. Everything is getting fucked up right now. Excuse my language. That's what I'm saying. It's like the dollar and the Trump front run. Everything from bond yields to trade-weighted dollar to now oil and other commodities. There you go. Yeah, and copper, use that to even some of the foreign demand too. Netflix, Fubo, no, Fubo is up because of the news that Disney and ESPN are canceling this other thing. How are you supposed to post plays? Yeah, whatever you bought. Just 100 shares of this, one option. This strike price at this price. Tesla flipped. Again, they were red in the morning. And then SPY near the low. Again, bonds doing good. But again, take a look at the yen and a little bit overseas. We got other things moving. Everyone's on. It's not even. Well, that's the thing. I mean, some of it can be confusing, but I could really cut through a lot of BS right now and get you to the core of the matter. Inflation. That's it. No matter what, whether it's through Trump, Powell, or the damn Europeans, it doesn't matter. This all boils down to another flashback rerun of getting worried about inflation in some way, shape, or form. Sticky, and that's why good news is bad news. That's why bad news is good news. Because whatever we are seeing, we're trying to attach it now to a pivot on Powell, either good or bad. So at the core of it, all of these arguments, all of these talks, all of these narratives, all roads lead back to, is inflation going to be up or down in 3, 6, 9, 12 months? And that's pretty much it. And that's, so you could, even policy, even you're like, okay, Trump, because what's the problem with Trump? You're not scared he's going to take Greenland. You're scared that whatever he does is going to cause inflation. You're scared that his trade policy is going to cause inflation. You're scared that his deficit, whether he raises it or not, that could affect bonds in the Treasury. It's stuff like that. And it's all roads lead back to, does inflation come back? And then what does the Fed do about it? And that's where we are. And yeah, it is. It's the same play from prior. If Trump wins, we get a front run, everyone gets excited, and then pretty much sell the rip by inauguration. And it's funny because we've kind of sold the rip, but then we're still like elevated. But, you know, maybe we'll see today after the jobs if this starts to break us down a little bit. The spell? What do you mean the spell? Jerome is committed to 2. If Trump inflates, Jerome will hike. Well, no, that's, unfortunately, I have lost all credibility in Jerome Powell and the Fed. You know, you've been here for years, Heather. You know, a couple years ago, I would have agreed with you, but again, they made a mistake. They cut when they shouldn't have, and that's why the bonds are doing this. And then, quite frankly, Jerome Powell knows better than anybody that inflation is perception. And he has said it himself verbatim that inflation is psychological. So for the Fed to come in, as they admitted on the minutes and at the last SEP, for them to raise inflation expectations off of a concern rather than evidence, they have failed completely in my book. And that's why I can't agree with that statement. Because in theory, he should do that, but at this point, why the hell would he fuck up America's psyche and get everybody worried about inflation when, again, we spent a year of inflation going from 1 to 9, and they said, wait. So, yeah. I'm a Jay Powell fanboy. What do you mean? You know me. I love Jay Powell, but that's why I'm saying, unfortunately, I think at this point it's pretty obvious they made a mistake. They were cutting 3 months ago, and now we're talking about pause or a hike, and then, like I'm saying, now they're injecting worry of inflation. That's odd for the Fed to do. Intel. That's not Intel. Intop. You don't think Powell has control of the American psyche? No. I mean, I'm not here to argue about the minutia. You either understand what I said or I didn't, because it's based off what Powell has said in the past. I'm not trying to make a claim of like Powell controls the people who don't give a shit. It's just quite simple. Powell is very well aware of perception and inflation. I don't think he's a fool about it. That's why what they did on the SEP was very irresponsible. I don't think there's any other way to chop it up. Maybe half of them, but at the end of the day, they know they could cause perception, and they know it. Powell knows all of this. He's talked about it verbatim, so it's either you know that or you don't, and even some of the history with the 70s. But it's not about, I'm not trying to make a broader claim and saying that people listen to him or not and it's affecting them. It's from the banks all the way down. You know, they know what they're doing. DraftKings, that's been going up all day. Flutter died the other day. Making minimum credit. Why would ever happen? Why would we ever have another recession? I mean, unless the only way you get a bad economy at this point is if we get into like China. Like if we do what China does. I don't know if you guys have realized it yet. Like literally, like go look at Japan, go look at China. Because you're like, wait a minute. How would we ever have a recession if every time something gets bad, we step in? I've said this before. It's kind of tinfoil, but it is like a reality. But one of these days, I don't know when, maybe now, maybe in 100 years, one of these days, there's going to be a problem. And then the Fed and the government is going to step in. But then the solution isn't going to work. And then welcome to deflation. So that's what's happened in Japan. That's what's happening in China. Go look at China right now. How come China isn't going back up? They're stimulating, they're cutting rates, they're doing all of this. But once that's, and again, you know what, oddly, you want to know what this boils back down to? Perception. Because once the people, doesn't matter what you stimulate with, but if the economy gets scarred enough and people get stimulated and they don't want to buy, and economic activity declines, demographics change, then there you go. So that would be eventually one day that will probably happen, but that is like the ultimate fear of most developed nations and economies, even the undeveloped ones. Yes, sir. 3 minutes. So get ready. Your final big set of data for the day, consumer sentiment. Constellation is buying somebody. They like made a deal, and I think they had guidance, and I think someone left the company. But all around, they had a lot of good data or good news. So get ready. Consumer sentiment expected to come in at 75 or 73, and then the 5-year inflation is expected to jump. But remember, they also, on Michigan consumer sentiment, they survey them too, even by political party. Ironically enough, but it's expected to jump. So inflation expectations are expected to go higher here on the consumer sentiment. So 3 and 3.2. All right. All right, you got about a minute and a half. Trump lawyer calls sentencing a sad day for Trump country. Agrees with unconditional discharge for Trump. All right, 1 minute. Is the Trump sentencing now? Well, I want this data, and then we'll see. Because after this data, that's it. This will be your 10 a.m. move, and then everything from here, we just keep doing our thing. All right, 45 seconds. Get ready. All right. That'll be the audio in the background. Why did that sound like him in the background? All right, 20 seconds. Again, you'll see it come across the wire too. Yeah, you guys haven't, dude, the ads have fixed a lot of things, unfortunately. And then Stroyer is said to explore sale of core billboard business. 3, 2, 1. Boop. And we're, oh, wow, 3.3. Yikes. Yeah, both 1-year and 5-year expectations jumped. And then consumer sentiment was 73.2 versus 74. But nah, the inflation expectations jumped. So again, that's just now Not only is the Fed telling you inflation higher, and then you're worried, and now, so consumer sentiment, I'll get the data like broken up by party, but generally that the estimate was supposed to be 2.8 on the 1 year. Now it's at 3.3. That's crazy. That's very bad news. So that's bad news, but that's not going to be good news in the sense that it's bad in the sense that expectations are high. So that's good. Therefore, it's bad. And then inflation high. That's not good news. It's just simple. High inflation is bad. Low inflation is good. But yeah, that's not pretty. It's not. Listen, your jobs data was worse. Let me tell you that once again. Your jobs data is bigger than this data, but hopefully, are you guys noticing a theme? Are you seeing how all the data is playing out? All right. Everybody, where is it? I'll show you. I remember I showed you the, it's hilarious. I've showed you. I'm gonna find it for you right now. Oh, is this for November? Nah, that's the old one. But like, you realize you could go and find this. So literally, if I'm most likely certain of this, I'll double check because the data just came out. I can't make this up. I showed you the old chart. That's why I want to verify it. But if you are a Democrat, you think inflation is going to double. If you are a Republican, you think inflation is going to get cut in half. And then if you're an independent, you don't think shit has changed. That is literally what the last survey showed. So unfortunately, when you're like, I don't know, it probably depends on what you believe. I hate to break it to you. So like what you really think is going to happen on inflation, I truly believe does boil down to kind of what you actually believe about the politics and everything else. So let me find this for you. Oh. October. Yeah, and if so again, here's their, like, if you think I'm talking out of my ass too, this is from the Michigan. They have a whole report on it. They update it every year. I'm trying to find the numbers on this one, but they show you again the gap between, usually independents are on the middle, right? So depending on where the narrative is going, you have one side that leans heavy and the other. In this case, Democrats lean heavy. Inflation is going to ruin you. Other side, Republicans are like, no, inflation's fine. Most independents are kind of in the middle. That's it. Nothing has really changed since October if you're really not getting involved in the political narrative, right? Let me find the other one for you. But again, like I'm saying, jobs report already did the damage, but that's another set of just not good data. Consumer sentiment. Oh, for January? Yeah, wait, this might be it. Yeah, well, this is the data you just got. This one is updated today. This is why it's bad. Do you guys see that? So in general now, this is the problem. Uncertainty, and then year ahead, everything just shot up. So again, just like the last time you had this happen was 2022. So take a look. The last time even the consumer sentiment chart and everybody got worried and expectations, psychology, the last time that happened was literally end of 21 coming into 22. So again, that's another set of data to add to that list of, oh shit, it looks exactly the same. I have how they survey the data. I hate this. So they don't call anybody. You know that? Look, I never knew this. So it appears on your mobile phone. This is how it looks. So whoever the F they're surveying, this is what they get. What's your outlook in 10 years? Prices will go up. Prices will go up. This is exactly what they fill out. I didn't know that. I've never seen this. It used to be phone-based where they'd call your phone, like a landline. U.S. issues new Russia-related sanctions. Yeah, bonds already coming back up. Bonds don't care as much, but SPY lower. But again, look at the yen. The yen is kind of doing your own thing. And like I'm saying, though, the data in the morning is bigger than that. But the broader theme, I hope you see where the puck is going. Again, all roads are pointing back to inflation and inflation worries, reality, all of that. That's so weird. Why'd they take down the other one? Oh, it's because it's preliminary. That's why. Okay. So, yeah, we have to wait 2 more weeks. The final statement, that'll have the political chart. I was like, why can't? Because the other ones have it. But, yeah, not bad. Not bad, my friends. So we're the reason? I mean, kind of. I mean, it's just everybody freaking out for no reason. I mean, not actually, some of it's legit. Like, I don't know. The economy is heating up. Some of that data got there, but I am an independent to, even though I did vote for Donald Trump. I think inflation is exactly the same roughly as it was, or it should have been, if that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do think inflation has ways to come down. But then again, I've also told you about 1970 to 1980 for a long time, and now they're just doing a lot of dumb shit. So, I mean, by all means, go ahead. But I do think we're probably in the middle. I don't think inflation's going to go to... So here, let me put it this way. If a Democrat thinks that inflation's going to 10 and a Republican thinks it's going to 0, I think we're going to 5 or 4. You know what I'm saying? I don't lean towards... ultimate MAGA, no inflation. I don't think that's going to happen. But then I'm not as scared of Donald Trump. If my hair was dyed blue, I'd be more worried about it. But I'm not. So I am following the middle. And I think the middle is what the Fed literally said. If you read the minutes 2 days ago, they said if you remove the political nonsense, everything is the same as 2024. And I could get behind that. That's why I think they're irresponsible. But other than that, it's very simple. I think it's not as hot as the fearmongers want you to believe, and it's not going to be as easy as the, Trump is Jesus crowd is going to believe. And there you go. But it's just realistically, the middle ground is the real answer in my opinion, but it's going to be a culture war. I hate to break it to you. Whichever perception carries, I mean, you can't stop. That's what I'm saying. You can't. If people are worried and those bonds break 5 and then all the data keeps going, I mean, what do you want me to do? I don't think you're going to stop that train. So just don't forget, perception and fear and even exuberance and euphoria is contagious as hell. Chicago Fed Goolsbee will never complain about 250,000 jobs. And then yen breaking out. That's the only reason why you got the bonds holding up like that. Okay, here's Goolsbee. I'm going to go pee. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning.
We've been down. We've had hurricanes. Now we got fires. We'll have to see what that's going to do to the numbers. And we had quite a strong Christmas season. And if you look in these jobs numbers, you had a very big positive private sector job growth in the retail sector. So we're going to still have to process through, was that a sign of the season and then it will slow down, or is that a sign of general consumer confidence and consumer spending is going to remain strong going through the beginning of this year?
Austin, the chair and others as well have said that they do not see the job market as a source of inflation. Is that changing in your mind?
That has not been changing in my mind. I don't see it as a source of inflation. If you look at wages for 2024, I think the wage number was 3.9% growth. That's pretty close to consistent given what productivity's been running with 2% inflation. So thus far, to me, the job market looks like stabilized at full employment, not an indication of overheating.
There's so many things to ask you about. I know my colleagues are eager to do so, but one more from me, Austin. And you have interest rates really going the other way. Is that consistent with your outlook and what the economy needs? Is it something that the Fed needs to address? And how do you explain why the Fed cuts rates in the long end has gone up so strongly as it has?
Well, look, if you look at the long rate, for the people who say that's because of expected inflation, that can't really explain it. If you take the TIPS measures of what inflation expectations are, that explains at most maybe a third of what's been happening. I think some significant component is factoring in that if growth is going to be higher than what people thought, the Fed's the speed at which the Fed is going to be reducing down to neutral is slower than what they thought is going to be a more shallow rate path, if you want to call it that. And so that will affect long rates because they're just adding up a whole bunch of short rates. And I think there's a fair bit of uncertainty about policy, coupled with, as Sarah was saying, you've seen an uptick in some business confidence. And if you think the growth rate is going to be higher, I think that could be contributing to it as well.
So do you still want to be cutting rates this year?
Look, it's not what we want. It's what will the conditions authorize or justify. I still think, look, for all the discussion about inflation, if you take PCE inflation, which is our 2% target, and you ask over the last 6 months, what has inflation been? The answer is 1.9%. Through all of the bumps, the inflation rate since the bump in first quarter of last year, we've seen pretty stable inflation that's been coming in around where the target is. Even the core has come down. I think the last 6 months core is about 2.2. So if conditions are stable,
then why did all of y'all say
don't
y'all
have
worried?
an uptick in the inflation rate, and we keep having them
See,
come
that's the
in
thing where I keep telling you
around
it's
2%
neutral.
With stable
He's just
and
telling
full
you, he's like
employment,
core PCE is
I
at
think
2.8.
that the
It's not
rates
moving.
Should go down to
Expectations
where
are
to what
scary,
I
but the real
consider
data
to
is
be
not
neutral.
moved yet.
And so 12 to 18
But
months from
everybody's
now,
reacting.
They would be a fair bit
And last
lower
time
than
the
they
Fed
are
didn't
today.
react for a year.
The thing that will
that's a yes.
explain, justify the speed at which we do
Interest
that
rates
are
have
gonna
already
be
gone
what
up. The
happens to
worry is that
conditions.
they go up even more.
Well, your
Think
favorite
about it.
topic,
Ever
obviously,
since
is
they
talking
cut rates,
about
your
fiscal
mortgages went to
policy,
7
Austin. So,
3 months ago.
And I say
The
that
worry is that
sarcastically for people who
inflation
don't,
now hits,
hear
and then
my
that
tone
gets
in my
even
voice.
worse.
But Carl just read a report saying that Canada was considering retaliatory tariffs. So, as a
SPY breaking
policymaker,
down
you
another
can
low.
hear things are coming and going to happen. You have to think about them. How do you process it?
Yeah, look, you have to think about them. We're not political pundits.
Yeah, you are.
Evaluating what's a probability
No,
that
no,
X,
no.
Y, or Z thing is going to be
No,
proposed or
Ghouls.
is gonna
You are,
pass.
but you are a political
anything
pundit.
that affects prices.
You said
or
it's all
employment,
because of
the
political
law says
uncertainty.
We have to think about that 'cause
No
we're setting
reality has
the
occurred.
monetary policy
The last time
to
there was
stabilize
reality,
prices and
y'all
maximize
waited a
employment.
fucking year.
Now that said, once you start going down the rabbit hole or rat hole, or I don't know what kind of a hole
It's a rat
is
hole now.
about, say tariffs.
Fucking rats.
Then you got to start saying, okay, well, wait a second. Doesn't the economic principle say that the Fed should respond to longer term or permanent inflation shocks differently from temporary inflation shocks?
Right.
Is
That's
this a
again on the
one-time
high.
increase in cost, or is this a persistent inflation shock? And can you tell the difference? Now, stuff like that becomes more complicated, and if there's going to be retaliation,
We can tell the
it becomes
difference
even
if
more
you guys
complicated
shut
stuff.
up.
So
Sarah, that stood out for
I,
me.
I try not to get
It's
into
very
that,
easy to
but
tell the difference
once we
if
actually
y'all
have
just shut up.
concrete proposals
If the Fed
of what
eliminated
might-
all
what
of this
the government
bullshit
might do,
guidance
for sure
and they
the Fed
just
has
shut
to
up,
think
we
about
would
how will that
easily
affect
tell
the
where it
doing.
is.
Sure, that stood out for me in a minute.
Easily.
That line that said, we can't tell if it's permanent or transitory when it comes to some of these shocks that are coming our way.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Nobody really knows, and you kind of have to just roll with it.
No, you
I still
don't.
think, though, that President Goolsbee, people have issues with your.
If the
with your
people who
view
control
that
the
there's
money
been
stop telling
a
you to
lot
be
of
worried
progress
about it,
lately
it's
on
very
inflation. Yes,
easy
we've
to
come down from
find
the super
what's
high
going
levels in
on.
2022, but if you look at core PCE, we really haven't seen much
Oh,
change in
man.
the past few months, and it's
Yes.
at 2.8%. And on the same side,
Now-
there's not a lot of evidence that the policy has been super restrictive on the economy.
Well, let's take those two important topics, but they're kind of different. On PCE inflation.
But they're similar in that
if you take
I'm
PCE inflation, the 2% target, in the last 6 months, PCE inflation has been 1.9% over that time. Core PCE inflation,
Exactly.
2.2% over those 6 months.
So why are y'all worried?
The annual number that is high is largely reflecting that in the beginning of last year, we had an uptick in inflation. There's no question about that. So it's wrong to say
So you
that
cut
that
rates?
is not progress recently. That's just the way we add up the numbers. If you make a 12-month
But
moving
why
average,
are
you
you
got 12
so
months
worried?
of persistence in it.
But don't
I do
you
think there
target
is
the
some
annual
question
rate
about
of inflation?
seasonality.
Isn't that the target?
The actual rate of PCE inflation for the last 6 months has been 1.9%. So if we got
So
6
why did
more
every
months
member on the
exactly
Fed
like
raise
the
their
last 6
PCE
months, we would be
expectation
below
when
the
nothing
target.
has happened
So
except it
I
going
just
down?
want us to put in context the reason why the inflation looks sticky, in my view, is because we had a blip up in the inflation rate almost a year ago. So it's wrong to look at something that's a 12-month moving average and act as though what's happening is something that's happening in this month, when what's happening is things are dropping out the back from 12 months ago.
Austin, a big part of, I think, underlying Sarah's question.
I mean,
there
that
is
kinda
criticism
makes
coming
sense.
to the Fed that you guys cut 50
He's
in
saying
September,
12 months
you
ago
cut
inflation
25
was
and 25,
down, but
you brought
not
it down by
anymore.
100, and the economy's done nothing but
I could
strengthen.
give him that, but then again,
and I guess one
it doesn't
question
help
that
if you're
comes from that
telling
is,
people it's coming
you
back
have
up
said
now.
repeatedly, and I mean this, the Fed has said repeatedly,
That made sense,
that
though.
there is still restraint in the funds rate. It's just real hard to see that restraint out there now. Where am I missing it, Austin?
A lot happens, as you know, in the macroeconomy that has nothing to do with the interest rate or the Fed. And so you got to kind of try to separate those out. What I try to do when I'm looking for restrictiveness, A, we have the historical comparisons, but B, go look at the interest rate sensitive
Donald
parts
Trump,
of the economy.
Elon
because
Musk,
that's where
anybody
you should see
listening,
it. I think in
get this to
several
the
of
desk
more
of
interest rate
Doge.
sensitive parts of the
We need to
economy,
ban
you
all
still
Fed
see
speakers
the
talking
impact of
except for
restraint.
Powell
Now,
once a month.
If we're getting an uptick in business confidence and it's going to lead to
We need that's
on
it.
its
These guys
own
just need to
merits,
shut up.
having nothing to do with the interest rate, an increase in
2025, let's go.
for investment. Yes, we got to take that into account. But the question is there evidence of overheating of the economy? And so far, as I say, in recent months, for
And then
all of
yen is
our
ripping. That's why your
discussion,
bonds are going up.
there's not a lot of evidence that the economy is overheating. As I say, the PCE inflation rate over the last 6 months has been 1.9%, and the unemployment rate has stabilized at something like full employment.
Financial
So
conditions
I
are
still think
undermining
that
your
the
view
historically
that
high-
policy is tight, aren't they?
And autos
that
did
again?
16 million.
Financial conditions. They don't suggest that your policy is too tight, do they?
Well, be careful with financial conditions, because there's a massive reflection problem, as you know, that if we announce that we're going to be tighter, then that will reduce the
So you guys
stock
are aware.
market will react badly. Financial
told you.
conditions can go the other way.
Dude, this
and it
is
just
terrible.
reflect our actions reflect in the stock market, and they don't become a reason for the Fed to change
So what you
its
say
strategy.
will
If the
change
market
that.
thought that the Fed was going to succeed
Got it.
at the soft landing, and the market went up for that reason, that would not be a reason for the Fed to start raising because financial conditions ease. That would just be a reflection. I think the long rates going up, if they start getting driven by inflation expectations,
Right. That would be a concern. That inflation expectations, like the ones that we're citing from the University of Michigan, but I prefer the more market-based expectations. But I put a lot of weight on that because that's a critically important part of trying to figure out, is this return of rates to something like what they were from the spring, and the renormalizing de-inverting of the yield curve, is that a sign that we're returning to normal, or is that a sign of something else? That I think in expectations
and the data,
is important.
the data do show that, Austin. We've shown that data showing inflation expectations up a fraction of what the 10-year is up. Austin,
exactly.
you and I met decades
I'd say
ago.
I guess
you were a University of Chicago economist.
Nikki Bobby. Spread love, buy law, turn, stay healthy. Y'all just took my first jiu-jitsu class.
Right now.
Oh, how was it?
Productivity
Congrats,
is
baby.
higher.
I love it.
Does that mean
Yeah,
a higher neutral rate for the Fed? And how much do you think that productivity, along with the demand for capital that's come along with AI, might be responsible for the increase in the long rate?
It depends if the productivity increase, the productivity growth rate increase is permanent or transitory. If it's transitory, it doesn't. If it's permanent, for sure, it raises the growth rate of the economy.
That's the third time I've heard it.
R-star and what you think is neutral.
Yo, no
if
way.
If this is a front-loaded.
No, they're going to bring it back, dude.
And we're going to go back to normal.
But this time they're going to. Last time they did transitory, they didn't raise their expectations at all. This time they're raising their expectations first, and now they're going to bring in transitory.
Just be aware, it's very noisy.
You know that
there's
you're all
nothing
children
more
of the Lord.
As a data series than what we think trend productivity and therefore potential output growth is for the economy, because it's going to determine whether you think there's overheating or not.
Right.
You can't take a number, a monthly jobs number, for example, of 250,000. You say, is that a sign of overheating? If productivity growth is higher than what it was before, you really can't say that. You got to be careful with aggregate numbers when the productivity growth rate is moving around like this.
Austin, we're always grateful when you join us, especially on days like this when the market is moving on data and everybody is desperate to understand just what the heck's going on. Thanks, Austin.
Thanks, Austin.
Anytime. Great to see you again.
Thank you.
All right.
I feel like that is about as dovish of a view as you can get on a really strong job number, right?
Which
is we're still
dovish.
thinking about cuts, and he's looking at 6-month inflation numbers, not
What did he say? A fair
annual.
bit lower. 12 to 18 months from now was what he said.
I don't think it's the first time he's used a phrase like that.
No, but he's still using it.
He's still using it on the back of the jump in inflation expectations and better data.
But remember, the layering in the productivity numbers is critical here. More workers working more.
All right, thanks, Austin. Yeah, so again, I mean, like we're saying, all roads. If you don't even see the narrative, bro, everything is just is boiling back down to inflation again, you guys. So I think the first half of this year, we are all going to be watching data, earnings, policy, and then everyone, that's it. It's just everyone, even the Fed. I say this because look at hearing that, seeing the data, and then Donald Trump's real estate company in talks to buy its former Washington, D.C. hotel. What is this? Investment Holdings? Is it CDT? No. But yeah, Donald Trump is in talks to reclaim their prized D.C. hotel. SPY's not really bouncing. If anything, the bonds are bouncing. You're still at what was priced. You're at 1.3. Remember from what we priced in. And then today should be like a 1 to 1.5 up or down move. But the bonds are catching a bounce because the yen. That's, again, the yen is green by 0.5%. It was down by like 1. I think Snap's up on, wasn't there like TikTok shit? But Snap has just been doing good lately. But every time it gets to like, it hasn't been above 13. Yeah, we got to get above here. But good for now. And then Meta, again, all my charts are still hella messed up. Or like it's showing me the other data. Terrible. Here, well, again, VIX seasonality starts to go up, I think, after this week. Yeah, he said transitory twice, bro. back to normal bullish after inauguration. Well, once we get the inauguration, I think a whole new world emerges. Because, again, you have no idea what he is going to sign. So, again, there's going to be a flurry of executive orders. But then it's like I was talking about last time I saw you guys. You're gonna deal with the whole market tantrum. Because now, once we know what Donald Trump is really going to do, and then once you see what is serious or not, the market is going to be able to respond to that, and then we're going to get a different feedback loop. So I've been telling you before the election, during and after, this inauguration is a milestone. So thankfully we're almost there, but after that, I think we're going to have some stuff will remain the same, but then we might get a couple of new headlines. You know what I'm saying? We might get a couple of new narratives, but above all else, I could say confidently from now until like June at the very least, a lot of this is still going to be about inflation. They're talking transitory now, expectations, PC. Oil is even coming up, so that all roads lead to inflation. It either materializes or it doesn't, and depending on how that plays out, Powell and the gang will react, and then we see. Market will rocket. Well, maybe. It could either be really good or very bad, but I don't have a direction after the inauguration. So, if anything, prior to the election, I was thinking sell the rip on the inauguration, and we kind of already sold the rip, but it's 50-50, so we'll find out. Oh, yeah, the third. I know I was talking about that. That's the other one. Well, no, the 30-year in the UK going bad, the UK is your problem too. Well, I don't know if you're UK or America, but fact of the matter is Germany does bad, UK does bad. All of that is exporting inflation to us. So before any of this data got worrisome, inflation in Europe was going up. I have a video at the end of 2024, and I think it's called Europe is going to cause inflation. So no matter what, they're already a big deal, and then we got to deal with whatever else we get, and then whatever else your boy does. DJT popping. So again, DJT, they're buying that hotel, but I don't know if it'll affect them. That's going up. Intel's at 19. My goodness. Oh, it hit there already. 1860. Where's Hershey's? Hershey's still going down. Damn, Hershey's down 3. Woo! Oh, Win pays a 1. I like Win, though, because Win has, like, China exposure. But that's up now. My shit is so bad. Pepsi. I'll tell you, I have another one. I forgot why. We talked about it, but we didn't. Yeah, pizza, bro. So I had it. I was doing some of the work. I wanted to make you guys that video, but I was doing a little scanner of like potential buyouts and like activists, and pizza popped up. So I don't know. Papa John's. I think they have like some. Let me double check the activist thing, but it caught my attention, and then it's down almost like 50% from even last year. So I'm like, I don't know. I like pizza. I don't know if they have a dividend or if they cut it. Hershey's is at 3.4. Yeah, bro, it's a $1 billion cut. Yeah, it pays 5%. Let me see. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like food, inflation, if that stuff happens, then there's your thing. But where was it? Yeah. So in March of 24, they failed. They tried to take a vote on there, but they lost it. Yeah, so then you have Starboard was involved in February, but they closed that. Yeah, very interesting. But they showed up. I don't know. I kind of like it. Yeah, I don't know. It pays a yield. It's down a lot, but Papa John's is at like a 10-year low. But like 20 years ago, I mean, this was like a $13 stock. So I don't know. And it's only $1 billion. I mean, compare that market cap to like a Domino's or something. I mean, it's tiny. U.S. unveils broad sanctions targeting Russian oil and LNG. Havana. Hold up, baby. I like Pfizer a lot. Yeah, we just have a lot of it. So, and then I kind of want it at like a 20, like below $24. The ticker for pizza is PZZA. Pizza. Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza. Yeah, I haven't ate Papa John's in a long time, since college though. Meta rip. Yeah, a little bit. OPCH. Dude, my E-Trade terrible today. And then SPY right below VWAP right now. NASDAQ down 1.6. Russell down 1.8. SPY down 1.3. And then Dow down 1.2. Yeah, Biden expects new sanctions to cost Russia upwards of $1 billion a month. Pizza. Way bigger. Yeah. I don't know. There's them. I like Hershey's too, though. Hershey's is the quality company. Pizza is like, you're kind of playing the value. So you have more risk on that. I like Hershey's a lot, but the yield is 3.3. It's decent. I did watch Beast Games. I like that show. I don't know why. I actually love the Beast Games. I like that. Nestle's a great company. They're foreign though, right? But they have a good that's a great conglomerate. You have a family member that works for Pfizer. They said they're working on cancer drugs that are expected for 2030. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard me. Like, everybody always is like, why do you like Pfizer? But their oncology is very big. A lot of people don't realize, even with their acquisitions, Pfizer is like, they're big in cancer, and they are planning, any big cancer developments. I wouldn't be surprised if they're on the forefront of them. Brian Fitzpatrick set to introduce a bill to restrict congressional stock trading. Ooh, nice. So many ads, I know. I love it, though, you guys. I'm sorry. It's been 3 days in a row. They haven't kicked me off once. You see what I'm saying, bro? These are all the ad spikes, so it kicks out like, I guess I lose 50 of you for every ad, but I haven't had to go down by 1,000 or 2,000, and I haven't been kicked off yet. So, thank you for your sacrifice. Do I think TikTok will be banned? I mean, if they just want to make like things harder for Donald Trump, probably. Otherwise, I don't think Trump wants to ban it. Oh, UMAC. I'm basically running my own Squid Game. I don't think you've watched Squid Game, if that's what you really believe. Are you familiar with the plot? This isn't a game show. I don't shoot anybody, nor do I give anybody money, actually. So it's not. No. Sorry. Arc down, KRE. Ooh. I like Jack in the Box. They're decent. But long term, I mean, I want pizza. I like it, but like I don't want it because I want quality. So like Hershey's seems to be the best one, or like an NVO, or I just wait till something I really want gets cheaper. And then that's like, dude, if I could get MO, if they could keep selling off, I might really just want more MO. I do kind of kill with the bans. No. If I ban you, in the Chad, your life does not get affected. You guys know that, right? It's sad because I wish if it had more of a consequence, maybe there would be better behavior. But yeah, it's all on you, man. So you don't. No, I've not violated anybody. Well, this is not the Squid Game. This is not the Squid Game. Just in case any of you are confused. SMCI ripping. They're going up for some reason. Red light. Yeah, SMCI waking up. I wish it's telling me. Where is it at? Yeah, they were at the low. What price did we play? Was it at 29 when we did it? You missed the jobs data. Came in really good. Even consumer sentiment. And it led to a good news, bad news dynamic. Rates broke above 475. People are worried about that. And then, yeah, once again, just all roads leading to, do we get worried about that or not? Wells Fargo says interest rate cut by the Fed in March looks increasingly unlikely. Like Pep Pizza, they will engineer ingredients to combat GOPs. That's your tinfoil. Well, I think I don't think it's gonna change that much. You know, I think like looking back at it, it was kind of dumb. Like, do you guys remember when everybody was like, oh my gosh, Walmart and Domino's, because of GOP and Ozempic, they're gonna lose. Remember everybody like freaked out? There was like a little like consumer sell-off because of GOP-1s. It was kind of silly. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't think mother effers are going to keep having pizza? And like, I don't think we're going to get like a material drop in like pizza and soda consumption because everybody wanted to take Ozempic. Like, you know, I don't know. And then even then, the ones that don't take Ozempic, I feel like they going to eat more for the people on Ozempic. They're like, more pizza for me. Nom, 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 nom. So, yeah, but I'm not the only one who said this, though, too. Looking back, it is like, that was like a year ago, and it's pretty funny. No, Pepsi's not collapsing. They came down, but, like, you got to look at some of these. Like, these guys are still doing pretty well. I mean, I guess now after this last, like, beginning of the year, Pepsi kind of gave back another half of a year, but, you know, these guys are making a killing. I mean, let me put it this way. Even with Ozempic, all of them are making almost double, I want to say, or 30% more than they were in 2015 or 10 years ago, pretty much. Yeah, RFK. People have talked about that. We'll see, but I think it could cause volatility, but I don't think it's going to, like, end these companies. I don't know if you understand that. Because I think we'll find out the real scope of it, but you're still going to have fat food. Meta Rib. Yeah, Snap too. I think it's all off of the TikTok stuff. And then bonds, they're riding with the yen, SPY at VWAP. I mean, you're chilling out. You're just holding the 1.5 to 1.0. That's pretty much our expected range on the day. So not bad. Oh, wait, where is it? Did they do the sentencing already? Oh, they ended the video. I thought we were going to see it. Yeah, TSM had the earnings too today, or that guidance number. They're killing it. Again, the video was down. They're coming up. AMD was bad too. They got another one. Unconditional discharge. Oh, so you didn't get anything? Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah, Target was going up earlier. Yeah, that one again. Meta and Snap are killing it. Watch if you could get big tech to go up, but Nasdaq is down 1.3. Yeah, there's Snapchat. Is it above? If it could hit a new high, Snap will be it has to get above this range. That's the 100-day, but now you need to get back above 17. So it's still a very long way to go. That's where it was last time there was TikTok shit. Russia Gazprom comments on U.S. sanctions, says it will continue to operate, keeping the business sustainable. I think MO really. There's a couple other ones. There might be new ads like HSY, Hershey's. Again, I still like UPS. That's a high yielder. But I don't know. Oh, wow. UPS is down a lot too, you guys. Yeah, it's back to 123. And then Meta and Snap again. Bank of America says they no longer expect more Fed rate cuts. So meanwhile, all the banks are pivoting. Wells Fargo and Bank of America now. Bank of America, I think, is saying all year. Wells Fargo said no rate cuts in March. Where is it? I like Citi, but I'm going to lose on those plays from last year. So the stock is advanced, but those options, they did better than the regionals, but I still like them, though, a lot. I think it's just going to be harder to play until we get a good banking bond catalyst, but they're kind of an outperformer. How do I think the market will end today? Probably red. That was kind of my idea coming into this all. Again, if you were watching the watch list and paying attention, I told you I did expect risk off today because I thought the jobs number would be strong. So the fact that it was really strong and the other data supported it, I just think you're going to stay within 1 to 1.5 down. Maybe I'm wrong and we go green, and if we do, I still think we'll stay within the priced in range, though. But for the most part, I just think, once again, I think it chills for now if it were here, but then if the bonds get worse, then we'll have a bigger problem. But as long as, assuming the bonds don't get any worse, this might be what you see today. Otherwise, if bonds get better or worse, that could kind of change how we end. The dollar is very bad. I think the dollar is going to be one of the most important things to watch this year alongside the bonds. But for now, I mean, I'm surprised that it doesn't show like crazier strength. But again, the UK and Japan, they're kind of doing their thing. Trump gets unconditional sentencing. No jail, probation, or fine. Can still appeal. Read until earnings. Well, earnings will be there, but remember, I think is inauguration next week? Oh, no, we got to go one more week. So earnings will probably just give you a little bit of stop and go. But I really think we start to free up after the inauguration. Why is the dollar strong? I think because they're a lot of countries aren't working together now that Trump is coming in. So a lot of things change. Instead of having nominal valuations, it's switched to trade-weighted strength because we are diverging from everybody else's policy as they are starting to move to get ready for whatever we're doing and their weakness. So I think that's one reason. And then like the Fed said, interest rate differentials between our country and everybody else is creating a stronger dollar on the trade-weighted basis. So that's what the Fed said yesterday or 2 days ago. The risk of a crash, I think, or volatility just boils down to the bonds. That's it. I'm not really, like I was saying, I wanted you guys aware of what's going on. But like I said, even TLT hits 83 and bounces, we're going to bounce. But if TLT falls through and cascades another move like this, we're probably going to have a nightmare scenario. So it really just depends on Again, go look at all the metrics, all the data. And again, we have PCE next week. So all of that can really contribute to that. So we'll find out. Sprouts on the high. Sprouts is killing it. That one's kind of crazy. On a trade-weighted basis, you value the dollar not based off of its nominal value, right? So if the dollar's at like $1, you're like $1 gets me 7 yuan, right? That's just like the transaction, like nominal price. That's the current exchange rate. But if you compare your currency in the valuation, if you valued it in proportion to how much you trade with someone, that will give you a different value. So it's not saying instead of comparing the price of one currency to another in another country, how much do you get or do you not get from who you trade with the most or the least, right? So if we don't trade with China as much as we did 5 years, it doesn't matter if the Chinese currency is weak against the dollar. You see what I'm saying? Because if we're trading with Japan more, but then they're really weak and it's making us really strong, that means the trade-weighted dollar is way, way stronger. So it's really comparing it to who you trade with the most and who you're actually doing business with, like actual deficits, rather than just nominal pricing. So that's why it's saying if you look at the dollar compared to who we're actually trading with, it's extremely strong now, but that wasn't always like that the last couple of years. That's why I'm like, it's kind of been a shift. I think we went from nominal dollar strength to now trade-weighted strength. That's why some countries are doing whatever, but the dollar just keeps doing it because now anybody trading with us or that we trade with, the dollar is just getting way more and they're getting way less. Bank of America, they say, expects no Fed rate cuts this year after non-farms versus prior forecasts of 50. We think the cutting cycle is over. Our base case has the Fed on an extended hold, but we think the risk for the next moves are skewed towards a hike. So there you have it. Bank of America, they're the first one. They are saying now no rate cuts for the end of the year, and they think it'll be a long hold. If anything, the next move will be a hike. So Bank of America, that's coming out right now. And then, Jamie, that house you sent me, it looks good, but that area has terrible comps. And then the insurance. I can make an offer, but it would be lower. Meta is still going. Greenland PM says status quo no longer an option for territory. What? Hey, yo, Greenland is down, bro. Bro, Greenland says status quo is no longer an option for territory. Holy shit. And they're like, I guess we can't keep it how we have. Oh, man. See, but like I realized it though. The problem with Trump, I get even more why people hate him. Because like what I remember, we saw Claudia, and she was like, "We're gonna call America Mexicana," and then guess what? The Canadians, there was like 2 Canadians. They're like, "Well, we're gonna offer to buy California and Minnesota," and then I realized it. The reason why people don't like Donald Trump is because he forces them to have these dumbass conversations. Well, I'm not a pee-pee poo-poo. Are you a pee-pee poo-poo? See, and then most people don't want to say pee-pee poo-poo on TV, but now that this guy has made the conversation about pee-pee poo-poo, I'm going to get all the pee-pee poo-poo. Now you have to have these serious people go up on TV and be like, well, we're going to make an offer for pee-pee poo-poo now. Well, now we'll take pee-pee poo-poo. You think you're the only one who can pee-pee poo-poo. I will pee-pee poo-poo and take the pee-pee poo-poo. Hey, what now, Donald? So now, and that's what I realized. I'm like, oh. Because then they get mad when he says it, and then like 48 hours later, they got to respond with their own diss track. But now they're like, they have to go down to his level of conversation, and now you have them validating the whole I get it now. I get more of it. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, if this sounds weird to any outside listeners, this is actually very intense political analysis. I've just simplified it to make sure everybody could understand it. So, yeah, it's not that crazy. The pee-pee poo-poo has a learning lesson involved. I think I don't know, because that's, dude, over the weekend or over this day off, I see all of these people, they're like, well, we're going to buy Canada, America, I'm like, y'all doing the same thing he's doing now. It's been 2 days. Yeah, I get it now. I get it. The Greenland, I think, I don't know. That's crazy. They just said it. And then Citi expects the next Fed cut in May, previously in January. So Citi's bullish. They're moving till May. Wells Fargo ditched March. And then Bank of America says no rate cuts this year. Again, these are all coming out right now. These are all watch the Zaza. Watch the Fed futures. GLXG, that's a small cap. I think it's a oh no, payroll. Oh, dude, I saw Shift 4 payments too. You guys remember that one? We saw that one stock. I was checking out and I looked down and it said Shift 4. And then VFC on the high. People give the pass card for whatever trash Trump says. I don't know if that's your personal opinion. That's not what I was saying, though. I was just saying how, unfortunately, he forces people to have conversations that they would regard as not serious. But then again, it's like, if you didn't take the man seriously, why are you seriously addressing what? But then they all have to do it, because then your citizens and people are like, well, what's happening? So that's what I've noticed, because, again, it started where everyone's like, you are ridiculous. And then before you know it, you have very serious people having to literally Canadians and the Mexican president, they are literally just saying the exact same thing Trump is saying now. And that's kind of the irony, is that he kind of makes everybody look like him. And that's why I'm like, you have to go down to his level or you have to ignore him completely. So, yeah. Airbnb commits to free emergency housing. Yeah. So you're implying that Trump isn't serious? Yeah, everything. I've said that from day one. I don't think he is going to sanction the shit out of everybody, but I also don't think he's going to do nothing. I just think everything's going to be in the middle. That's it. I mean, the Republicans think he's Jesus. The Democrats think he's Satan. I'm gladly be an atheist in this case. Just live your life, but in the middle. Airbnb lists Pablo Escobar's plane for rent. Oh, wow. White House current domestic oil resilience played into decisions of Russia sanctions. The Gulf of America is to get around the Gulf of the drilling? Oh, wow. I don't know. I didn't think about that. Maybe if you change the name, it changes the... I don't think so, but it's an interesting take. I've never thought about that, to be honest with you. Yeah, and that house in San Pedro, I think it's worth like 1-1 to 1-2, depending on how good of condition it is. But the comps are pretty low. I think he could get 1-3 if the rates come down and the market gets really good, but he's probably gonna get like 1-1 to 1-2, unless it's in like really good condition. I'm in California. I'm safe. White House, U.S. has been nothing but direct with Russian officials about what we're seeing and won't tolerate. San Pedro. I'm not from L.A. I'm from San Pedro. Yeah, VFC, that's going up. Whirlpool, you get some AI robots, laundry robots. X is going up too. JD on the low. I don't know if Baidu is all them still dumping. Yeah. I think the only one that went up was Win. It's snowing in Georgia? No way. I didn't know you guys had snow. No, Chicago, you guys always got Chicago. Mm-hmm. I still want to go to Chicago one day. One day, bro. One day. Hella snow in Tennessee and Mississippi and South. Oh, my gosh. So, damn, I feel like that East Coast storm is affecting way more than you guys. So you'd offer like $825 on that one? I didn't think you wanted to offer. I was just telling you what he could sell it for. But yeah, I mean, I would probably give it 1.1, maybe 1.2 to be 115, you know? Hold on. I give him like 800, 850. If he wants it, I'll give it to him now, but I would just tell him if he doesn't need to do anything quick, just list the house and see. But there hasn't been like all of those other houses are far, but there hasn't been like a 1.3 or 1.5 comp in a while. Yeah, man. Well, be careful out there. I think I didn't realize how many of you are in crazy snow right now. It's not as bad. I didn't know Tennessee. It's crazy, Habibi. You're on the side of the road listening? Is it because, are you like snowed out? Be careful. That's crazy, bro. Oh man, dude, you guys are just driving in the snow. Be careful. Bro, I've seen them pileups and shit, bro. Just get out. If you stay stuck anywhere, I don't even know, man. Just be careful. I'm taking everything seriously now. After I slept on that fire, bro, I was like, nothing's gonna happen. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, everything bad happened. So yeah, you gotta watch out, bro. You gotta watch out. Georgia? I did not know Georgia had snow. You're gonna enjoy the day outside a while. All right, man. In the snow? Enjoy it though. That sounds fun though. I'd have a nice snow day. Yeah, snow angels. That's always a good time. Did I get your email? I don't know. So try to give me a little bit more of. I did get an email in the last 48 hours. I've probably gotten, I think, 270 emails. So if you could give me a little more information, I could give you an answer to that. But as of now, I don't recall any Edward email off the top of my head. Not from LA. I'm from San Pedro. MYNZ, what's this? Maine's Bioman. We finished the day green? Probably not. I mean, it's possible. So don't let me like, I could be wrong, but I was telling you downside since like Wednesday. So I think it's going to end red because of the data and just how everything's playing. But then I don't know, that yen and the bonds should be a lot worse today. So there's a chance it could go green, but I think I'd probably put it like 80% red, maybe 75% red, maybe a quarter chance you go green today. Oh, you said it was about leasing? Let me check. Oh, no. Bro, you got in an accident? I'm sorry. I did not see this email. Well, shit, bro. I hope you're okay. Go to Lease Hacker. I don't know what they're... let me see. I think Jeeps are the only thing with the deal right now. Let me double check. Oh, Dodge. Mazda. Ioniq. Here, these are... You can always start here. Here are the pre-nego... I like all the Ioniqs are cheap as hell if you want one of these. Any EV, Hyundai... I don't know if this is EV. Oh, wow. Mercedes, $300. Yeah, they have these now. The EQB for $300. That's low-key a steal. Zero money down. And then Audi e-tron, that's F-150. Shit. For $380? That's not bad. That's expensive. A5 for $5. If you want a nice car, they're up there, but like, dude, you could get a Q8 for $560. It's an e-tron, though. Yeah, these are all expensive. $1,000 for a Range Rover. They got Range Rover deals now? Shit. Yeah, all the Kias are cheap. Jetta, $270. Kia Seltos, $260. There's some for $200 though. $250, $270. And then if you're willing to spend like $350, you could get a Benz, which isn't bad, honestly. Or the Taos is good. The Tiguan and Taos for under $300. Those are great. So, yeah, there's a lot of deals right now. Go to Lease Hacker and you'll find all these. Yeah, these are all available deals. Some of them only have a couple of... It all depends where you're at. You get a Civic for $300. That's expensive, though. Used to be cheaper. They're all leases, though. Tacoma. Oh, fuck. Yo, Tacoma for 337. I don't know. That's fire. That's non-EV. Bro, there's so many of these. They have Ford F-150 and Toyota for under $350 a month. 0 down. You might even be able to save more on it too. So yeah, I don't know. That's not bad. There's a lot of them. Oh, this is a good deal as well too. Mercedes C300. $400. It's a little expensive, but that's not bad, bro. $320 if you already own a Mercedes. So if you already have a Mercedes and you're down to get another one, you could get this for $327 a month. That's cheap as hell for a C-Class. I've seen people pay $600-700 a month for a $50,000 car. So not bad. There's some really good car deals right now. So shit, there you go, Ed. And then for anybody else out there, unexpected for SPY to go to 560? No, I mean, just how long? If bonds really get bad, I mean, if bonds go to 6%, I think it'll go down 10%, maybe more. White House, we think deal for ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza is possible, but not without a lot of hard work ahead. Walgreens was just good data off the morning and earnings, and it kind of frees them up, makes the buyout stuff look a little good. Would you prefer lease or buy? Oh, it just depends. All depends on the price and, like, do you get a tax benefit? What's your goal? Do you drive a lot? So sometimes, like, those lease deals, if they're really cheap, I think it's worth it because you can't get anything like that for $200 a month. The ones that are, like, really cheap, I like them on a lease, but it all really depends on your use of the vehicle. Sometimes leasing is good. Sometimes financing is better. Usually leasing is not the best option, but again, depending on what you're trying to accomplish, you can make it work. Or if you want a nice car with a little amount of money and it works with your situation and write-off, it's sometimes the best option. You were doing $5K for 24 month. That's not bad. How much is that a month? The EQBs, those are the good deals, but I can't believe C-Class for $400 is crazy. And then $320 if you already have a Mercedes, that's nuts. PSTG on the low, YPF on the low, NRXP. SPY is coming down and bonds chilling. We'll see. Let me get you a market checkup. We are 22 minutes from Euro close. Yeah, the Audi Q8, but it's electric. But that's still that's a very nice car for that much, but that's on the higher end. So anything like 300, 320, 350 is like the cutoff for like the budget range. Because I still think, even though the average car payment in America is $700 a month, I believe above 300 is a lot. 350, because I could see you could get cars cheaper than that, a brand new one. So anything like 350 to like 750, that's like your higher end, and then anything 750 and above should be a luxury vehicle. If you're leasing it, at the very least, for a lease, because again, lease, you're only financing a portion of it. So if you're paying more than $1,000 a month on a lease, that better be a nice ass fucking car. And again, and like I'm saying, you could go even get a Benz for $320, or you could go even get a nice Audi for $400. So there's a nice little range in there. You got eliminated by the ad. It's okay. Are in California. Where are you at? So go by your state. Go to the I made a video on this, so if you know that I have this info, maybe you're aware of that video, but go through that website I just showed and then go to the forums, find your state, and then see what's available. Or then again, maybe call a dealership in California and ask them if they could do that same deal in Missouri. I don't think I've made a play all year. All I've done is taken profits. Philo's inspired you to create. You made your own options YouTube channel. That's good, but if you didn't make a long term, I'm disappointed in you, and you're going to probably make a Discord and start selling shit soon. So that's just what I've experienced in 5 years of people telling me that. So I hope you get a long term. Otherwise, it may be in vain, but I won't curse you. Good luck. Good luck. Infrastructure? I mean, this isn't like 2021. I don't think we're going to get the infrastructure. Like, remember the Build Back Better? That was what, I don't think we're going to have that this time. You never leased the car. Do you pay for maintenance? I mean, most stuff is under, we have to like pay to like oil change and tires and brakes. And then anything is usually covered under warranty. Oh, good short term? Yeah. I mean, the only disaster play is probably the insurance ones. And if anything, I would be bullish on insurance companies. Because what happens is everyone gets scared and then they sell it off. And then they go from there. Mm-mm. No, just visual. Well, good luck, man. Like I said, I've usually every experience as somebody telling me that I don't really fuck with them in the long run. Even like moo moo and random ass motherfuckers like that. So good luck. I just do it the right way, but I don't know what you'd expect from me. So good luck though, for real. I have become very jaded. January 19th, it's closed. So again, even on Inauguration Day, the market is actually going to be closed. That's the thing that sucks. Deutsche Bank plans about 10% raise in investment bank. Deutsche Bank said to plan raise below 10% in group bonus pool. Deutsche Bank to communicate why it's a bonuses. I thought they were going to talk about rate cuts. You found drivematch.com? I've never heard of that. If it's good, if it has shit like that, again, understanding like lease deals and the financing stuff, dude. Oh my gosh, it could save you a lot and it could get you something cool. So, big fan. Disney. Yeah. Oh, didn't the what's it called movie come out? Yo, Pfizer. Why is Pfizer rocketing up right now? Check Pfizer. Yeah, it's like 10 cents. It's not anything too big, but kind of been a minute. Thoughts, questions on announcement of, is there a big trial? Yeah, there was a trial this morning. Phase 3 met primary endpoint, the subcutaneous PD-1 blocker in bladder cancer. I didn't know that. They had really good news. No, there was a Pfizer phase 3, and they're saying like this will separate it from Merck. But yeah, they had a very good phase 3 on a cancer drug. Do I think the Fed cutting cycle is over? For a little bit, yeah. I mean, I just think it's going to be a weird game of trying to monitor inflation while juggling the, the politics of the politics and the Fed. My thoughts on Walgreens, or it did not go bad. It was good. People actually liked it a lot, even for their for the whole buyout thing. Yeah, Jamie, that 2-1 will work on that. It's just risky. That's it. That's the only problem with that Miami property. If you're right, I think you're going to get a good margin. But if you're wrong, you're going to get fucked. Like at a big margin. That's why I gave my offer where it's at. Because it's too risky. There's some terrible comps. And then there's like the expensive properties. But like, I don't know if you know the area that well. But you have to like know that. You have to make sure that is in a money area, but the range is wild. So that property is either on the higher end or it caps out on those higher ends. All right. And I need to go to the bathroom. We got to do push-ups in 15 minutes. So I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, and I'll be right back. Oh, nice.
Welcome back. We continue to watch the devastation in Southern California this morning. As you can see, a number of fires still burning in LA County and beyond. Nearly 30,000 total acres burned, with more than 10,000 structures destroyed. Insured losses estimated to top $20 billion. That's JP Morgan's number, although likely to rise. Businesses, communities just beginning to assess the total damage and the displacement and where to go from here. Joining us this morning, Los Angeles Latera Development CEO Charles Tortolot and Managing Director Chris Tortolot. Latera is one of the largest residential developers in Southern California with a total portfolio value of more than $3 billion. Gentlemen, thanks for the time today. I know this is a difficult week, and it's a crisis that's very much in motion, Charles. But at this point, I'm wondering if you think the city will emerge with a rebuilding mindset or whether people will be looking to exit.
Well, thanks for having us on your show. It is a fluid and dynamic time, absolutely. And I think that what we're experiencing now is going to be a rebuilding feeling among most of the folks that we know, and we're expecting that, and this is going to be more associated with the people on the ground. The politicians, I think, are going to be following right behind that. We hope. We haven't had a chance to get with them firsthand, but the rebuilding is going to need to be addressed through hopefully an expedited process, and that's yet to be seen.
But before we can even think about rebuilding, I mean, we're in this crisis moment, Chris. What the scale and the size of the damage here, and any of your developments affected?
Yeah, the scale is massive, right? Fortunately, none of our developments were affected by the fires. There was some minor wind damage, right? With 100-mile-an-hour winds, which is really unprecedented in my lifetime. But if you look at it, $57 billion in economic loss, 180,000 people had to evacuate, another 200,000 people in pre-evacuation orders, thousands of homes lost. We had friends who lost their homes in the Palisades, in the schools, everything gone. It's very sad. And it's important to remember that while the fires were in the Palisades and Malibu and Altadena and Hollywood, it impacted people across all socioeconomic classes, including small business owners, nurses, teachers, everybody. So the devastation has been very significant.
I wonder where people are living with so many homes destroyed right now. I would imagine, Charles, if you have a listing on the market in an area that was unaffected in LA, like those are flying over ask.
They are. It's really difficult, I think, now for folks to find places to live. Apartments, hotels, they're all full. And we're getting feedback that we're actually going to offer some of our vacant apartments, which are soon to be full, as a way to contribute to the community to the fire victims, but it's a problem that is now emerging as people are going far and wide now to find places to live.
Yeah, and just to add to that, you talk about a couple thousand people without a place to live. If you look at all of West Los Angeles and you include all apartments and all single-family homes, there's only about 2,000 vacancies total, right? And only about 10% of that, which is about 200 units, are three
Honestly,
bedrooms.
this is probably the
There's a
best
lot of
thing for
families
LA
that have
real
been
estate.
impacted. They're looking for a place
Dude,
to
LA
live.
real estate was
Just
not
the other
doing
day,
as
I
well.
saw in Mar Vista, single-family home was renting for $30,000.
So now
a month.
inventory's even worse.
That should be renting, 3,000 units. 3,000 square feet. That should be renting for $12,000. So that's like a 3x. So there's some price gouging going on, which is really unfortunate.
Well, it's a wealthy community.
Right. Yeah,
Charles,
yeah, it is.
When you think about the friction that the area is going to face in the coming years, really, is it about insurance? Or is it about financing in general as banks sort of reassess risk?
The realtor
or is it
started the
something more
fire? That's
pedestrian,
crazy.
like manpower and contracting know-how and materials, that kind of thing?
I think it's a combination, Carl, of all of that. The financing is where it all starts, at least in our business. And so ground-up new construction has been constrained now for some time as it is. And now with costs relating to insurance and interest rates are high, but insurance is for sure going to add to the difficulty to rebuild or build anything new anymore. And so the constrained housing market will get worse, right? So less housing, more demand, and so it only gets worse. So the cost to live will go up. It's just has to.
Is insurance going to be viable in Southern California with the frequency and the severity of these wildfires increasing like this?
Well, so it's important to bifurcate it for homeowners. If you're looking to live in a wildfire zone, you're looking at a 2x. Our insurance consultant has indicated in your insurance cost.
Yeah, no, there's
which
a
is very
lot of tin
significant.
with it.
If you don't live in a wildfire zone, which is a lot of LA, the insurance increase will be relatively insignificant. For commercial owners,
Lending
like
tips
apartment
is they
buildings,
just
hotels,
halted
malls,
all
office
funding in
buildings,
LA right now.
Laterra's asset classes. We're not expecting
LT's
much of an
telling
insurance
me
increase, if any at all.
all
Those are different
loans, you
carriers
can't
than
fund a
is
loan in Los
homeowners
Angeles
insurance.
right
So
now.
Probably no impact.
You have to
there,
wait
but
till an
so it sort of
inspector
depends.
comes out and make
Gentlemen,
that's what
market's
happened when
gonna
I
be
bought my house in
struggling to get
2018 out
their
there.
arms around this in the coming weeks and months. We hope you'll come back and help us out. That's great insight and intelligence. Charles and Chris Tortolot, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
When we come back, President-elect Trump pushing to end.
Interesting. How should the bonds are reacting to something else. I mean, really, the question: do fires and stuff like this will it lead to inflation? So that would be your thing you could ask. But I don't think the bonds get affected in that sense directly. They're more responding to the data and Trump and all of that. About Baidu, yeah, I like it. It's below where I got it now. Again, remember, we bought it and then it went up like 17% and then came back down. So I like the price, but I have not used my deposit yet for this month, for the beginning of the year. So there's a couple of names out there we've been looking at. So we will see. Lumber, yeah, but remember, lumber was dropping earlier. It was like popping and locking. Baidu over Baba, yeah, because Baidu's cheaper. So if Baba went lower, I'm still green on Baba, believe it or not. So if Baba went lower, I'd probably maybe grab more Baba. But if Baba's still up and then Baidu's the cheap one, I'm probably going to go at Baidu. But right now, there's a lot of names I want. I want Intel. I want Baidu. I want NVO. I want Hershey's. Maybe I'll get pizza. Maybe MO for the dividend. You know, there's a lot right now. And then three-quarters of this market is just worried about invisible shit that may or may not come true. So, and then rates are still at 4 something. So we'll chill for a little bit, but I got a lot. Oh, yeah, UPS, that's another one, even Pfizer. So, yeah, just take it little by little. Let's get to that milestone, the inauguration, and then see where it takes us. Russians in Gostrock insurer warns that U.S. sanctions heighten the risk of environmental disasters. Oh. Square and Toes. Those are good ones, too. Yeah, I think they already ran. Insurance. If I was going to pay the insurance, it would just be a flip off of them, like, selling off. And then that's it. About a house? No, I got a lot of those. So like I said, try to give me more details, you guys, if you want me to know what you're talking about. So if you sent me an email, try to give me something identifying. But I got a couple of house emails. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. I think the Stream Alerts link is broken. I don't know why. Yeah. Aren't insurance payouts backed by bonds? Some of them, but did not they're not backed by government bonds. You know what I'm saying? Not all of them. So they kind of do their own thing, or they collateralize it, and then some of the collateral could be a bond. So, but again, I mean, it's 150. Let me put it this way. This is what I've been trying to say for months. This is why the dollar move and all of this weird. Let me put it this way. You ready? This week, so like 4 days ago till today, Janet Yellen has sold more bonds than how much it will take to rebuild LA at the current estimate. Apple flushing. Yo, fat Apple candle at the low. Mm-hmm. Oh, unmastered beats. Let me double check on those. I think most of them I sent, or yeah, let me see. Is there one? As long I have ones with only one tag in it. If any of them have more than like one tag, then I should have another version. Ming, Apple may face severe challenges in 2025. So Ho Chi Minh tweeting about Apple. Is his name Ho Chi Minh? Yeah. I'm probably like butchering how it sounds, but that's how it's spelled. Is it Ho Chi Minh? Apple, because again, that one Chinese analyst, you've seen him before. He moves this shit a lot. Anytime he gives like an update, people react. So he just tweeted that Apple's going to struggle in 2025. And then Dollar Tree on the high. SPY still near the low. Again, bonds chilling, but watch your boy, the yen. That calmed down too. Oh, Ho Chi Minh, not Ming. Minh. Yeah, you're getting Russian comments too. Apple's in correction. Is it Apple down 10%? No. Bro, I swear Apple is just killing it. Oh, shit. You're right. Yeah, bro, like 260 to 230. You are down almost 10% on the beginning of the year. I mean, a little bit before. Yeah, that's crazy. They did the beginning of the year. I mean, obviously, they're not into the lows, but a couple of companies did this to start off the year. They just either sold or ran up. Well, yeah, Apple isn't doing too good. Tap on the low. I got Dollar Tree on the high, but again, Apple is probably going to look at the low taker. So you're near, and then guess what? NASDAQ's down 2. SPY's down 168. So guess what? Anything more from here is a little outside of the range, believe it or not. So again, we were pricing like 1 to 1.5. You're at like 1.67 right now. So again, the consumer sentiment wasn't good. The jobs data was not good for the market, but you're a little bit overshooting now, so we'll see. Well, no, it could get a little crazier. I mean, remember, you are below 580. You're below. These are some of the, remember those freak out zones I gave you guys a couple of days ago. So you broke the 584, and now we're breaking even below the last Thursday low. I don't even know where the next level is, bro. Yeah, hold on. Oh, yeah, next level is the gap fill, 576. 576 to like 575.21. People that, but then again, we're looking at like 2.5%, I think, if we get there, or like 2.2. More than 200 passengers evacuate Delta jet on tarmac as the Atlanta airport after engine issue prompts an aborted takeoff. Hot dog. Okay. Oh, wait. Push-ups. So get ready. Give it 15 more minutes. It'll be Europe closed soon, too. You want to look at NVIDIA? Sure. What up, Jake from State Farm? State Darm. Capistrano rules out 25% U.S. tariffs on Mexico short term. About the TTF real estate being down. Yeah, I think it'll be up in like 24 hours. They have to just update the SSL. But yeah, I think it takes some time. What's good, baby? Platinum and gold. I have not even looked, bro. You're going to grab MGC, P&L 985. Are you playing platinum? I like gold. As long as gold doesn't break 2,500, it should stay up. If it does break, though, it gets worrisome. But I have not looked at platinum in relation, to be honest with you. Very interesting. But yeah, as long as, I don't know how high gold will go, but as long as gold does not drop below like 2,500, I think it should maintain. And gold is the weird one because with like inflation, the economy, it's holding up, even though the dollar is near all-time highs. Remember, do you guys remember, never in history has gold in the stock market been up 25% or more at the same time. So that's still continuing. So last year it did that, but once again, to even start off the year, gold is up, the dollar is up, the SPY is kind of up. So yeah, so I still think gold is a very crucial part to everything going on, but I have not connected it to any other commodity like platinum. Yeah, NVIDIA and Apple will keep. DATS is going up. I feel like I keep seeing that again. SPY near the low. And then it's Euro close, baby. So, Chatadonia. Oh, I hope you're having a good Friday. Oh, I had an intense leg day the other day. So now you need to get up and move your body, baby. Let's go. Is there an earthquake? Or am I tripping? I think I'm tripping. All right, man. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. But stand up and move around, baby. Stand up and move around. Woo! Okay. Oh. No, Intel does not pay a dividend. They cut it temporarily. Yeah, man, move around. Chest to the sun. Just get the body moving. Stay active. I don't know. Have you guys started? I feel like a lot of people did start off the year pretty active. I found a couple of y'all in the gym. Y'all, that was your New Year's journey. So I don't know, man. You're going to sit here for 7 hours. You might as well move around a little bit. If you do anything an hour a day, Consistently, you might just get more progress than ever imaginable. Little by little. Oh, man. Woo, I'm sore. New diet, new activities. Let's go, baby. Diet is good. Diet is good. Oh. The smoke is decent. It's not like the more you go up towards like Orange County and LA, it gets bad. I mean, it's just like a little smoke, like foggy, but it could be a lot worse. It's really not bad yet. I think it might get worse. But so far, it's been chill. Oh, yeah, ash. Mm-hmm. It takes a couple of days. The other fires, it's bad air for like a week. Oh, man. Oh, man. There's stores and gas stations in Cali. People are panic buying. Nah. I haven't. I mean, I'm telling you, we're kind of used to this shit. But that's why I didn't. That's why I underreacted. But like remember when we were watching that little tsunami warning? And you guys, and I was like, it's weird. I was like, why are the Californians actually leaving the beach? We usually, like, we have earthquakes. We have that. Like, most people are very jaded by it. But then that one was just bad. This is like one of the worst fires in a very, very long time. So, but most people didn't really care. And then all of a sudden it happened. But I don't think it's one of those things where, you know, people go and rush and panic buy supplies. Mm-hmm. Have you seen the video of Adam Carolla saying the folks are going to wait months to rebuild? I haven't, but I mean, that would kind of make sense. I mean, we've talked about building regulations and how that's affected real estate. Apple's still selling, so that's going down a little lower. You called the number to volunteer for firefighters. It's been busy for 3 days. Oh, yeah, huh? I saw that. They had a number to call. Are hotels packed in San Diego? Not really. I mean, people could go anywhere. Like, it's not. Some people went north. Some people went to Vegas. I know a lot of people that went to Vegas. They just took it as a vacation. Some people went to Mexico. So, yeah. But it's not anything crazy. Just traffic. It seems like there's just more traffic. Have you heard the fires were intentional? I mean, let's be real. I feel like we live in a world where every time something bad happens, you're always going to hear it was intentional. When was the last time something happened and we didn't be like, oh my gosh, they did it on purpose? I can't even remember the last time something happened and we were all just sad or like took it in and didn't like try to blame like a nefarious reason. But yeah, are people already pointing fingers and just like the Maui fire and everything else, you know, they're like, where you go? There was somebody who was starting fires though. After the first like 4 were started, there was some little kid like running around starting fires, and then they beat his ass up, and then the citizens are like they held him till they could get him arrested. So yeah, but it's bad, bro. It was a mix of the energy, not the energy, the wind, the fire, poor planning, all of it. And then I think a lot of people just didn't really prepare, even like myself, like where some people just didn't really care about it. Dude, it's like the Wild West out there. Like, I don't know if you guys realize. Like, it's straight up, like, you're getting looters. People are starting fires to steal shit. People are already talking about it. The cops aren't responding to everything because they have, like, they're trying to increase police presence because people are getting scared, but it's just, dude, it's literally Gotham right now. It's just on fire, and you have some people trying to leave, trying to be safe, trying to help out. Then you got some people trying to rob, other people going full Luigi, and they're like, yeah, let it burn. There's a lot of stuff going on, man. So it's kind of wild. Lost Gotham. You think darkness is your ally? The fires in Calabasas. Well, that's after the first like 4 or 5, people just start literally. Some people, I'm not blaming the government. I mean, like legitimately individuals. Like this is confirmed. They actually started fires themselves. Like one of them, I think that one on the Eaton one, right before, wasn't it a house fire too? One of them was started because the house got lit on fire, not because of like an ember. It was like an internal house fire. So it's terrible. But there is a lot of it's just crazy out there right now. This is near the all-time high for yuan, but I mean, back in the day, the yuan used to be a lot weaker. So maybe a multi-year high, but maybe not all-time. I think a lot of people burn shit for insurance, but it's sad. I think one house out there probably got lit on fire because they couldn't afford it, and then people just leave their cars. They leave their leases that they don't want to pay for, but at the end of the day, it's just like, it's just wild out there. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like Gotham. Like, you have a giant fire, people responding to a crisis. Some people are genuinely responding to it. Some people are being opportunists, and then it's just like, it's nuts. It's like, I'm telling you, like, this is the biggest fire in decades. Of this part of the country, and like I've lived through a pretty big fires before, and like that's what I'm saying. I'm glad this isn't in San Diego. I hope it doesn't spread, and that's the thing. It might, but this is one of the biggest fires, and it's like, damn, even seeing this with like just where we're at socially in society, dude. People, again, I've seen a lot of good things and heartwarming. A lot of people came together to help, but then you got people just like opportunism at its finest, even down to the real estate investors already offering on the land. But even then, it's going to be difficult. All of it, it's weird, bro. You just got power in Venice yesterday. I think there's a map, so it could spread to Orange County. I think it could get to like Hemet or Temecula. And then that's it. It's not expected to go into like southern, like San Diego, but the path of the wind like blows like throughout OC to Riverside, and then it curls back into the ocean around like Hemet, Temecula, and then that's it. So we'll see, but if no one starts another fire or anything else, we should be good, but yeah. You're in OC, no smoke? Well, good. I hope not. This is the first and second biggest fire in LA? Yeah. This happens, though. Like, back in the day, like, I think there was, like, a 1930 fire in Malibu and a couple of other ones. I remember the 2018 one. But this one's definitely, it's shockingly large, and the damage has already surpassed a lot, and it just kind of got freaky. Whirlpool. Yeah, Whirlpool's been killing it. Uber's on the high, too. Stellantis reduced inventory by 100,000 units last year ahead of schedule, U.S. executives say. Goldman expects Fed to deliver a total of 50 basis points of cuts this year after the data. Prior forecast was 75. Or I think from last night to today, things got a little bit more in control, but I don't think there's any fire that is more than 27% contained. I think. Hey, well, the live streams hope it will not end it, and hopes it will. Wait, what would end it? The fire? I'll leave. What do you mean? I'm gonna go straight to Vegas if there's a fire down here. I'm out. Why would I? Dude, I would never. I'm gone, bro. I'm gone. I'm gonna go to the beach in Mexico. But thank you, my friend. Nah, we be good. God willing. God willing, though. I have 4 backup homes. Is that a bad thing? I deserve to die and lose everything then, huh? Love it. And technically, you actually have no idea what I own. So don't forget that either. You technically, I don't think you even know. Yeah, I don't think so. No, you might be wrong. You might be wrong. Hatch Act. No, but it's good. If any of you need a place, let me know. I mean, a couple of chads reached out. I did my best to help out how I could. I got Fam and Tamek, warned them to be ready. They should be good, but if not, it sucks though because I have houses around that area. I have a Airbnb like for Escondido. That's one I was offering people to stay at if they needed it. So it'd suck if people went there and then it fucking spread. The cabin, yeah, they're fine. Oh my god, that's funny. And bro, my one homie from like back in the day, I've known this guy for like 10 years, 15 years. He is all over the news. So if you see like a white like pothead looking kid in Malibu saving all of the fires, that's the homie. He's a Chad. He's all over the news right now. In 2018, me and him drove to the Malibu one. I had to bitch out though because he was like, "Let's drive in it." I'm like, "You crazy white boy." Oh yeah. No, bro. Dude, my girl just sent me. She's like, "Isn't this your friend?" They put him on fucking CNN. He's like, he goes around and he pours water on all the houses. He's crazy. He's like a crazy like surfer, but like he's born and raised there. So he's like, this is his home, bro. That's why I say he's one of the people who lost the place. I was so sad. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see. That's crazy, bro. That's wild. I lose any rentals? No. I mean, again, I don't have too much LA exposure. I only have the like one or two, the one that we had back in the day that I would live in. But yeah, it's not. Everybody I know out there lost everything. It's really, really sad. Like I can't even like. I thought it was a joke, dude. But like I'm telling you, everybody I know, at least I'd say 3/4 of the people I know have lost a house out there. My Airbnbs, they weren't up until, again, I was giving away shit yesterday. That's what I was saying, like from last night or like yesterday, the night before that till yesterday. So I had Airbnbs that were empty, and now I got like one left. And then some people would need it, and then they're like, okay, we're just gonna go here. And then other people were fine, but now they're practically full. I still have one spot available, I think. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, no, they canceled people's insurance. I know. Again, somebody I know, they said one of their houses burned down, and it was like in the process of like getting built, so the insurance wasn't fully cut. It's fucked. And then there was another one. I don't know. Did you guys see that story of the 90-year-olds? That one broke my heart. There was a 92-year-old couple, and their house is paid off. They're 92 years old, and like a month or 90 days ago, Wells Fargo cut their insurance, and then the house burned down. And then, yeah, that's it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro, it's terrible. Because you guys got to realize it's more likely to. So do you guys not... You want my tinfoil? I'll give you my tinfoil if you want my tinfoil. But I don't like the tinfoil on... It's just sad, bro. I'm like... I don't know. This one hits very close to home. So, like I'm saying, I mean, people I know and I've been... Like, my whole life, they're losing everything. And then, damn, it's... I mean, it's 2 hours from me, but... It's good. Morgan Stanley says U.S. jobs report should reduce the probability of near-term Fed cuts. I guess I won't even call it tinfoil, but let me just let me put it this way. The houses, so you guys know how 60% of the houses in America, they have no mortgage, right? Do you guys know that? I don't know. That's what I've always told you guys with inventory and interest rates. Over half of the homes in America, they don't have a payment on them. Did you know that? If you don't, now you know. Go look it up. Literally, over half of the homes in the United States of America, they don't have a payment. Yeah, it's people bought them, they've lived them. Like, that's why I keep telling you guys, you young mother effers, stop being, just buy a house. You're going to get old, dog. You're going to have a, maybe it's expensive now. Yeah, anyways, but so half of those homes, more than half, do not have a mortgage payment. So guess what? If your house doesn't have a mortgage, you are more likely to not have insurance on it, believe it or not. I know that may sound weird, but why? Does anybody know? So think about it. More than half of the houses are paid off in America, but I think more than half of them are not insured. Why? Exactly. You get it. It's because it's not required. So here's the irony. If you buy a home on a mortgage and you borrow money from the bank, you are required to pay for home insurance because it's the bank's house pretty much, so you got to pay to insure it. But now, if there's no bank involved in your property, it's a personal decision to go and buy insurance. So most people, they don't have a mortgage payment. You know, they lived in this house. They bought it for 50 grand, 100 grand, whatever. Depending on where they live, a lot of people don't end up buying insurance. That's why I think it's like 30 to 50% of the homes don't have insurance, believe it or not. So, yeah. And that's where it's just like, unfortunately, you guys could come up with all things, but there's uninsured houses that are burning down, and that's the part where those people are taking the total loss, which is terrible. Seems crazy to not get insurance. Tell that to Luigi. But too soon? Oh, my bad. They'll still own the land, yeah. But then too, like, I know LA, and I hate them. At least the government and the building over there, because they will make it a nightmare. If you don't think they will condemn that land and even require that the owner pay for cleanup, you would be surprised. So that's what I would expect. I think some of them might even become toxic, and the government's not going to let you have to pay to clean it up, and most of these people won't be able to afford it, and then they're going to sell it to whoever ends up willing to do it. It's terrible. Cleanup is that much? It just depends. I mean, it depends what happens. You know, do you have to clear the structure? What happens to the land? Like, just what sort, or do you have to remove trees and then to make sure the soil can be rebuilt on, and then getting everything else? So it's like, who knows? It could be it's Pandora's box. You have no idea. And then you add the regulation that you guys are talking about. Bro, it's crazy. Think if you invested, you could. That's the way to do it. You just buy a 30-year bond and then attach that to your house pretty much. But yeah, it's still, most people don't do it. I mean, they don't know. And then again, once you have your house paid off, if you don't want any sort of payment, I mean, a lot of people just avoid insurance. It's crazy, bro, but sad reality. Too much bearish takes in positions makes the market crash premiums. I mean, it's simple, like I've been saying all week. If the bonds break, we're going to die. If they don't, we're going to bounce, and then that's it. So you don't have to get too caught up in anybody's, bias. It's simple. If the bonds cascade, you're going to have a really big problem. Look around the world right now with everything else. But if that all levels out, and then inauguration, and we're good, then that's it. So it could go either way. I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet. I did think the jobs are going to be strong and we'd have some downside, but like we've been talking about, we need to see what those bonds do, but I don't think you need to complicate it. So, and even if people are talking and there's a lot of opinion, I think you could cut through it a lot. You meant cascade upper? Yeah, like I just mean like a very velocity move breaking the previous high of the yields. Just like I'm telling you, I could pull up a 20-year chart, and any time this happens, we get volatility. Like, no exaggeration. So if we break the previous high from 23, we have a problem. The bigger the break, the bigger the downside. The smaller the break, the smaller the downside. But any time from like 08, 05, even 2013, 2016, 2019, 21 to 22, 23, it's every single time. So, and now with how the other factors are playing out, I think it's really easy. So, if we don't break, no problem. If we do break, you're going to get volatility. This is on the 10-year yield. You could use TLT, though, but I do look at the 10-year, but I'm telling you, this isn't rocket science. Like, yeah, we could get real deep into it. I could even show you the spreads and everything, but I'm just telling you, like, look at it. Like, it's not, you don't need to complicate this. You have lived through this. Most of you, if you have any sort of badge in here, a year badge, you've seen it at least one time in your life as of recently. That's what I'm saying. It happened last year in October in 23, not 24, excuse me. We just started the year. But it happened in 23, it happened in 22, it happened in 2019, 2020, or even after COVID. It happened right before COVID, happened 2 years before COVID, and then it happened 3 years before that, which was 3 years after the recovery, and then it happened in 08 and then right before 08. So just every single time, especially with how we watched in the short term, people responding to inflation, it's doing it exactly the same, even to the point where good news and bad news dynamic has already came back. So like I'm saying, I want you guys to have info, but I don't want you to get bogged down, and I don't want you to be so scared and reactionary, because you don't need to be. It's just very simple. Pay attention and be aware of it right now. But if the bonds break and they really run, we're going to get big downside, and then vice versa. If the bonds hit that like 83, they hit the high, but then they don't break and then they bounce, then you're going to be good to go. And I don't think all of this volatility was just nonsense. So, yeah. You have water. So that's the thing. They don't use the ocean water because the salt water damages the equipment, they say. And then they also have, what's it called? They said it's because of the wildlife. Corn 154 versus estimate of 167. Soybeans 380 versus 480. Wheat, what happened? All of the agriculture numbers just came in really low. So I know I got a couple people here trading ag. All of them just missed. Everything from wheat. Actually, wheat beat by 1 million. Cotton was a little higher, but corn and soybeans were like 100 million off. Yeah, the salt water is bad for the land. So it's not just that, but I don't know. We can't remove the salt from the ocean. No, I don't. Desalinization. You know that used to be the penny stock pump? I'm gonna age myself. I'm no lie, bro. Like almost 20 years ago, that was like a penny stock pump. I remember it. No, straight up. I remember there's one. It was like a desalinization stock, and it got pumped, and they were pumping like desalinization of the ocean, and yeah, that shit went up like 1,000% until they issued stocks. What would it take, like deflation, like in China, to happen? You would need everybody to be sad. That's it. Like I said earlier, all it would take would be something bad happens, the government stimulates, but then the stimulus doesn't work. So like literally just imagine COVID. If after COVID and they gave out the money, closed down the economy, handed everybody checks, right? The stock market and everything ended up booming 6 months later, right? But imagine if COVID got worse or everybody was too scared and nobody wanted to buy stuff, right? And then even after they stimulated, the economy was still closed and nobody went back to buying houses or anything. What do you think would have happened? That would have been the start of deflation. because then you would have thrown out all of this money, didn't get the stimulus, and now people's sentiment is lower, money supply, and now the typical tools aren't working. And then before you know it, even though there's all this money, people aren't using it, it will strengthen the dollar and prices will come down rapidly. But usually, like that, because that's what's happening in China. That's it. China was great. China still makes a lot of money. A lot of people don't realize that. China's bigger than all of Europe, right? I don't know if you guys are aware, but you know what I'm saying? Like literally, like China is bigger than the whole entire European economy. They're making, even after their weakness. So it's like they make a lot of money and they bring it there, but what happened? All of a sudden they cracked down in the way they behaved. Your homeboy, Xi Jinping, he really turned people off, and then their decline was so bad, and they literally welded people inside of buildings that even though they stimulate now, people don't believe them. The sentiment is poor. The people want to get out of this stock market, even though the government's trying to say, hey, here's free money, we'll ban short selling. And the people, every time they get money, they want to throw it under their mattress and buy gold and not gamble. And that's very different than the last 5 to 10 years. You give money to poor people, they spend it. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. Eventually that stops. Don't let the arrogance get the best of you, because that's exactly what happens. Is that it doesn't matter. People lost so much in China, rich or poor. When they're getting this money now and stimulus, they're not doing what they did last time. Their world has changed. You know what I'm saying? So one of these days, the V is not going to go back up and your worldview is going to change. For now, your worldview is every dip gets bought back up. One day in the next 100 years, it's not. And then that's going to be your deflation. This is the year. Well, maybe. I've always said it. Sadly, China leads us. I said this last year. That's the only real terrifying thing, is that if China is really going through deflation, then that means it's one step closer to us than not. I don't know why. I would never think that just because it happened to them, it won't happen to us. Oh, hell no. I think it's more likely now that it happened to them. Oh, and then Delta cancels about 500 flights for January 10th. How do people lose money if China is making more than Europe? Because their economic activity is big. Like, imagine it's state-owned and all of it. It doesn't mean that it's making these people like that much richer. And then on top of that, any money people make, they're not consuming. So do you remember 08? Do you guys remember 08 to 2010? People were making money in 2010, even 2013, but then they weren't spending it anymore. Do you remember that? The money wasn't flowing. So just like China, there's some people making a lot of money, but now everybody who's getting money, they're not going out and spending it again like they would. So again, it's a state-owned enterprises. They still export. I think all the factories, they could still have a huge GDP and huge exports, but they're not spending the money. Yeah, exactly. That's why the currency, that's why they're getting the deflation. It was just like 08. Oh, we did that in 08, in 2010. I vividly remember people had money, but now after going through such loss, you're like, you know what? I might save it instead of trying to spend it real quick or remodel my house or buy a fourth house or something. And yeah. And then it's not bad. China problems are due to Evergrande. No, I think it's due to Xi Jinping. I would not underestimate that. I think China, even with Evergrande, if you didn't have Xi Jinping turn into an asshole, China would be the number one right now in the world, in my opinion. That's it. The people want to spend, bro. They wanted to gamble. They have so much money. It's just Xi Jinping, that social prosperity thing. Like, again, you and I, we were complaining about Fauci. We were complaining about here. He literally welded people's building doors shut. He disappeared Jack Ma, and like he cracked down on everything. You know what I'm saying? He went full blown, the worst you ever thought Trump or Biden could be. He did that combined. And then he said, no, I'm not. No, we need equality. Fuck the economy. That right there was the leadership was enough, I think. I think they could have withstood Evergrande. You see what I'm saying? Because the real estate was all bad, but they could have spurred their way out of it. But now people don't believe in the stimulus because they're scared of Xi Jinping. It doesn't matter what you say you're going to give me if I know this guy in 3 years is just going to take it all away again randomly if he thinks I play too much video games. Again, they banned video games, for crying out loud, in the last 4 years. It's just weird shit, and he went heavy on, again, social prosperity. Trying to control. Yeah, I could see that, but whatever they're doing, it's creating this. It's not. It's why people like America. It's just whatever they're doing, you can't really trust it as much, and that's why people get sad. You're saying all this, but why are you buying China? Because I'm not going to buy the Nvidia that's up. What am I telling you? Their economy is good. They're making a lot of money. My only problem with China is you just need the people to stop being so fearful. My problem's not the economy. My problem's not the sales. Do you know that Alibaba and Baidu, I think both of them have half as much cash as their market cap? Their valuations are less than 20% now of America. So, yeah, I think the price to risk is already low there. I could still lose in China, but I'm only 20% away from the floor as opposed to 100. But I believe in their economy. I don't think they're going to – it's the second largest one in the world still. So, but I just think it's going to take some time. But I'm aware of both sides, but that is a value I'm going to take with a risk management approach. I'm not going to put more than 10% of my money there. And if not, I think it's a great exposure on the other side, especially with everything too. You'll take Nvidia all day? Well, yeah, most people will. Let me ask you this. Do most people buy stocks when they are up or down? So I'm not surprised that you want to buy Nvidia over China, but I didn't get here by buying things at all-time highs. It was literally buying the shit when nobody wants it, like real estate, stocks, all of it. So nobody wants China. I want that. Like I'm saying, I'll take my risk and I'll do that. By the time people want China, maybe I'll want Nvidia, but that's kind of the idea. You've seen it for years, though. Again, Meta, Netflix, everything in the long term, pretty much. Civil unrest. I just think they need to chill. You need Xi Jinping to chill, and hopefully Trump doesn't make it worse. Have I loaded Intel? We did. That was one of our end of the year ones, and then I grabbed some last year too. But yeah, I like all of them. I said that last year. A lot of them played out. 2 of them missed, but generally, I'm gonna go for the good value names. Yeah, I don't think Nvidia is bad. I got a good monopoly, but don't forget what happened last inflation cycle. So now if everybody's starting to get worried about inflation, I showed it today. How many people bought these things at high prices? If you buy a house, it could be in the best neighborhood in the world. But if you overpay, you're still going to get clapped. I think Nvidia is the best company in the world right now. I would never touch it at this price. Because if anything bad happens and we come down here, you will still be down 30% while the stock is up 1,700% or something like that. So that's kind of where I'm getting at. I'm just going for the value. You just got an evacuation warning. Well, get out. Yeah, Dylan, you're focusing on like, I was just throwing that in there as like I said, for crying out loud. I think you took that, you highlighted one sub point as the main thing. There was some detail. They didn't fully ban it. If you need me to correct that for you, but I think you're really clinging to that one. Good value options? Oh, I don't know. NVO. I like NVO for long term. XPAV on the high. I've only seen 2 China names up today. Win. Yeah, NVO is not American. I heard people talking about that Joe Rogan clip, but I haven't seen it, no. Danish. AMD. I like them a little better. But I'm going to... Again, a lot of these are up, you guys. So it's just the same. My mentality has not changed at all. So if y'all heard me last year, everything, I'm sure we'll do it again. But you guys might have another year of me just kind of reminding you every month that I don't want anything that is up a lot. Because look around. Come on, you guys. Look around. You mean to tell me bond yield's about to go to 5? Everybody's scared about what's going to happen with inflation or not. You got wars and fires and, oh, come on. You know what I'm saying? And you want me to go buy the stock that was a year ago at $50? You want me to buy it at 200 or something? You know what I'm saying? So this might be one of our opportunities, but essentially, I mean, AMD's at 2020. Like, if we start getting into the sub like 100s on these, like, yeah, why not? But till then, like, that's it. I'm gonna just be chilling, man. I'm gonna just be chilling. We'll go little by little. Just filter. Well, yeah, or just be patient too. That's what I'm saying. I'm just like, whoa, if anything, we get any repricing, like, that's it. But I'm just not trying to, like, I don't know. I hope you guys, it should not be surprising why somebody like me wants China. Again, I'm not going all in. I'm telling you 10%. And then the rest of everything, when I'm like, yo, buy it when it's down. Buy it when it's down. I mean, I don't think, this year especially, I don't think that's illogical. Like, looking around and now all of it, I'm like, man, why not? Like, but hey, we have gone years of people, you know, you could go after momentum and it's not a bad strategy, but it's not bad until it does turn bad. You know, right? Like, you could have bought AMD and other names in there, but as long as it's not going bad, it'll work out for you. But if it does flip, then that's the problem. U.S., France, and Germany warn Syria over recent appointment of foreign jihadists to armed forces. Or market structure. I mean, not really. I know how things move and, like, my looking at it, but I'm not, especially for my long term, I'm not really making decisions off that. The unemployment numbers are really good, and therefore good news is bad news. ZB and 6J, big plays. Whenever I do, I'll let you know. But again, we need this situation. You guys, you're dealing with this with me, bro. All we have reacted to is propaganda changing expectations. Otherwise, until I get the inauguration, I don't think anything has really happened, sadly. So that's why, I'll let you know whenever we get more clarity on it all. But I think the dollar, the bonds, and all of that is firmly in focus. But I know what, I just don't know when. China names Baba and Baidu exclusively. And Win if you want America-China exposure. I kind of like that one a lot. Josh said if Trump wins, they're going to tank the economy. Yeah, that was one expectation, and then I also said it's going to rally until inauguration, and then pretty much for that around either right before or around inauguration, we're looking for the sell the rip. And then the dollar, I told you the dollar was going to go up. That's exactly what happened. I told you Europe is going to front run and cause inflation. That's exactly what happened. The regionals and the ARC. I told you to sell. That's the one I fucked up on. The one thing I told you and I didn't do it. I told y'all to sell this fucking rip and I got greedy. That's it. I got fucking greedy. I wanted $3,000 instead of $1,500 on my TLT. I should have fucking sold it. I knew it too. That was the only one that I predicted and I didn't execute on it because that one was there and I was vivid. I was explicitly saying it, but yeah, other than that though, everything is playing very well to what we were talking about in advance. That's why I feel comfortable, but then there is some perplexing stuff that is occurring, like the dollar little flip-flop, and then again, the Fed is being weird, and it does seem like they want to hand him a shitstorm, but above all else, you don't have to get tinfoily, you don't have to be a jackass, just inauguration, like I've been saying. And then now we watch the bonds and play that game as well, too. So it's been good, though, so I hope all of this has some continuity for you guys to follow. Used car prices. You don't know. That wasn't even the scam. The scam in used cars for the young generation is that they got these mother effers to buy EVs. You don't remember I told you that? I was like, man, I feel bad. Like, dude, if you bought a brand new EV in the last couple of years and that was your first car, you lost so much money. It's insane. It's like literally, like it's one thing that cars are up, but you got a lot of younger people to adopt a very expensive technology that gets dated very quickly. Like, again, I think you would have been better off in most instances with a Civic than an EV in terms of value as your first car. Yeah, and car insurance prices, for real. Tell them. Dang, if today's decline holds, today will be the fourth 1% drop for the S&P in 10 trading days since Christmas. Wow. They weren't like, I don't know though. They just got the young generation. I bought a Model S almost 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like LT Lending Tips should have been a fucking liberal the way he was buying Teslas back in the day. It's actually hilarious, but when I think about it, I'm like, dude, this is 10, 15 years down the line, but then it was just a lot of people bought those, and it was getting, I don't know, man, that EV wave was heavy in 21, 22, but that's it. I now just looking at the depreciation. I've always warned you of this though, so if you have had to listen to me, I have given you a warning from day one. I think used Teslas are great. If you buy the depreciation, even better. But if you're the one who buys it and has to get it depreciated, that's where you kind of get clapped a little bit. The Cybertruck? No, not. I don't, dude. I've only driven it like 5 times maybe. I don't drive the Teslas. The Teslas is all for the real estate, LT, and anybody else on that team. They use it and they drive them around. We got an advertisement on the truck. I don't like EVs. Like, it does not work with my life because I drive a lot. So I go back and forth between a lot of places and I just can't. I don't have time to sit in charge. And then if I forget to charge at my house, and then, yeah, I don't have time for that. Following politician trades, I mean, it works. Until they change how corrupt it is, honestly, I think you're better off doing that, to be honest with you. I think you will make more money copying politicians verbatim without any deviation than trying to randomly pick options. I'm not even kidding. I mean, if you just straight up buy the shares that they buy, I think you will make at least 20% probably, if not more. Not a recommendation, but I just think it's too corrupt. That's all I'm saying. It's not. I used to doubt it a little bit more, but for years, it's not. It's getting worse. That's why I'm telling you guys to get into damn politics. So yeah, I think if you're gonna stick to it, you'll do good on that, and you don't have to waste your time with anything else. PayPal could be because of rates. Otherwise, I don't know. You say it takes an hour to charge. I had somebody, I forgot who this was. They were telling me apparently, like, the Kias, in the next couple of years, the Kias are expected to be able to charge in 9 minutes. So whatever set of battery tech they're working on and chargers, they're saying that a Kia on the next model should be able to. I don't know. I haven't verified this. Homeboy told me this. I forgot who this was, and I was like, what? And it caught my eye, or caught my attention, but I was like, interesting. I've never heard that, but yeah, solid state battery. I think that's what he said. But they said 9 minutes. That would be a game changer. That I would respect EVs a lot more if that was the case. You could get pull into like a battery station, 9-minute charge, Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, and then I'll respect it. But other than that, 9 minutes is bearable. So many ads. There's going to be ads every day now until it kicks everybody off. But essentially, YouTube, if I turn on automatic ads, they don't take off my bandwidth. So last 5 days, you've had way more ads and then no cutout. So I apologize, and I thank you at the same time. Oh, Honda's a good stock, too. I was looking at that. I kind of want some of it. You haven't gotten to. I know the other day they were hitting you every 5 minutes, Raj, and now today you're like, I'm free. You have my ad block. Would it help you if I turned it on? I think, but I've showed you guys many times, like, I really don't get paid off of ads. I genuinely mean it, and I only get paid off of memberships. So that's it. Just because of how much shit we go over and my history with YouTube, and I cover a lot, most of my shit gets copywritten. Like, they still allow me to show it, but I'm not really getting paid off ads. So do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want it to be good for you, but I just don't want people to get kicked out like that, Because, like, straight up, my first day back, we got like 40-something thousand, 44,000 something in here, and it kicks out like 2,000 of you for no reason. Just for what, you know? I own Q ripping. Only, oh, you're behind. Refresh too. Some of you guys might be on there. You don't get paid, I'm not turning off. That's good. As long as you got a membership, that's going to support me directly more than watching any ad. So I appreciate you. Circle donates $1 million to Trump's inaugural committee. And yeah, refresh if you're on DVR. Some of you may be behind. Walgreens, I don't know. They did good. I mean, at this point, if they could have another good earnings, people are going to love it. Other than that, it's all about that buyout still. Oh, yeah, let's get some push-ups. Ooh. All right, Chattadonia. You've been here for 2.5 hours. 3.5 hours. 3.5 left to go, baby. Sitting is the new smoking. Get that body moving. Let's go. Just hit some chest. Nice. Bro, I'm like, dude, I'm like happy and like kind of sad. Are you ready? Bro, or I don't know, maybe she thinks I'm gonna find like a gym girlfriend or something. But my girl goes to the gym with me now. And I don't know, this is weird. I'm happy because I told you she hated the gym. But then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, is she just one of these like 20, 25 people who like, my girlfriend's one of them now. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Very conflicting. Very, very conflicting. I can tell you what's conflicted. Anything happened? Yeah, it's been the jobs data was bad. It was good, strong data, but then that added to the whole bond thing, and then consumer expectations. It was very, very high and bad again. So, but still the same logic. And then really that worry of the jobs being strong and hurting bonds. That's where we've been at. Getting nuked. Yeah, it was all from the morning. You could see it. It was bearish though. It's kind of what we expected, and it was there. Get your push-ups. I'm doing my resistances. Oh, I need the ball. We need to spin the ball, Habibi. That's the thing. I don't do the little ball thing when I'm not on stream. It's kind of like annoying. Because I usually do it during push-up time and I forget because I leave it in my office. All right, man. Be heating back up. We'll see. I mean, we got 2 more weeks. We'll see what happens by the inauguration. I still think all that stuff was crazy. Again, man, it's push-up time too, so hopefully y'all moving around. I'm doing the little ball rotation. That sounds really odd if you don't know what I'm talking about. So I hope you stay up to date. Otherwise, you may think this is a wild stream. I posted it. It's on my Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, you can see the workout that I'm doing right now. Otherwise, your imagination, I don't want you to. Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's your life. Ooh. Give up. She got you. My girl wants me to be fat. And then you want to post the stock? So listen, you send me a picture of you in the gym and I'll unban you. Okay? Because I don't want all of that during push-up time. You got, you talking like you got it like that. So show me the gains if you want to be unbanned. Otherwise, see you later. Woo. Okay. It's good, man. It's good. The shoulder feeling great, though, bro. I was dying, man. I was dying. Woo. Oh. Palantir trying to come back. Docu on the high again. No, my shoulder, I mean, it doesn't click all the time. I still have it, but it's there. Just like, I even have pain still. But it's like, it's bearable. It went from like debilitating pain to like, now it's just like randomly I'll get a pain, but it's like, it feels more sore than it does that my like rotator cuff is falling off. So it's good. It's very, very good. But yeah, I still got a little bit. Copper production up 16% year over year. All right, man. Well, I hope you guys had a good push-up. I hope you're good. Rehab tour. That's good. It's good you did that instead of surgery. Because I was going to do it, bro. That's it. I hate surgery, and I was like, dude, I can't move I couldn't lift. But I'm very, very glad. Damn, airlines cancel more than 2,000 flights today. Let me see. Today's what? Friday? Because there is good, man. That's good. Post the plays before you say any dollar amount because you're good for now. You know what I'm saying? That's good. Just post the play. Amen. Well, they had their stocks are going up because they had really good guidance today, and then they canceled like 2,000 of them. What did I do to my rotator cuff? I don't know. Just bad posture, lifting too heavy, and then that's it. Before I knew it, dude, it just hurt a lot. But this is what we were talking about end of last year. That's why I posted the video. I'm telling you, let me show you this. This is one of them. I mean, if you end up buying one of the T-shirts, somebody's going to get this. Somebody will get my workout ball. Again, still sounds odd if you don't know what I'm speaking on. But here, I got two workouts for you. Where is it? This one right here. So this is the ball, like this right here, but this is the work. I was just doing this right now. I stick my arm out to the side. You take the ball and the string. I've been doing this for a couple months now. Bro, it actually, yeah, and it allowed me to, it like gave me a little bit of repair. And then by working out small weights, not going heavy, I was able to really like rehab. And then I did all the other rehab like workout shit too that they tell you to do. We're going to ship the boxes out at the end of the month if we hit the target. Otherwise, you'll just get a refund. But I have all the items organized. I have a lot of shit, man. I'm excited about it. But I don't know. I don't think we're going to be able to pull it off. So we'll see. If you guys want a shirt, it's in there. And then here's the other workout for your hips. I hate this one. This one's terrible. This one's terrible. You will die.
Man, this shit hard as hell, bro.
Yeah, 10 of these on each side.
Oh, man. Merry Christmas, baby. That's it. 10 on.
What percent? Oh, we're getting close. I mean, but we're still like 60% off. So I can't believe how many. I love you guys, and for real, that's good. Maybe I was really ambitious. Maybe we could target something smaller, you know? But I appreciate your guys' support for real, because that's a huge number already. But, I'm crazy, and I was like 1,000 of them. So it's good, baby. It's good. Let's talk for the ladies. What do you mean that I'm looking at? The ladies? The ladies. I don't have any girl workouts. I try to like, that's why I'd have my girl do leg day with me once, but I don't know how to like build muscle for like women, or I don't know if it's the same thing. Like all I know is just do kickbacks, squats, and that's it. That's all I know. And the sus machine. So the real Chaz could get him. Yeah, that's why I say we'll just like refund it, and then we'll have we could create a different one for those who'd want to do it, you know? But yeah, bro, that workout there, you should try it. It'll help you out a lot. Oh, sorry, you were like, let's talk about stocks for ladies. Oh, I was like, I don't know what you're saying to me, man. I was like, I don't know girl workouts. Even stocks for ladies. I mean, I think ladies should buy any stock we buy. There's no discrimination there, but I love Ulta stock. Any female consumer, I love the stocks that rely on them. Yeah, like even Lulu. But Ulta's my favorite, hands down. Hands down. 3 times per week, lower body is what my fiance said. Yeah, pretty much. I think she's doing leg day, core, then back, then legs, and then core, and then rest. So 4 days, I think 2 or 3 of them are legs, and then that's it. And then she wants me to do Pilates with her. I want to do it because I've seen these Pilates videos, and these dudes look like they're going to die. So I'm like, I'm hella down. Have any of you guys done Pilates? It looks terrifying. It looks terrible. No, dude. Yeah, like at first I was like, easy. And then I started watching these videos she showed me, and I was like, what the fuck? It move? Yeah, bro. Like, I don't know. For my core and my legs, I'll probably get destroyed, but I'm down. I said I'm down to do it. Do it. Reformer Pilates. Yep, that's it. That's what I heard of. No, it's crazy. It is like dynamic yoga. It's crazy, bro. Dude, it's crazy. Yeah, I need to do more core too. I feel. Now that I'm getting the legs out the way. Once I get my core, that's it, bro. That's it. Way to take the challenge. I don't know. I'm down to anything physical. Like, assuming I'm not going to get, like, injured. I mean, I'm pretty down. Like, for a workout, why not? I've done almost every type of yoga before. I've never done Pilates, to be honest with you. I've done like, kind of like a row machine, but I've done CrossFit before. Yeah, I just avoided the ones that take out your knees and shit. Yeah, I've done hot yoga. I've ran up mountains. I've done weighted weights. I've done one of those, like, NFL workouts before with the people, you know, where like one of the NFL trainers, and then they put like the little ladders and then the cones, and then you got to, those are terrible. Yeah, the parachute is terrible. I haven't done goat yoga. No, I want to. I want to do the puppy yoga. I have seen that. I have seen it. I haven't done the dance workout. No, I don't think I can. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think I could do. I don't know how they do them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think I could ever do one of those, like, dancing workouts. You know, where I got to, like, twerk and then, like, dance around. Like, Zumba. Yeah, I don't think I could ever do a Zumba class. I have a lot of confidence, but something about it, I just feel like I couldn't do it. Or, like, you know what I'm saying? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I feel like I could do anything, and like confidence, I got it, but I just don't know if I could like get in there and start like Zumba dancing, bro. Like, I don't know if I got it like that. Here, let me show y'all, man. I'm gonna use the Asian one because I'm watching a lot of Squid Games. I like it. That's it. All right, yeah. Like, look. Yeah, like, I couldn't do this, bro. And I'm sure it's a good workout. I'm not hating, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see myself going to the gym and like, look, I'm doing it now, bro. I could do it privately. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think I could. There we go. Come on, do it. Do it. I'm doing it. Hands crossed. Go. 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 Open. Close. Open. Close. Open. Close. Thrust. 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 Open. Close. Swim. Open. Swim. Open. Swim. Open. Keep thrusting. Swim. Open. Swim. Open. Swim. Open. Now up. 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 I can hear you. Up. 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 Thrust. Up. I'd be a great instructor. Yeah, I couldn't do this. I could not go to the. I could do anything at the gym. I could grunt. I could make noises. Look at you with my bald in the head with unbreaking eye contact. I could do all, but this, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I have it in me. I just lost 15 pounds. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be crazy. That I have never done. I have never done that. I'm too scared. It was your birthday on the 2nd? What? Is a 4th or 5th with the cult, baby? How about some E. coli for the collection? I got you, bro. Email me. Email me a wallet, bro. I got you. I got you, baby. Happy birthday. Harder. Woo! And cytokinesis on the high. Remember, they were a buyout contender at one point. We should have this instead of push-ups. Thrust, thrust, thrust. I can't hear you. Hands up, hands up. No, I can't do it, man. I could do it privately, though. I was doing it. I was trying to copy the workouts, but like, U.S. Supreme Court signals it is likely to uphold TikTok ban. Oh, that's 10 minutes ago. What wallet? Whatever. Yeah, you just give me like a non-Solana wallet to send you some E. coli. Email me though, because a bot is, and I know your email, because some bot's gonna be like, I'm Steven, blah 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 blah. Give me crypto. You say wallet. That's how they sound, even though they're AI. Some of them. DRCT. What the hell is this? Inspire VWAP bond stopped moving after the little Japan thing too. You've never seen a Zumba class? You should see it. That's why I said I respect them. They all got mad confidence, but I just don't got it in me. When I start selling Zumba classes, we'll see, man. I just want y'all, if you have shoulder problems, I think all of you should go and get that little ball thing and start doing that every day. We do push-ups, and like, I swear to you, if you do it every day, we have push-ups every hour, like at least 3 times a day, bro, I think in 3 months you're gonna notice that like half of your shoulder pain is gone. So that is what I would do. No purchase necessary. Actually, you need to go buy the ball and stick. Yeah, you got to get you could do arm circles too. Yeah, that's another great one too. In the Kamala timeline, Josh became a Zumba instructor. Possibly, actually. That's what I was going to do. If Kamala won, I was going to stop stream, and then I was actually going to go work for Peloton. They said I bring the energy. So I was just going to ride a bike all day and yell at people. But yeah, I got past the second interview, but then I started yelling like political explicitives at the people, and they said now may not be a good time for me. So it's cool though. We left. It was amicable, but yeah. Biden to give remarks on Russian energy and U.S. economy later today. You for real did? No, I did not really do that, man. Why would you ever think I would do that? Why would I? Oh, man. I thought the like lack of emotion in my voice conveyed the sarcasm, but I guess they're like, wow, Josh is going to work for Peloton. Good morning, Mr. Valdez. How you living? Yeah, Bitcoin and Ethereum running right now. Good call on that. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey, hey. Long term. China smoked all year, bro. This is the worst start in China in a decade. Yeah, you did call it. Good one. I like it, soccer. I like it. Air yields are so low. I just think the only way China is going to be funny, I feel like eventually Xi Jinping is going to make them gamble or go to jail. So he's going to do what he's already doing, but in reverse. So he's like, no, you have to spend the money. We just lowered rates the lowest ever. You have to use the money or I'm going to put you in jail. They're like, what? I thought so use it. Invest or you go to jail. And then after like 6 months of that, then it'll be good. Either hold the line or do the time. No, for real though. For real though. That's the only way it might work. If it's not natural, if there is not a natural pickup in sentiment in China, as funny as this may sound, that might actually happen though. That's hilarious. Europe, they call it negative rates. He'll just throw you in jail if you don't spend money. Yeah, bro, Bitcoin's still going crazy, dude. The Euro's walked. Actually, Bitcoin's getting back up to the non-farm. So just like the yen, the bonds haven't done it, but the yen did that earlier. Unemployment rate was so good, it was bad for the market. The jobs number rocketed. Unemployment rate dropped. It was good data, bad reaction, and consumer sentiment factored almost like 30-40% higher than expectation inflation. So that all jumped as well, too. And here we are now, my brethren. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey, hey. Long term. Nah, 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 nah. No, 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 no. All right. You say Xi about to ask Yoon? Is that from, Yoon Suk Yeol or... Again, I have been watching a lot of Squid Games. Would I ever go to Korea? Yeah, it looks dope. It actually looks like really dope. Hold on, I'm checking. All right, man. It's already 10, bro. Today kind of flew by. Yeah, Chad. Every day without the Chad goes so much slower. You know that, right? It's quite a phenomenon. We should study it. Because there's no way it's already 10. But then when you sleep, time goes by faster when you sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like when it's not, like the day of the stream, I don't sleep a lot because I wake up hella early. But if I have any inclination of sleeping, that could burn like 2 or 3 hours easy. You know, a nap could really knock out some time. How far am I from the fires? I'm in San Diego. I'm pretty far, but I mean, at this point, anything could happen. So I already, like, I'm ready. If anything, I've done this before. But, you know, just have a bag ready. You got to have a bug out bag. But that's it. Whatever is most important. Just take my guns, a little bit of gold, and that's it. Then I got to go pick up my girlfriend. She too slow. I'm leaving. But, yeah, so we good. No, the air quality's not too bad. I still do. I have my giant mask. Yeah, my little gas mask. No long-term alerts. No, we haven't done anything yet. Timmerhouse, Barclays removing a March cut, projecting one cut this year in June. Removing a March cut. Cutting cycle likely over. We had three or four bank shifts. I'm surprised the Zaza didn't move more, but then again, I mean, you guys all see where the storyline is going. If you get called to evacuate, it would mean all of LA and OC is on fire. I mean, no. It's just like the wind and the fires are really weird, bro. Like, and then other assholes might start another fire, but I've seen the weirdest shit. Like, I just remember 20 years ago, there was a very big fire in San Diego. I don't know if you guys remember. It was 2003. I vividly remember this. We had to leave. My house almost burned down. A lot of the people I went to school with, they lost everything. We got lucky. My house didn't burn down, but I remember the police came to I was a kid. The police come to your door. You get like 2 to 5 minutes. But I remember at that time, it was just random fires across like SoCal. So it doesn't necessarily mean that like, it's not like a linear fire. Just because the fire starts in LA doesn't mean it has to burn everything in its path to spread. The way it like jumps and moves with the wind and other stuff, it's so random that you really never know, especially if the winds are this strong. Yeah, Bitcoin was moving like 5 minutes ago. Soccer called that one out. I don't know. It hasn't rained a lot. I was telling you guys that earlier. It was like this year we had 0 rain. Like last year it was so rainy and like even we had some snow. I remember seeing snow last year. And then now that's it. There has been no water. Yeah, the cedar fire, wasn't there like 4 of them? There was the cedar fire. That's the one. I remember that name vividly. And they said the same thing we woke up to this morning. That's what they said in LA. They're like, blame the eucalyptus. That's what they blamed in San Diego in 2003. And I was like, wow, I didn't think 20 years later I'd hear the same thing. Because have you ever seen, I remember that ever since that 20 years ago, anytime I know what a eucalyptus tree is now. And it's the trees that feel like paper. Have you ever seen one of those like trees and it has like white bark and you could like pull it kind of like paper and it has like a weird soft texture? That's eucalyptus. But it's literally like a paper tree. That's what I realized after that. That's why I was like, oh. Isn't that white birch? Oh, let me double check. I don't think so. Eucalyptus. No, these ones. Like, I don't know. I grew up like playing with these at school. Like this. You see? And it's like, it has that like white part about it. So no, it's not white birch. It's just this. And it like, you could pull it. It's like paper. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, these are the ones. But most of them, you don't see the covering. They just all like most of them in like San Diego are like this kind of. But yeah, but it has a very odd texture to it. I just remember when I was a kid, they kept saying that. So I was like, what's that? And I remember someone showed me one of the trees. They're soft. You could like punch them and they don't really hurt. I punch trees. Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. I used to punch them. I'm not. Apparently, none of y'all shared that experience, but okay. Everything else, you were vibing until I was a kid who punched trees, and now I'm the bad guy. Yeah, you did it. All right, finally, I got one person with me. Yeah, you would punch them. They were like soft, but like hard kind of, but like, it was like a punching bag, but it was a tree. Y'all just soft. Yeah, they just soft, bro. I didn't climb trees. I never climbed trees. I was too scared. I was too scared to climb trees. I don't fuck with climbing trees. What do you think this is? I'll punch a tree. I'll fight a tree. I'm not going to climb a tree. That's insane. Baker Hughes rig count 584 versus 589. All right, what time is it? 10. Woo! Yeah, bro, I can't believe it's already 10. You used to box every day from high school. The school cop was cool with it. No, that was a big deal. We would get in trouble for fighting. Fights were a big deal when I was in high school. Yeah, and then Amazon ends Prime try before you buy service. The information. People used to like drive to a park, and then like the cops, bro, would like raid us. It was crazy. So if there was ever a fight at my high school, you would challenge the other kid to go to the park, and it was like a mile down the road, and everybody would pull up. Yeah. No, because it was like maybe we were just really bored, because it would look like a party, and then everybody would go to the park, and then whoever was set to fight, the card, this is all high school, they would start fighting, and then usually like 3-4 cop cars would pull up. Sometimes they send a helicopter. I'm like, what? Yeah, they did not let us fight at all. They were really against that. Yeah, bro, but we were like really about it. Yeah, the main card, I don't know what it was called. That's it. I told you, I got challenged. I got challenged once in high school because I said Homeboy's rap album sucked. And like, I ain't trying to fight him. I ran away for like 4 months until I apologized. And then he let me live. Because that's it. They almost caught me. That's what sucks. I try to go to the fights. But then if you try to go and watch the fight and then you got challenged, you know what I'm saying? So, nah, but yeah, I had to duck hella heat. Yeah, nah, you feel me. That's all. I ain't ashamed. I'll tell you. That's how I had to move, man. That's how I had to move. Hell yeah, I folded. He would have whooped my ass. Are you kidding me? Hell nah. And then I had a couple of homies. They would have got whooped too. I had no false confidence in my team. You know what? Because my other homie tried to fight one of the other dudes. Oh, he got his ass whooped, bro. I was like, nah, that's it. Y'all, no. I ain't got none of that. The yen, I don't know. I think the yen was getting so weak. People were talking about, one of the yen governors talked about stepping in. And I think that's why it got that bid after the data. That homie is out now putting fires. No, I think he has like 3 face tattoos now. I haven't talked to him in a while. Last time I did, I was like, oh, you got a face tat. That's cool. we talked about that back in the day. I remember that. I didn't. Wow. Okay. Dope. Any events? This week's over. Today's Friday, but next week you got CPI, so you got another big week ahead of you. And then after that, inauguration, and then even towards the end of the month, you're going to start getting a lot of earnings, actually, even next week too. Josh versus the Eucalyptus Park, 1:30. Be there. Was I a gangbanger in my younger days? Oh, no, not at all. Like I lived in a pretty bad place up until like early elementary, and then my parents got into real estate, and then we went to like a nice middle class neighborhood, and then they lost everything, and then we foreclosed on our house, but then we somehow got to stay. But no, I was never a gangbanger. I mean, we grew up pretty bad in the beginning, but I think I was ultimately blessed. But everybody where I grew up with, I feel like we all kind of wanted to be, but we never really were. But it was just kind of ratchet. They were really like, I don't know how to describe it. It was just like middle class, some upper middle, some lower class. But then it was just like, it wasn't gangs. Some kids were in gangs, but not like, it was not like inner city type shit. I don't know what to describe it as, but no, nothing close to that. But I've got to see some shit. I mean, that's the thing. Depending on who you associate with, I learned you could quickly find some shits down the road. But a lot of druggies. That's a better way to put it. I think the middle, that's what it is, drugs. So not gangbangers, but being around a lot of drugs and people who do drugs. And then usually drugs and certain lifestyles kind of align, if that makes any sense. No, I was a little bit more aggressive than Malibu's Most Wanted, but some people could have been Malibu. You guys used to call me Malibu, but I'll take that as an honor. Thank you. Thank you. You like growing up poor, showing you what not to be? I mean, I think it's a blessing. I mean, I didn't like it growing up. So like that's the thing. Like it's funny. I was just talking about this with my sister because we felt very like insecure about things. Like because even then there was people who had way more than we did, and like we were the only like little immigrant family with this many kids. We all shared. We had like 3 people in one room, bro. Like So it was a little different, but definitely. I'm glad. I mean, looking back at it, I think I think I had a cool life, and you got to learn things and see it a different way. But learning to live with the little, I think is you'll have an easier life down the road than having a lot and then having to live with less down the line. I don't know, because it could go either direction. Go down. Oh yeah, bro. I feel you. I'm very great. That's why I tell you guys all the time, regardless of where I was at and how I grew up, just seeing the outcome of some people and the stuff that I was doing, it truly is a blessing that I'm here right now. Like for real. Like my mind, I should have lost my mind doing drugs. I did stuff that could have got me in jail. I've done a lot of things where just as a young kid, again, I was like 15, so, and I was experimenting with stuff when I was young, and that was not good. I'm glad I got it out of the way, but at the end of the day, yeah, like I don't know, it was a close call, bro. So you definitely, I think some of y'all here for a reason, and maybe you're going down certain roads now, but just be mindful. You know what I'm saying? It really doesn't take a lot before you know it. Sometimes you're gonna be like, oh shit. Okay, yeah, you don't want to don't fly too close to the sun. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, the JP Morgan Health Conference. You're right. That's going to be fire. So Eddie Toss, that other one, R something. There's like 4 or 5 of them. French ministers to make budget proposal to Prime Minister Starmer on Saturday. So you might wake up Monday to more French shit. TLT eventually. Just right now, bro, we're waiting for the when, not really what. I don't want to be too confident, but I think I know what's happening. Again, the bonds and the whole dollar thing and policy. But the problem is they're like, when is the inflation either going to materialize or not? When are we going to break? When are we going to have? That's when the action starts. For now, the table is being set, but I think I know what's going to come out on the plate. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, bro, I've been praying for you, man. I hope everything is good. And you're not, I mean, I don't know, someone else here in the chat, too. They have someone else they're going through something similar, bro. I could only imagine that, bro. You have to be a real tough person to go through that, man. So I'm praying for you and your son, bro, for real. So again, keep your head up, too, man, and be there for him as well. I think, I mean, hard landing or soft. I mean, either or. But it's just a matter of we need to get more into reality. Like I'm saying, like the what bonds. If bonds go up or they don't go up, it's going to create something pretty simple. But we don't know when, and when is going to be when reality and action and policy starts to happen. The snitch will be reality. It just, we need an event. Like nothing, again, it's like Joe Biden is still your president. Like, let me put it this way. I feel like Democrats, you could be like, oh, they're trying to ruin Donald Trump, but I feel like they wish Donald Trump was president now so that they could have just blamed all of this on him already. But nothing has changed. It's still Joe Biden, same policy, even expectations are changing, but nothing else has changed. Slight changes, all marginal, all within one standard deviation. Reality isn't moving a lot. You know what I'm saying? But expectations are wildly swinging. So I think we get our move once we start, again, inauguration, a president, and all of that. Tell my son. Oh, yeah, tell it, bro. Hey, he is free to, if he ever wants to come and chat, bro. I would love, because he's a damn warrior, man. You know what I'm saying? So anytime, bro, anytime. And we all rooting for him, bro. You too. And I'm proud of you, man, for even being there and holding up and be wise too, bro. And that's it. This is what I keep saying with like the philos and everything, bro. Like, it's more than just the stock market. You have to handle your life, man. And bro, that's the crazy part of like this community. We all have such different lives, and all of us have different challenges that we have to face. And that's why I'm saying some of y'all I admire and respect it, and some of y'all too. I pray that you see the light and that you realize that the challenge will be difficult, but you can always overcome. So, but at the end of the day, man, like everybody goes through a lot, and I see it, and that's why I'm like, nah, man, it's not. If y'all thought the hard part was finding a play, yeah, you may have got it wrong. It's about staying alive and in the game and keeping your head in the right place, and what happens when hard things happen in life, and you got to deal with it, and the goal is to have the long term and stuff like that to be there to make these moments hopefully easier and to be able to navigate and be where you need to be and do it the right way. So I hope so, but good work on your part too, man. You're a good father, bro. And that's something I said for the Thanksgiving, man. I don't know. Last year, the fathers, I'm not a dad, you know that? Y'all have inspired me, though. I won't lie. But at the end of the day, like, yo, the fathers in here and those of you who have really taken that responsibility seriously and y'all have lived for other people and done it in a such a damn honorable way, bro. God bless y'all. And, like, trust me, your reward is there. And, like, keep going and believe me, it's all worth it. And that's something that, I don't know, man. I think that the value in that, when I look at it, I'm like, that shit gives me hope, bro. That's it. When I look around at all the dumb shit in the world and all this, and I see some of y'all living in this world, how you raise your kids and what you do, I'm like, there is hope, dog. Power giant strikes while iron is hot. That's probably Constellation. Yeah, CEG and VST. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that French. And then Constellation, also in the morning. EP. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Okay? And I'll be right back. Shout out Brandon, baby. I'm praying. Shout out all the fathers, bro, for real. And I don't know, man. If you a dad and you ain't lived up to it, start. All right? No shame if you haven't. There should be shame, but still. For real, man. But I'm not a dad, so don't listen to me. But like I said, the guys in here have inspired me just when I look at, I'm just like, oh, you see it from my point of view, bro. It's some of y'all are really inspirational, and that's why you better get it long term and let's fucking get it.
Remember when the 10-year...
I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, Real Cult News on Twitter.
And as bond yields have crept higher, it's engulfed more and more parts of the market, beginning with rate sensitives, real estate stocks, and home builders. Then it got into small caps and value stocks. Remember in December, breadth started becoming a focus.
Absolutely.
And now it's engulfed the entire market. And we thought 4.5 was kind of the line in the sand on the 10-year where we become more systemic. And now what you're seeing behaviorally from investors is people are extrapolating, talking about rate hikes. We're talking about the 10-year going to 5 and 6%, and so on and so forth.
The crazy thing to me is to look and say, okay, we're at 476. The highest we've ever gotten this cycle was 5.04. So we're within 30 basis points right now. Now that high was a high that I'm not sure if it came exactly before or after the Silicon Valley Bank problems, but high rates seemed to be a huge headwind the first time around.
Yeah.
Now the second time around, I mean, you're right. There are a lot of parts of the market that aren't holding up, but it doesn't at all feel like the same level of seriousness that we saw a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was around September or October of 2023 where we got over 5% to 5% of the 10-year. The big shock was in 2022 when rates were really low and there wasn't a lot of inflation risk priced into the markets. Valuation was high, credit spreads were tight. You know, somewhat of a similar equity backdrop and risk backdrop that we came into this year. And so the risk, how I see it, is that as long as rates are going higher from what appears to be a systemic level, the equities are going to continue to struggle. I think essentially equities and bonds are the same thing right now.
Well, you make a good point that back in 2022, we went from 0 to 5% practically,
Yep.
and did so in a way that many claimed to be caught off sides. Now people are used to rates around where they are. So does it make that much of a difference if we go from maybe cutting twice this year to holding them steady or even hiking a little bit?
Well, it's not only interest rates, it's the dollar. The dollar has been more correlated to the 10-year than in any point in the last 40 years.
Wow.
And the dollar is at an all-time high today when you look at the trade-weighted broad dollar. So it's not that we have to get used to rates, it's the expectations where we're going to get all these rate cuts, and now we're paring all that back and now starting to talk about hikes. So it's sentiment. And that's why you're seeing equities move around, not because earnings have radically changed, but that sentiment has changed.
So what do you do? Because probably, I don't want to call it contrarian, but there's not a lot of people who come on this show and say, I'm sticking with the Mag 7. But if these dynamics that you're describing persist, it sounds like that's the only game in town.
Fundamentally, perhaps, but many of those stocks are very expensive too. So what we're seeing on a day like today is that the low quality, high beta, no profit stuff is getting hit, and a lot of expensive stocks are getting hit, in addition to the rate sensitives, of course. So in our outlook in 2025, we're actually, I would say, more constructive on the economy than we are on the stock market. Mm-hmm. And that's with the view that if things get a little better or stay good, rates are going to stay here or move higher. Of course, we have the wild cards of tariffs and who knows what else is to come. But our view is that PEs have fully priced out all of the macro risk that really showed up in 2022 as we came into the year. And now we're pricing that risk back in, and that shows up in the form of lower PEs.
You're staying away from small caps then?
Yeah, small caps don't have earnings. And
especially if rates stay up where they are now.
The only reason small caps have gone up in the last 2 years is because their PEs went from 11, I'm using the S&P 600, from 11 to 17 by the end of, basically around the election. All of it has been multiple expansion on the view that rates are going to come down. Eventually, we're going to get better growth. Rates staying higher for longer just pushes out that likelihood of a pickup in small cap earnings further out.
I know we have to leave it there, but then in a nutshell, I mean, do you recommend? I know what you said about like high valuation stocks are in trouble, but is it the Mag 7 you stick with, or is it more of the high quality and sort of those kinds of names?
So real quick, we think we're going to see some better improvement in manufacturing activity, which I think we're starting to see already. The ISM index manufacturing activity, I think, is set to improve more. It's already started. That should give us better earnings breadth. So I think we've been really leaning into growth for the last 2 years. We're more looking for quality value versus quality growth this year.
You're willing to...
Good. I love it. I love what you just said, too. You said no one knows if the market will go up or down. I disagree. No one knows if the bonds will go up or down. That's the problem. That's exactly what I've been trying to say, because if we actually know where the market will go if the bonds don't break or not. And that's kind of what, again, they keep talking about, well, hold on, and can we handle this? And then of inflation. So I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying, but I just change it from market to bonds. So then that's where I think we're at this odd juncture as we try to switch. Microsoft taking legal action against abusive AI content. And then Fed reverse repo, $178 billion. Fed knows where the ball. I know, but they're liars, so I don't know why they wanted to cut. That's the thing. Here, let me put it this way. Are you ready? I'm talking with my dad the other day, and guess what my dad tells me? He goes, well, yes, but the Fed, they cut the rates. But they are cutting rates, Habibi. And I'm like, no, Dad, Jerome Powell lied to you 3 months ago. I feel like old people still think that the rates are getting cut because 3 months ago they got cut. Go ask your parents. If your parents know anything about rates, ask them what they think is happening right now. Because that blew my mind. Because I'm like, no way. So there's people, again, if you don't follow the Fed minutes, if you're not watching this every day, imagine how many Americans still think you got a rate cut from 3 months ago. The last action was a rate cut, and then it's been months, but most people aren't really like, what? So it's kind of crazy. Mm-hmm. Ah, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, happy Friday. Happy first week, baby. You know what I'm saying? That was a good one. It's been a good one so far. I'm excited about this. But I'm glad you made it here to the Friday. I hope your day is good. Market, I mean, we were ready for a lot of this, so that's the good part. And remember, don't overreact. But at the end of the day, you're chilling right now. We're in the range, and now all we got to do is talk about life, and we'll see where it ends. Like I said, I still think it's going to be a red day today, but we shouldn't move outside of the whatever was priced in. I mean, I think that was pretty clear there, so we will see. But now, I was just giving you kind of a little intro, man. You can know everything about the market. But if other things in life happen, I mean, that may make the market a little bit more difficult. And regardless of what you know, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to use it. So I believe that emotions, mentality, and just general principles will take you a long way in life. And that's something that we talk about. So some of you will like it. Some of you won't. I don't really care. If you joke around, I'm going to ban you. And why I say I don't care is because I go watch Mr. Beast games. If you want me to tell you I'm a cult leader promoting religion and trying to brainwash you, I will pray before every news play then. And I will pray before every play. And anytime I make a decision, I'll stop us all. And then we'll pray. And then everything I do with my actions, I will make sure I let you know that I'm praying about it. And then I won't say I did it. I'm going to say, oh, God did it. Every time, if that's what you want me to do. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is, and like I said, maybe this is one of my failures. I think we should talk about this stuff, but outside of Philo, man, I mean, this is really the only moment that I am talking to you about it. It is your life, bro, okay? Like, at the end of the day, it's like, for real, I really don't care what you choose to do. I'll pray. I wish I cared more. Because, I think where you end up is important. Some of you, I won't lie, I do care. I really do care. But, I deal with so many people. People waste their time. You don't know. But at the end of the day, I didn't get to where I'm at because somebody told me what to believe. Okay? And if you don't think I respect that and believe it, then you're still a child and a fool. I know. I hate to break it to you. I hate to be harsh. But that's the reality. Because if you have a very immature view, if you could listen to the words I'm saying, and I'm not even like, believe me, like I know you should know what it's like if someone's forcing you to do something. And if you're going to say that someone not forcing you is forcing you, then you're viewing it very immaturely. And that's what I did as a kid. But at the end of the day, it's like, hey, you do what you got to do, and I'll let you have your thing. But at that same time, man, I really do hope that maybe you give it a listen, maybe you get something, but what you choose to do, it's all you, man. So that being said, I'm going to finally go over the leash with you guys. So I'm excited. I'm going to read you again something from C.S. Lewis, but I hope you heard the first ones we've already gone over this week. I really, really like them. And they've opened my eyes towards a lot of things, man. And it's funny because I was saying this last year, man, and even coming into this year, I really hope that a lot of y'all just remember, life is going to be easy if you just do what you say. And if you don't want to do it, don't say you're going to do it. And don't commit to what you don't want to do. It sounds so simple, but I really think it's harder than it is, man. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, it is a very difficult thing. I mean, that's just the reality of life, bro. So why I'm saying that, because that last philo, I'm gonna even read more of the screw tape letters to you guys, but dude, it is so easy to like believe something intellectually and not really believe it. So I say this to you because that is something that kind of got opened up to me, and I'm excited. I feel like it could be another avenue of my relationship, but at the end of the day, it's just like, just don't ever forget that. For real, be more intentional, always. And just, dude, and whatever you think you love and believe, I want you to really ask yourself and look into it and try to make sure you're not avoiding any obvious questions. Because the fact of the matter is, it is very easy to believe something but like not really believe it. I don't know how to describe it to you any other way than that. Again, that's why the screw tape letters when we come back to it, but that's a hard thought to shake. That should raise the bar and standard. So again, man, as this year gets started, and I don't know if you like what I'm saying or not, but like if you're not really getting the practicality, this is why I'm even telling y'all, get a perspective, chill, relax, and get ready. Because, like, bro, you got to set your intentions and really think about them right now. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. I'm like, for real, do you know what your intention is? And have you set it? And are you following through? And, like, why is that your intention, though? Like, you know what I'm saying? So that, it's something there, because it's easy, like, oh, I'm doing this, I believe in this, but if you audit yourself, is it lining up fully? You know, maybe you're pursuing another intention masquerading around as another goal. And it's okay. That's the goal of life, bro. You're going to realize over the years that you do this. But you got to find it out. That's why getting to the right journey, the right path, that's always it, baby. So that's just your little intro. But now, I've talked about it all week. I've even read other things for you, but I want to go back to the leash because I like this one a lot. This is by your boy C.S. Lewis, but this is his view. He believes that Christian morality is arbitrary. You know, he thinks the perspective doesn't go deep enough. So this whole thing, he's talking about what we really want. Again, intentions. But he doesn't have it with, it's funny because he says that if you focus on like Christian morality and even our own morality, a lot of times we don't know what we really want. And then even if we do, we're not thinking about, does that line up with our plan? So he uses this dog as an example. So suppose you're taking a dog on a lead through a turnstile or past a post. You know what happens apart from his usual ceremonies in passing a post. He tries to go to the wrong side and gets his head looped around the post. And then TikTok warns it could go dark as Supreme Court weighs divest or ban law Oh, and then Eli Lilly in talks to buy Scorpion Therapeutics. I don't know if that's public. So Scorpion Therapeutics getting bought by Eli Lilly. And then TikTok saying they could go dark. So continuing, he wraps his red around the pole. You see that he can't do it, and therefore pull him back. You pull him back because you want to enable him to go forward. He wants exactly the same thing, namely to go forward. For that very reason, he resists your pull back. Because you want to enable him to go forward. He wants exactly the same thing. Or if he's an obedient dog, he yields to it reluctantly as a matter of duty, which seems to him to be quite in opposition of his own will, though in fact it is only by yielding to you that he will ever succeed in getting where he wants. So again, I've explained this story to you, but do you get it? You walk your dog, there's a pole, a tree. You go to one side, the dog goes to the other. The dog keeps trying to go forward, but now you have to pull him back. And although you both want to go forward, the dog's like, well, again, if it's an obedient one, reluctantly it'll follow, but otherwise it'll just keep going forward. Again, the dog believes the lie that the only way is forward to get what you want. To push ahead. Again, even C.S. Lewis, he acknowledges what? That the dog owner affirms that the dog does want to go forward. They share that. But he must pull the dog back in order for it to actually make progress. Damn. Oh, I love it. So the first one is simple, right? Let me ask you, Chad, do you believe the lie? Because I'll tell you right now, there's a very easy lie. There is only one way forward. That's a lie. That's it. There's multiple ways forward. There is no such thing as a map with only one route forward. I'm sorry. You could go back, you could go up, you could go down, you could go under, you could go above it. I don't know. But do you get the whole point? So honestly, man, that's why next time you face disappointment, if there truly was only one way forward, yeah, go get sad then. I would be sad too. But that's not the reality. That's it. Depending on how you deal with moving forward or not is going to depend on how you believe how many path forwards there are. Because if you only think there's one path to going forward, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense why you will fight anything that takes you back. That's why you would think backwards is going against your goal when in reality, it does follow your goal of going forward. Again, I've told you guys at the beginning of this year, I was like, y'all need to expect good things. I don't care if you believe in God. I think God is going to do great things. If you don't believe in that, go believe in your horoscope. Go believe in the world. I don't care. Why am I telling you that? Because whatever you believe, that's the owner. That's the dog owner, not the dog. You're the dog. I'm the dog, right? So do you believe that whoever is holding the leash wants you to go forward or not? Do you believe that the world has something good for you or not? Yes or no? Go ahead. I use God. You could use whatever words you want. I don't care, but what's the belief? Because that's all there is right now. You're going to have whatever you do and whatever the world does this year, right? So now he talks to the dog. So Lewis explains what he would say to this dog because this dog is suddenly, if the dog suddenly became a theologian and is frustrated by the owner stopping his will. They're going to talk a little bit. He said, "My dear dog, if by your will you mean what you really want to do to get forward along the road, I not only understand this desire, but I share it. Forward is exactly where I want you to go. If by your will, on the other hand, you mean your will to pull against the collar and force yourself forward, which is no use, why, I understand it, of course, but just because I understand it, and the whole situation which you don't understand, I cannot possibly share it. In fact, the more I sympathize with your real wish, that is, the wish to go on, the less I could sympathize, in a sense, your resistance to the collar. For I see that it is actually rendering the attainment of your real wish impossible." Oh, man. You get it? Even the dog owner, the world, God, is looking at you and it's like, what do you... Okay, if I really get that you want to move forward, and if you truly, really want to move forward, it becomes hard to sympathize why you are fighting back against the pullback so much. It actually starts to make less sense if your goal is to truly move forward. If whoever's holding the leash really wants you to go forward, then no, they're not going to encourage you to. No, it should be the opposite. It's funny. Because you know what I'm going to relate this to? A long term. It's very, very simple. Can I tell you this, Chad? And if you have not yet done a long term, you need to listen. Very simple. You keep telling me you want to move forward in life, you want to get better, you want to make money in the stock market, you want to do all of these things, but guess what? You refuse to put on a collar. Why do I say that? Because as richest man in Babylon, that is the budget. The backpack. Does that make sense? It's hard for me to sympathize when you are telling me my goal is to advance financially, but I refuse to budget myself or save. My brother, what do you mean? Life is pulling back on your leash. It's pulling back the budget, the saving, and you're like, oh, I need to do this. I need to move forward, but you're fighting that. Why? Think about it. Oh, I think it makes perfect sense. I think this analogy works sadly way too well. Because a budget in savings is oftentimes referred to as a leash or a backpack. But then again, too many people want to move forward. And then the thing that will actually move them forward, just because they don't perceive it as moving them forward, they refuse to do it. But if somebody is looking at it and they're like, well, listen, if you really are trying to move forward, there's no way we're going to get around the pole without going backwards. I cannot sympathize. I get that you don't like the backwards thing, but if you're really trying to advance, what are you saying? So again, two parts of it. You need to actually kind of be willing to it and how you handle it. But then this one's a good one. I already said this. God shares your ultimate desire. The world. Positivity. Call it whatever you want. But that's what he's saying. He says God not only understands, but shares the desire which is at the root of all evil. The desire for complete and ecstatic happiness. He made me for no other purpose than to enjoy it. But he knows, and I do not, how it can be really and permanently attained. He knows that most of my personal attempts to reach it are actually putting it further and further out of my reach. With these, therefore, he cannot sympathize or agree. His sympathy with my real will makes that impossible. He may pity my misdirected struggles, but that's another matter. So again, if the person says, I must squelch my desires to God, Lewis says no. God actually shares your ultimate desire. He's just redirecting your path so you could actually find that joy you long for. And then the other person says, God affirms me as I am and sympathizes with all my desires. Lewis says no. Because God affirms your ultimate desire, he must categorically reject your sinful actions and desires, for they will forever keep you from what you really want. So, this is a nice duality, bro. Right? That's why the world, God, they want your desires, but then again, just because they share your desires does not mean that every desire you want it might wrap you around the pole. You see where the balance is necessary. So again, this is what I told you guys. This is where the ruthlessness comes in. This is it's a very interesting topic. I don't know, maybe you have read the book and you're like, why is Homeboy so ruthless? Well, this is it. If you had a dog that had a leash and kept wrapping itself around the pole, no matter what you wanted or believed, you would ruthlessly have to pull it back no matter every time it did that. So he said, when we're thinking of sin in the future, when we're tempted, we must remember that just because God wants for us what we really want and knows the only way to get it, therefore he must, in a sense, be quite ruthless towards sin. He's not like a human authority who can be begged or caught off in an indulgent mood. The more he loves you, the more he's determined he must pull you back from your way, which leads nowhere, into his way, which leads you where you want to go. Hence McDonald's words, the all-punishing, all-pardoning Father. Well, again, it's impossible to appeal to God's love in order to affirm you in your lust. God cannot and will not affirm your sinful desires and actions, because to do so would make it impossible for you to know true joy. You may go the wrong way again and again. He may forgive you, as the dog's master may extricate the dog after he has tied the whole lead round the post. But there is no hope in the end of getting where you want to go except by going God's way. So where does the longing lie? In your lust. So again, this whole parable is supposed to show you the duality. The longing and the lies of the world and the both and how they work together. Right? Most honestly, come on. Even when you hear this, a lot of y'all think that you hear anything that tells you how to live, you think that's there to obliterate happiness and your desire. That's how I used to read it when I was growing up. Right? There's just a bunch of rules and tell you to do this, right? But again, the duality and working together, the ultimate path, is deeper than that. I think one may be quite rid of the old haunting suspicion, which raises its head in every temptation, that there is something else than God, some other country into which he forbids us to trespass, some kind of delight which he doesn't appreciate or just chooses to forbid, but which would be real delight if only we were allowed to get it. The thing just isn't there. Whatever we desire is either what God is trying to give us as quickly as he can, or else a false picture of what he is trying to give us. A false picture which could not attract us for a moment if we saw the real thing. I'm gonna keep going, but I don't know, man. Lately, I've been liking to simplify things. Do you get it? No? I think you either have two desires. One is the right one and one is just the mirage. Every time. You don't think so? I think so. Go look at all your trades. Go look at everything, every person you interacted with. Every good instance, every bad instance. Tell me it's not. Tell me it's not. For real. That's it. It's either like, yo, like, wow, that ended up being my best friend. I'm glad I met that person. Wow, that was like, wow, God put this in my life. This all worked out. Or it's like, nah, I wanted this and I thought it was this, but then it ended up being that. Oh, I wanted this and I thought it was this. I thought I was supposed, and then it ended up. That's it, bro. Everything, you're either doing the right thing or you're going for a mirage. Every time. It's okay. I'm not saying it's not. This is always going to happen. It's okay. I'm just telling you in the sense, like, when we're getting, next time you have an idea, that's why I'm saying intention. Because it's either a mirage or it's really destined for you. That's kind of exciting. I don't know. You tell me. God knows what we want. Even in our vilest acts, He is longing to give it to us. He is not looking on from the outside at some new taste or separate desire of our own, only because He has laid up real goods for us to desire while we're able to go the wrong way by snatching at them in a greedy, misdirected way. Thus, you may well feel that God understands our temptations, understands them a great deal more than we do, but don't forget McDonald again. Only God understands evil and hates it. Only the dog master knows how useless it is to try to get on with the lead knotted around the lamppost. That is why we must be prepared to find God implacably and immovably forbidding what we may seem to us very small and trivial things. Simple. God, the world, it understands your temptations. God knows your heart better than you do. And He sympathizes with it, with all the ignorant attempts to find joy in all these things we think, right? But you always get affirmed. Life tells you when you're going right or wrong. Again, the fact that some of us even like, okay, maybe that's not it. Because again, let me ask you this. This is how I'll end it. Are you going to listen to any leash, or are you just going to abandon it and then let it get wrapped around the pole? That's it. Because I've given you this story as C.S. Lewis has, but do you not realize it? We've talked about the dog and the leash and pulling and adjusting and correcting and real desire, fake desire, the lie, right? What if you just let the leash go? What if it was just a dog on the leash? And then it gets wrapped around a pole or a tree. It will strangle itself. And that is your philosophy. Take that one to the bank. Yeah, I know that one ended a little different, but yeah. Amen. Amen. To the bank it goes. I'm loving it. Oh, I like this one. We haven't heard this in a while.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to
to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's deeded. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
And I thought about, man, that this thorn in my side, this flesh, that when you grow in maturity, when you grow with God, you start to hate the flesh because you feel like, man, this thing, it frustrates me all the time. Like, dang it, you thought about that again? Dang it, you doing that again? Dang it, you talking like that again?
Yeah.
Like, when will you grow out of this?
It's a call, baby. Yeah. Hey, listen up. I won't say this shit again. You don't really love yourself. The flesh ain't your friend. I done seen the best band, best friends turn pretend. The little wind could change the trend. The little air could mean the end. I ain't doing strokes. Life already tripped me out. Thinking about the little things and how it made me different now. Little bit of scripture bring me problems and they brought me out. Fearing about the future, only time you fear of missing out. Past ain't the present, but we say that it's a gift. That's ironic, that's like calling for murder to bring the peace. I heard that you don't agree. You heard it but didn't see. You learned it but wasn't free. The news a monopoly. Apart from these parting seas, my partner, please don't pardon me. I'm on the love for all my bras. I fucking love you, kill them all. Save a 10 of every dollar. Think the future, not tomorrow. What you do, not who you are, but how you move set you apart. Demons keep on knocking, but like Powell, I'm gonna close the door. People keep on talking, I just really wish they listen more. Born alone, die alone. Don't care if you don't like me, bro. Enough of being core. I know you know there's more than just the world. Love what I create, so it don't matter if you hate. You can learn a lot in life, but you'll never know the day. Karma or a judgment, either way we meet in fate. And they say revenge is sweet, but at least we eatin' steak. Lord bless the me. No, I ain't been meek enough. Sometimes I ain't been speaking up. My eyes would lie when seeking them. I died 100 times, but I'm alive, is why I'm preaching them. I know it's by design, but I can't lie. I feel I'm free to love. Forgive me if I overshare, but why the hell you over here? I move my people over there. Been around the world and I seen lots, but I ain't seen it fair. The ones that's always listening, the same ones saying they don't care. Nah.
Hi. We're back. And it's Friday. No red pill, blue pill. It's the Last Supper. Ah! Demons keep on knocking, but like Powell, I'm gonna close the door. CCJ. Yeah, they're flushing right now. I feel like uranium's been doing good. And then Arlay, Japan shut Monday. Oh. You like this here? We like you, man. Get a long term. So It's good for you, man. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, man. Y'all, the uncle comes at the right time. That's it. I've never forced uncle out. Just uncle, it arrives when it arrives. Okay, just believe me. Just let it flow, baby. Let it flow. Don't worry, I'm excited too. Just let it happen. Let it happen. Just let it happen. I don't think there's gonna be more news today. No. Oh, the mask? Yeah, bro. I think it's cool. He already got a uncle mask made. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Did I get your email? I probably did, but I have no idea what you're talking about. So I just don't. That's what I was saying today. If y'all give me some up, like, I could always search Grant, but let's see. Did you get, no? Oh, yeah, the website? I think it's not working, right? Yeah, it went down for the day. It'll come up in like 24 hours, I think. So yeah, you'll be able to get there. It's just we had an issue with like the yearly thing where you have to like renew the SSL thing. I don't know why it didn't do it. Yeah, TikTok warns it could go dark. Again, you had that Eli Lilly buyout and some other stuff right before Philo, but you're chilling. I mean, you're right around, isn't this where consumer sentiment came out? So ironically, again, market went down and then up, but bonds kind of chilled, and then bonds ended a little lower, and then now you're right back there. But at 1% is kind of what we had priced in. Ready to learn. Let's go, baby. You get that long term too, though. Make sure options as well as the long term. Especially again, everything going on in the market. Let me remind you guys, we're coming off of a gigantic 2 years. And any time that the stock market closed back to back, 20% plus, the third year is huge in either direction. UFC seeks more than $1 billion a year in next TV rights deal. TKO. Oh, they kind of popped off that a little bit. Brutal. UFC. I still don't watch UFC like that, but I've came to respect the sport a lot more. I remember when UFC was invented. Like, you guys remember when they started doing it and like it was like really small time? I vividly remember that. Mr. Mosby. Should I come to Vegas after my dentist appointment? I got an email. I got a free hotel in Vegas. They gave me, I haven't been there in a long time. They offering me free rooms. And that's it. But then I don't want to go on a plane because planes fall out the sky and shit. Thanks, Booty Judge. Nah, you could take it. I'll book it for you if you want it. That you invented snowboarding? No, you didn't. That's cool. That's very cool. Am I pulling up to Tampa? No, what's Gasparilla? What is that? I have no idea. I hope it's not offensive because I have no idea what that is. So you could either be asking me something very wholesome or it's like a sex convention or something. I have no idea. Pirates? What? Yeah, wait, what do you mean? Oh, it's like Mardi Gras at Tampa? A pirate party? I guess Tampa Bay. Don't you guys have like pirate shit? Like Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Otherwise, any other place, I'd be like, y'all weird. Y'all are weird. You know, that's y'all playing around. I've seen Renaissance shit, but I ain't never seen people pretending to be pirates. That's a Disney thing. I did not even know that exists. That's crazy. But I didn't have any plans for that. No. No. When is the new One Piece coming out? I want that show. Because that shit was good, bro. I like One Piece. Oh, is there a new Reacher? Oh, hell yeah. That was great. Reacher. Was that last year I discovered that? Reacher was probably one of my favorites. You know that? I think Jack Reacher, the movies, the show, everything, I love it. I don't care if it's Tom Cruise. I don't care if it's the big Blue Mountain State dude. No, that shit is fire, bro. Reacher is solid. It's just a good book. I think that's why when you get a good book that is like, that you've turned into live action, it's just, nah. That one just, I love Reacher. I'm a big fan. We bonded over Reacher? What? Wait, and he was 8? What are you saying? Hold on. I'm backing out. I did not. Nope, I ain't bond with nobody over anybody who was 8. Nope. Sorry, Diddy. Not the wrong one. That's a reach, mister. Oh, your child. Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to throw me into this. I'm like, I don't know. I know one like 6-year-old. That's it. I got one of them. That's it. And that's appropriate because it's my nephew. That's it. Otherwise, I don't know anybody in that age range. That makes sense. One too many. I consider my nephew like my homie. Like, I'm starting to, like, I don't talk to him like a kid anymore. Like, low key. That's it. And now he has a PlayStation. He has his own gamer tag. Like, that's it. He's a man. I feel like right when you get your first gamer tag, that's it. That's kind of like, that's it. I became a man when I got my first gamer tag. You know? That's it. They canceled the live? No, they didn't. One Piece live action was too good. There's no way. That'd be foolish if they canceled it. No, I think they turned off his audio. Like, he could talk to me on there, but fuck that. No, because I felt bad. Bro, I played a game on 2K, and it was literally like a 7-year-old. I quit. I felt bad. He wouldn't pass the ball, and he was, like, annoying as hell, and I heard him on the mic. I was like, why would your parents let you? Because 2K is so toxic, bro. And I was just like, nah, bro. Like, so I told his parents, I said, turn off all voice chat. Like, that's it. I think it's set up where, like, I could talk with him, but no, hell no. If your kid's not, like, 13, anything below, even at 13 is risky, but, like, if they're below 13, I would not let them be talking on any voice chat on any video game. No chat rooms at all. Yeah, maybe, like, 16, bro. I'm not a dad. I'm just saying, but, nah, because, like, when I see kids like that on there, when I play, I'm like, fuck. And then I hear what the other people say, bro. I fucking hate it. Because I'm like, dude, people are vicious. And, like, that is not a good thing to hear. And, like, they are wild, bro. You mute all games? Oh, I unmute them, but, yeah, I've learned it for the kids. I'm like, nah, that's not. I've seen the wildest thing. Even I was playing a game with Tim. Me and Tim were playing Call of Duty. And it was the weirdest fucking chat with, like, a kid. And we weren't talking to him. This kid was, like, talking with other people, just saying shit. And I'm like, dude, this is like a 10-year-old. And it was odd. It was very, very bad. I'm like, don't let your kids fucking have voice chat on Xbox or PlayStation. Like, until they're an adult. Like, that's insane. Or at least in high school. These kids, my nephew's a savage. Like, he's literally, I've said something, and my nephew say, yeah, your mom. I said, what? A damn 6-year-old told me your mom. I'm like, what? I'm like, first of all, that's your grandma, so show some respect. And I'm like, what'd you just say to me? Yeah, bro. And then I told you the one time, I told you that. He's like, watch out, I'll kick you in the nuts. I'm like, what? Who told you that? And I even asked his parents, I'm like, who taught him that? And they're like, one of the kids at school. Apparently his friend learned it and told him. I was like, man. But yeah, he's already kind of savage. Like, low-key. Your 6-year-old son said, damn, son, where'd you find that? I would trip out. I'd be like, wait a minute. How'd this mother effer get on dat piff? This makes no sense. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. MO dividend. Let me see if I got mine. Here, going back. Again, I think 1%, 1 to 1.5. I've been saying that from the morning. So you just went right below 1%, but now you're back at 1.1. MO. Your 4-year-old's like, bruh, this and bruh, that. Yeah, that's cool, though. I mean, at the end of the day, like, in a weird way, I think, like, I don't know, at least your kids will be tight. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think they're going to be socially okay, which is a very good sign, you know? But other than that, because I'm like, I don't know. I feel like if I had a kid, he'd be hella nerdy, and then that's it. He might know the stock market, but he's not going to know how to say hello to people. So that's good at the very least. You know, it's always a silver lining. I haven't got my MO dividend. Why they hating? Yeah, my last dividend was October. Your 9-year-old said Merry Christmas to your grandma. And luckily no one picked it up but you. That's crazy. That's tight, though. You guys probably have some really funny kids. Kids are hilarious, though. That's it. Nephews, they're always a good time. Niece and nephew. That's why I'm like, man, I'm living the life as uncle with no responsibility. You have no idea. I've never changed a diaper in my life. You know that? That's crazy. Do you want kids? I mean, surprise me. I mean, thankful. I've been in a very faithful, committed relationship for the last couple of years, so I don't think I could get surprised at this point, but I would have been down, like, you know, if someone was like, yo, long lost son, I wouldn't, like, reject the boy, you know, but at the end of the day, I'm not really, like, planning for it, not now, but, you know, some of the Chads have inspired me. I won't lie. I'm definitely more willing than I ever have been in my life. Not because I'm getting older, like, legitimately because of the Chad. I don't think you guys get it, like, for real. Like, the Chad dads in here are fucking amazing, and I look up to them. I don't know any other way to put it. Like, I don't know, maybe you guys look up to me with some shit that I have and that I know, but in the same thing, I look at some of y'all in that sense as well too, because I'm like, dude, I think some of you already raised full ass adults, but some of you are just doing it so well, and I'm like, damn, you know what? That seems fun, and it also seems like it's a very worthy calling, and so I appreciate it. But other than that, I've kind of really chilled and just live and let live. Unplanned, yeah, I guess. Down with. I didn't get my dividend. Usually Fidelity gives me it first. Or it's because we're immature and you could deal with it. No, nothing. Thank God I ignore all the negative shit. You know that? Because if I looked at the negative stuff for that decision, I'd never want a child. Are you kidding me? If I looked at any of the trolls and weirdo stalkers that I have, in the fact that somebody raised that person, I don't ever want kids. But good, I look at the positive of the Chads who are fathers and have left a good impact on me and what they have done in their life. So yeah. Yeah, I look at the good examples to get motivated, not necessarily the bad ones. We should make childcare coin. I would, honestly, if any of you told me you're signing up your child for childcare coin, I would tell you, get your child out of that daycare. What do you mean you put your child at childcare coin? You invested a kid? No, do not trust that. What do you mean childcare coin? Where are you picking? You're picking up your kid from childcare coin? Oh, I'd be like, that's the crazy. Nah. We should maybe make like childcare. I'd be down for that one day. That'd be cool. We should buy a little like school, have one of the Chads who work in education, because we have people in education. You guys should make like a nice, affordable childcare facility if it costs as much as a McLaren still. We'll call it 6 to 1. Remember 6 to 6? I was a 6 to 6 kid. You guys remember 6 to 6? Only the real ones know. We could call it 6 to 1. So we'll have childcare while the market is open. So you could drop your kids off at the childcare, like the gym. Have you seen the gym? Bro, I drove by the gym yesterday at like 7 p.m. I've never seen the kids club popping like that. Did you? I didn't. I was like, holy shit. Bro, do you know how many people drop off their kids at the gym? I just realized this yesterday because I always go when it's like hella early. Bro, yesterday it looked like a daycare and I was tripping out. Yeah, bro. We called it Safe Haven. That sounds terrifying. What were you guys running from? You have 3 kids, so you bring... No, dude, I saw like 20. Because I only seen like maybe 1 kid, 2 kids tops. But I was like, whoa. I saw like 20, 30 kids when I drove by the gym because it has like giant-ass windows and you could see everybody. And I was like, what? You couldn't pick up after your dog. Now you literally get shit on and it doesn't faze you. Oh, you're comparing like dogs to a baby, right? I'd assume. I hope. But that makes sense. Thanks for making you laugh. Well, it's not a good day, but it's okay. Be positive. I mean, it's Friday. A little bit of ignorance until Monday, and then you'll deal with everything. But at the end of the day, your attitude is ultimately what's going to determine everything, You wish there was something better you could do about the YouTube and the lag out every 3 words. Your stream is the only one whether you could. Dude, believe me, I don't. Do you not realize I've tried everything? It's this is just unfortunately that's why I even changed the settings. I've changed the ads. I've done no ads. Remember, I did a whole year of no monetization. Did you guys forget about that? You remember I wouldn't even turn on monetization. I've done everything, bro. If YouTube wants to single my channel out and treat me and you guys like that, unfortunately, it is very hard. At this point, I think one of you guys is going to figure out the answer because I've exhausted almost I've called people I know at Google. I know people who work at YouTube, bro. And like, no matter what, like even then you guys have even complained about not even be able to send money for crying out loud. But unfortunately, I don't know why most people, this is the only channel you have that issue on. Whether it's advertisements or not, it's been a wild, wild ride. But lately, the ad stuff has helped a lot, but it's still not. Some of you, I mean, at least every day, it's still a couple of hundred people are going to have the worst experience, and then you could go anywhere else and it won't happen. But, I mean, help me out. Maybe we could find a way together, but as of now, most of it, YouTube just tells me to tell you to contact them, and then they throw you in a loophole. And then it's a never-ending game of there's something, we know what it is, but we don't know what it is, if that makes any sense. But, yeah. You finally sent an angry email. I know, right? I don't know. Maybe we just need a politician. Maybe we need email, but yeah. Most lives aren't live as long. Yeah, I mean, we use a lot of bandwidth. I mean, you got to think about it. At least a couple thousand of people every day for 7 hours. It's a lot. So, but at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know. Like, dude, we've tried a lot, bro. I'm grateful though. I'm still glad it could be worse. You know, I'm very glad it's not. And like, I'm really, I don't know, man. Our community is awesome, but you know, we've been able to do good with a little bit of obstacles. But I feel for you. I understand some of your point of views, and that's why I'm like, believe me, I wish it wasn't like this. You have no idea. It would take such a burden from me if it wasn't like that. That's why I was scared if Kamala won, for crying out loud. You see Mark Zuckerberg flip-flopping. What do you think would have happened the other way? But for now, I hope down the road Google will fix it naturally, but it has been like this for a couple of years. Lowering video quality help with the lag. I've lowered my kilobytes. I used to stream at like 20,000. Now I'm at like 3. So I don't even upload heavy kilobytes, dude. It's fucked up. And again, YouTube cuts off. My Twitch will stay up the whole time. I've showed it to you guys live. That's the crazy part. So literally even my connection, I will have my OBS on Twitch will never go down, and then randomly they'll just kick me off YouTube. For years. Have I asked ChatGPT? I haven't, no. And then we only got an hour 45, baby. That's it. The day is flying by. My favorite LT plays. I don't know. Lately, I've been eyeing some new ones, but I'm a mix of dividend and growth. But I still like Abivi and MO. And then any of the new ones from like Intel to like Humana. Those are still on the list, and I'm looking at them. I show speed as 6,000. Oh, yeah, he has a lot. But I don't know how long they stream for. But, yeah, and, I mean, I will be absolutely real with you guys. I'm a very weird person. I am too much in the middle. And they don't like Jesus. I hate to break it to you. And you could think I'm being dramatic or not, but I've seen Mr. Beast, and unfortunately, one of the guys I know through Google, unfortunately, kind of shared this reality with me. So, yeah, but it's either I got to lean heavy into Jesus shit and go full Jesus channel, or no Jesus at all. But, yeah, that's kind of, that plays a big effect on our reach to a lot of people. But I'm chill. What's the backup plan when YouTube goes down? Well, I don't know. I have everything ready to go. We have private servers. I have everybody's phone number. Yeah. So we're good. I was gonna leave. I don't think you guys realize it. Some of you did. Some of you understand me. You know I don't say things for no reason. But we were just gonna go private if Kamala won. So I already have that back. I don't think we're going to I think things are going to get a lot better, you know, with Mark Zuckerberg. And if everybody pivots like that, I think our channel will get a lot better in a couple of months or a year maybe. But either way, I don't think we have to ever worry about it again. But, you know, there's always a backup. I've always thought about that. So that's why I just make sure I have your phone number or your email. Because if I don't have that on any list, then I can't get it to you with how they could limit reach. Now, that's why phone numbers are great. I could just text anybody. That's what I've done on any of the other ones. You believe I thought I was as good. Some people I don't know why, like, some people thought that I was, like, capping. But I'm like, why would I do that? For, like, what, a vote? Like, come on. I'm telling you, it was the way the culture was moving. I felt it in my bones, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at how Zuckerberg is already pivoting. What do you think would have happened? You know what I'm saying? So, like that, because I'm like, dude, that would have been nuts. It would have been a whole it would have been a different world already. Just in the way it's already a new world, it would have been, I think you would have saw an equivalent flip-flop, and it would have just, again, some people would have benefited, other people wouldn't have benefited from it. So, yeah. Most of tech is aligning with the regulators. Yeah, that's what they do. I mean, that's what Wall Street always does. Age-old lesson. They always align, but it was heavy, though. And now, that's what I'm saying. It was I don't think it would have been, I think the online landscape and, like, media, it would have been very different if we had a different outcome. Yeah, literally, Jensen threw shade at Biden this morning. He said Biden is just trying to hurt Trump and it would have zero effect on national security. Trump organization says incoming president to separate himself from family business. Oh, yeah. You guys keep saying Zuck on Rogan. I haven't. Did any of you watch it? Do we got any, like, highlight clips from it?
They responded, they interviewed this suspect. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination
That's
that
crazy.
there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson, and therefore this person was arrested on a felony probation violation. This investigation is ongoing, however, and I'd like to thank those community members that were involved in this and helping us bring this person to our attention, and so we can have an ongoing investigation. The second point I want to talk about, but
That's crazy. So one of the people that they arrested with a blowtorch, he only got violating probation, but not enough to charge him with suspicion of arson. Bro, they're batshit. But actually, do you guys know who holds it down? Do you guys know who holds it down? OC. Bro, can I tell any of you right now, do not commit any crime in Orange County. They diverted from LA. So Orange County, everything, they book you and send you to jail first. So even if it's supposed to be like in LA, if you get caught stealing, they'll give you a ticket and let you go. You know that, right? If I steal less than $1,000 in LA and a cop catches me, he'll take my name, write me a ticket, and then let me go if I jack something. But then in Orange County, if you steal, there's videos of it. Go look at the videos. If you steal something and get caught, they will take you to jail and then release you. So you have to get booked if you get caught in OC. So there's videos of people, they're like, what? I thought I get a ticket. They're like, nah, not in Orange County. And then they all get taken to jail first, and then they release them. So, yeah, Orange County is not, they don't play compared to LA. LA County is just a shithole now. I'm seeing you guys tag me in some stuff. What is this? Oh, the PAYROLLS. I saw this one. Guy Schumer has been buying up some crypto. Oh, you tagged me in something good the other day, Zach. Great Lakes, Arkansas. What's this? This looks nice. Postcard moment. Little Italy, Little Rock. I think I saw this one. Yeah, I saw that warning to Mr. Armstrong. Oh, here. Oh, there you go. I was looking for one of these clips.
These people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them and curse, and it's like these documents it's all kind of out there.
Did you record any of those phone calls?
I don't think we but I think
I want to listen.
I mean, there are emails. the emails are published. It's all kind of out there, and they're like, and basically it just got to this point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They wanted us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking
for
at
4
a
years.
TV
That's
talking
the
about how
problem.
10 years
But
from
I
now
like
or
this a
something,
lot better.
You're going to see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible for, for this kind of payment, like this sort of like class action lawsuit type meme. And they're like, no, you have to take that down. And we just said, no, we're not going to take down humor and satire. We're not going to take down things that are true. And then at some point, I guess, I don't know, it flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know if it was a press conference or to some journalists, where he basically was like, these guys are killing people. And I don't know, then like all these different agencies and branches of government basically just like started investigating, coming after our company. It was brutal. It was brutal.
This is what they did to him kind of before. I still don't trust Zuckerberg, but I don't know. I like him a little bit more now. And he's made me a lot of money in my life. Shout out to Meta. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know. The fighter thing changed him, and I don't know. I feel like he's slowly realizing it's better to be rich and live like not as a fucking just, I don't even know, bro. He's a little different, but I still don't trust him. I like Elon more still, but I don't know. This is a good sign, but I know he's just pivoting to be on the right side of politics, but it's just sad that they could turn this on and off at will. You get what I'm saying? Because, like, I've been telling you shit where I'm like, that's wrong. But these guys, when it's convenient, they'll tell you it's wrong or right. But that's the part I don't like, is how fast they could switch it on. I'm like, you knew it the whole fucking time, dude. If you could tell me with this clarity. But then somebody said it, though, too. They're like,
these people from...
They're like, ever since he got into, like, fighting. So I forgot who said it. They're like, Mark Zuckerberg just realized that, like, he had everything handed to him his whole life, kind of. And then once he got into, like, working and changing and, like, I don't know. He did change ever since he's been, like, fighting and doing that shit. But at the end of the day, I mean, I'm like, he's not dumb. They know. They knew they were satire and all this shit. Like, dude, I got banned for a joke, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, y'all know. It's just crazy how they turn it on and off at will. But, hey, it's a positive shift, but until 4 years from now, we'll see. He's trying to repair it. Yeah, but, like, and I don't know. I respect him a little bit. Like, I think Zuck, he's growing on me a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. I just have a distrust because I want to see Zuck's honesty when the tide's against him. Not fucking jumping the bandwagon right after everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, do it when it's hard. Don't do it now when it's easy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see it when it's like actually like there needs to be something that is meaningful about it versus like, oh, that's why I respect Elon. Elon did it when he could have lost shit. Elon's stock went down. Elon had to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think Elon believed it a little bit more. And Elon had that little red pill or ketamine, whatever you want to call it. But whatever it was, he was doing it when there was actually a cost, I feel like. But now, homeboy is just like, here's $1 million. I'm on your team now. What? Mm-hmm. Zuckerberg will not offend his shareholders by dragging down Facebook into Congress. You're right. But do you know what Mark Zuckerberg will do? He will change the name of the company and spend like 70% of the operating profit on something nobody wants, and then he'll get lucky, and then it turns into AI. But and that'll still bring the stock down like 80%. I've been there, but twice, 3 times, I think, actually. Different scenarios, but yeah. So he's a little different, but sometimes it's a great buying opportunity. But yeah, they're both a little different, but both have gone through vicious sell-offs. I'm talking about fucking Meta. What the fuck is the metaverse now, huh? The stock was called Facebook. Then they changed it to Meta after Elon bought Bitcoin and Doge. He's like, I'm Metaverse. Buy the goggles. Sell the desk. Sell the money. And then he's like, oh, good thing all of that money could be repatriated towards building data centers. Thank God. That's it. That's it. Honestly, he got so lucky. All of that metaverse shit just turned into AI llama. You know that, right? And then they became a leader. So, yeah, but other than that, you know, that's good. Zuckerberg's growing on me. That's it. He's on the right side for now. I'm still a little, he did it when it was easy, so I don't really fully trust him. But, you know, then again, Elon still wants to implant me with a brain chip. So, you know, I guess I'm reserved about all of these people. But for now, it's you know, he's doing fucking Joe Rogan, for crying out loud. That's it. Kamala hasn't even done Joe Rogan. That's it. But then John Fetterman did Joe Rogan before Zuckerberg. So there you go. So there, I rest my case. I started to like John Fetterman before Zuckerberg. Damn it. Even Fetterman was doing it in Congress before even Zuckerberg. Like, you know, so I don't know. Whoever could get the first consumable wear. I think the Meta glasses are good, but I don't know about like the Oculus yet. Even then, you know what I haven't heard in a really long time? I haven't been on a plane, so I haven't been able to check. But you know what I haven't seen in a really, really long time? Yeah, what happened to Apple Vision, bro? What happened to Apple Vision Pro, bro? What do you mean? That was probably the most ignored Apple launch ever. What other Apple product years later? Yeah, lost Vision Pro. That one's crazy. Yeah, no love for that thing, bro. I told you the one time I saw the homie on the airplane, and then we made eye contact, and I saw his big-ass fucking screen eyes looking at me. I was like, oh, man. I giggled, bro. I giggled. It's entertaining. Has anybody been at the airport recently and seen a jackass wearing Apple Visions? Because I love it. It's funny. It makes me giggle now, but, oh, dude, those things, I feel like they're already extinct. Bro, it's wild. Yeah, if it was like $200, people would love it, but yeah, the concept's there, but the concept's been around for a decade, though. They've been trying this shit since Google Glass. It never works. That's why even Meta, they burned all that money. They at least got something, but this shit's been bricking forever. Yeah, even from the 90s. I showed you guys that commercial. This has been around for a long time. Everybody, no one's done it yet. And that's why I just I don't know. I think like a augmented reality, like the Meta glasses, if they found a way to do that more, I think that'll be it. Yeah, or contacts. I'm not doing no contacts, though. You got me messed up. Oh, shit. You got a Rift too? What's one's Rift? I don't know. The Oculus, I was going to get my nephew an Oculus, but I was like, I'm not going to mess up his young eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you going to give a 6-year-old, like, stare next to the TV goggles? Where is it? The Metaglass are dope. I still like them. Quite literally glued to this, right? I feel like it'd be cool, like if he learned how to use it. But I'm like, I don't know. A PlayStation 5 seemed better. I opted for the PS5. Bud for the long term. I mean, maybe remember we were talking about that whiskey company the other day? I mean, shit, honestly, this doesn't look that bad, homie. It's an ADR. I don't where the hell is Anheuser-Busch from? I have to look a little bit more into the fundamentals, but yeah, low key, I'm not really against that. I mean, I'm not really your biggest beer drinker. It has a low yield, but it's still worth $83 billion at that low. No, it says it's an ADR though. Anheuser, it's AB InBev. So you know what's funny? Doesn't MO Altria own some of them? I'm pretty sure. That's probably why Altria has been going down a little bit. UNH, healthcare's dropping. UNH, CNC, Molina, and another healthcare name just sold off, and ANF's on the high too. ADR is an American Depository Reserve Note. So it means it's like it's usually what you do for foreign companies. So they make like a holding company to own the shares of the foreign company, and then you could buy it in like dollars. Yeah, Altria owns 10% of them, yeah. They have a big stake in AB InBev. That's why I've always said I'm never worried about Altria's dividend. So if anybody ever tells you that, like, especially when Altria does bad, they're like, the dividend, but they have assets that they will sell in a heartbeat to pay for it. And they have a lot of AB InBev. I think it's like $3 billion to $6 billion. I don't know. I have to double check. The company is founded and headquartered in Leuven, Belgium. Yeah. So it's nationwide, and Budweiser's in St. Louis, but the company Bud, the ADR, it's a Belgium-based company. So guess what else? That could be bringing it down too. Because what does this mean? I bet you, let me double check, they may not recognize, I don't know how much, if they do it in dollars or not. They may collect money in euros, or they either go back to euros or they go to the dollar. Listen in, since I'm work here, baby. Say thank you for the long term. You bought based on what you want for 10 years, baby. Let's go. Chipotle, Pfizer, another. Honestly, that's a good start. I like it. Amen. Yeah, so dollar strength could be killing a company like this. Anybody who has, again, even NVO, if you think about it, anybody who collects anything outside of dollars, they're going to lose a little bit if they try to go back to dollars. You get Bud for dollars, InBev in euros. But how they recognize revenue and what they decide. Dude, all of these are dying. I'm telling you, MOH, CNC, even Abivi's going down. But yeah, medical plays. What is this? I think there might be a headline there. Issues report on Tulsa race massacre. Something's going on with the healthcare names. XLF going down. SPY's holding, but again, I'm noticing XLV, healthcare, insurance-related plays are dumping low-key right now. All right, and I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. You even got a link for a T-shirt in the description. And I love you, and God bless America. Woo! Okay.
Canal
Panama
to explain what this might mean for arguably the most important waterway in the world.
It most definitely is, Brian. So as you pointed out, President Trump recently complained that the canal's too expensive and actually threatened to regain control. The U.S. is the top user of the canal, with 3/4 of imports and exports going through that waterway. Now, new rates were implemented on January 1st. The rates are based on ship size and the type of vessel. A regular vessel pays around $12,000 now. That's up from $10,500 from last year. The super vessels are being charged now $50,000 a transit. That's up from $41,000 from last year. Now, the largest ships, they have to pay $100,000 to cross. Last year was $80 grand. Now, the Panama Canal Authority is in charge of setting these rates. Last year, even with the drought and fewer crossings, canal revenue hit $3.38 billion, and it's gone up every year since 2017. Brian?
Every year since 2017, maybe we need a trip through the Panama Canal. Great. Where we go with this Joker's Wild? We got 3 choices.
Indeed.
Kelly, where are you headed?
I think, Megan, let's go back to Canada for a second, because I don't think anyone's talking about purchasing it outright like they are with Greenland. But do you think this comes down to natural resources?
That could be part of it. I really think that a lot of this is bluster and sort of trying to exert influence and belittling Canadian outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his Liberal government as well. It's much more about tariffs with Canada, I would say, too, than it is about a land grab, even though, of course, we're hearing about it becoming the 51st state. I do have some reportings showing that the Trump team has reportedly told the Canadian government, this is according to Canadian sources, that they're not actually all that interested in putting tariffs on Canada, and likely not all that interested in trying to purchase Canada either, but that it is bluster and they want something from them. So that's where we're seeing a divide internally in Canada now, is how do you respond to that? Justin Trudeau's come out a little bit forcefully and saying, I think his quote was, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that Canada would actually rejoin the U.S., but they do have a lot of leverage here because of especially that energy and oil relationship being the biggest piece of it, a lot of leverage to hold over the U.S. If they did decide to sort of put tariffs on it or maybe try to purchase Canada.
Pippa, listen, I know people want to, listen, we talk about buying Greenland, eyes roll, there's been a lot of mockery, but I want to be clear. In 1946, the United States made an offer to buy Greenland. In 1917, we bought our beautiful Virgin Islands from, oh my gosh, Denmark, of all places, which is the current sort of,
I love it.
What's the right term? Boss of Greenland? They won't like that. But what's the right term? What do we call Denmark vis-a-vis Greenland, Pippa?
Well, they're still
Principality?
The controlling party, there in Greenland is a territory that's semi-autonomous. But to your point, Brian, that offer back in the 40s for $100 million in gold was rejected. And it's important to note here that the Prime Minister of Greenland has said that Greenland is most definitely
Trump
not
found
for
the
sale.
touchy spot
but earlier
of their
today
relationship.
In a press conference, he said he had not spoken to Donald Trump, but that he is open
like,
to
I
more
tell you, it
discussions
seems like
with
Greenland-
the U.S. And of course,
Greenland,
the country
it has
is right
you
now
whipped.
pushing for full autonomy.
Denmark
they could
controls you.
hold a
That's what they
referendum
told
coming
me.
up in April when they have those
That's what
elections.
they told me.
And when they look
They
at their
control
natural
you.
resources
They
and
won't do
all these
anything.
countries that are now interested, it's not just the
Yikes.
U.S., China also interested
guess they're
there.
your handler.
They could use that potentially to their advantage as they look for maybe some foreign capital coming in. So it does seem like while purchasing outright is off the table, there could be some room here for further negotiations and cooperation.
And real quickly, Lorianne, on the Panama Canal, the leader, the operator of it, told the Wall Street Journal that there was no disfavorable treatment towards the U.S. or anything like that going on. Is that true? That there's no, the cost might have gone up, but there's equitable, whether it's America or other nations, and perhaps Trump is looking for a better deal.
Exactly. You can't negotiate these rates. Everybody is paying these rates. As I indicated, it's based on what's being moved. And also there's a neutrality clause, actually 2 of them within the agreement between the U.S. and Panama when it came over to handing over the canal. So there's no treatment or mistreatment being used.
Perhaps he wants non-neutrality and preferential treatment. For now, thank you all. Appreciate it, Lori.
Firefighting helicopters performing operations in the area
Why is it so
in support
quiet?
of state being deployed from each of the California and national.
Am I tripping or is it
Nevada
really
National
quiet?
Guards and 10 Navy helicopters with water. And Colorado is providing assistance from the mobilization of aviation assets as well as fielding of
This may be one of your last ones, right? Well, at
companies to
least one
assist
more
with
week of this.
firefighting on the ground. As always, we stand ready to provide further support as needed, and we urge residents in the affected areas to remain vigilant and heed the warnings of local officials, especially if you have been ordered to evacuate. And to everyone impacted by this tragedy, please remember that we see you, we are with you, and we will do everything within our power to get you the help that you need. With that, I will turn it over to the FEMA administrator, Criswell. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Corrine. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, I just want to start by telling everybody that has been impacted by these devastating fires that my heart is with each and every one of you. And I know that you continue to face these fires as they are still working to bring them under control. And unfortunately, this will probably be a life-changing event for so many of you. But FEMA is here along with our entire federal family to help you through this recovery process. We are going to continue to support the state and the local jurisdictions, the local first responders, as they continue to try to contain this fire and eventually extinguish this fire. I arrived on the ground yesterday, as Corrine said, at the direction of the president. I had an opportunity to meet with Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass. We discussed what their immediate needs were, as well as began the conversation about what their recovery needs are going to be. The governor, the mayor, and I had an opportunity just before this to also brief the president and the vice president about what their concerns are, about what their needs are going to be, and provided an update on the current status of the firefighting operations. Yesterday, I also had an opportunity to receive briefings from the incident command posts at the Palisades fire, as well as the Eaton fire. And I think the most important thing that I want to make sure I continue to get across to everyone is this situation is still very dangerous. It is still very dynamic. The winds have died down today, but as I just got a weather briefing at the county EOC, the winds are going to increase again in the coming days. And so people still need to stay vigilant. They need to listen to their local officials. They need to heed their advice so they can keep themselves and their families safe. I also want to just take a minute to commend all of the amazing and heroic work that the firefighters are doing around the clock to fight these fires. They have been working night and day. I had a chance to speak with several of them, some of them whose homes have also been lost or their families have had to evacuate. Yet they still show up every day supporting their communities, trying to keep them safe. And I just want to say thank you. I want to thank all of them for their heroic efforts because they are making a difference. Now, while the National Interagency Fire Center continues to provide resources to support CAL FIRE and the Los Angeles County and City Fire Departments, FEMA is also supporting the recovery efforts. We're supporting those that have been impacted by this fire. I even met with the SBA administrator here just briefly, who is also here to support them, businesses and individuals that have been impacted by these fires. With the quick major disaster declaration, residents can now register and begin their recovery journey. Some of the immediate things that we can provide to them are to cover the costs that they're incurring as they have been evacuated, helping to support what their longer-term shelter and housing needs are going to be. We can also help support crisis counseling and disaster unemployment. These are just a few of the programs that we have. We have many more, and I encourage everyone to begin that process by registering now. Recovery from these fires is going to be complex. I've seen many disasters throughout my 4 years in this role. This is certainly one of the worst that I have seen.
Y'all didn't see my joke?
And the debris removal alone
asking
is
about
going to
the
be one
funds.
of
I
the
said y'all gonna
major,
be pissed.
things that we have to accomplish.
When
that
Gavin
the state has
Newsom
to
gives $1
accomplish
million
to get this
to each
recovery journey
affected family,
started. And that's why
and then they're
when
going to take the rest of the
President
funds and give it to
Biden
Ukraine,
authorized
you're going to be baffled.
reimbursement for the first
thought we
180
only had
days
700
is really going to set
you'll
the
see,
stage
watch.
to jumpstart this recovery
You're
for
going to be
these
confused.
communities. I had a chance to drive through some of the communities that were impacted as well. And it's not just the homes that are lost. We've seen schools that have been destroyed, businesses, small businesses, religious institutions. These are things that we are going to be able to help with temporary facilities like temporary schools to help get children back into the schoolhouse, but also any other emergency measures as they begin the work of permanent repair. Thousands of homes have been destroyed, and we continue to hear the numbers change, but know that this is going to be a long-term recovery for all of these individuals that have been impacted. And as I told the governor and the mayor yesterday and today, I assured them that our programs, our staff, the entire federal family are going to be here with them, alongside them, helping them achieve the outcomes that they need to not just rebuild these communities, but also rebuild them in a way that's going to make them stronger and more resistant to the types of weather events that they have been experiencing. This recovery journey is going to be long, but we are going to be there with them to support them every step of the way. And with that, Corinne, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you so much, Administrator. Go ahead,
so thanks, Corinne. Thanks, Administrator.
Yeah, as a FEMA administrator.
To whether your agency has enough money currently to
That's
fund
your
the
first question.
needs, or is there a need to go to Congress
all have the
quickly
same
to get
question.
additional funds? And then separately, 10 days out from the presidential transition, what steps are underway at FEMA to ensure that what has been done so far and what's going to be done in the coming days is sustained at the career level and beyond, into the new administration? Thank you.
Yeah, with the recent supplemental, FEMA received $27 billion. And so we are now able to continue to support the ongoing recovery efforts for all of the disasters that we've been supporting, to include now the immediate response and the initial recovery efforts that are going to be needed here in California. So we're very grateful for the bipartisan support from Congress to give us that additional funding so we can meet the needs of the individuals that have been impacted. And as far as going through the transition, we have an amazing, dedicated workforce of women and men that are going to be able to continue to support them. Our regional administrator here has worked many fires across several different administrations, and we are going to work day in and day out to continue to support them through the authorities that are given to us through the Stafford Act.
Thank you, Administrator, for taking our questions. I wonder, realistically, how quickly will people be able to obtain these temporary living quarters? What are you doing to set those up? Where are you setting them up? And how are you making sure to get in contact with people that may need those temporary shelters?
Yeah, so the first step that everybody needs to do, there's two things. They need to register for assistance with FEMA so they get in our system and we can continue to work with them on a case-by-case basis, because we know that everybody is going to have an individual and unique need, and they need to contact their insurance company, because their insurance company may also provide alternate living expenses. We have a suite of tools, and one of the biggest tools and the best resources we have is reimbursing individuals for either the hotel costs that they're experiencing right now, or if they find a place to rent, reimbursing them for rental assistance. Given where we're at right now, we know that there's going to be a lot of rental
you guys in North Carolina are going to get so pissed.
Resource and the best tool that we have.
They're going to get more money than anybody if they actually follow through with this.
But we have other tools in our toolbox.
They just said they'll pay you back on rent.
With everybody individually.
The other report 2 hours ago said the rents are doubling and tripling.
And we're going to apply the right tool for their particular situation.
Thank you, Administrator. I know you can't obviously put a dollar sign on this, but can you just help us put into perspective a bit how you think the cost of this may compare to the cost of other recent natural disasters? And I'm hoping you could also comment on some misinformation that's out there. Carolina? We've seen these erroneous evacuation orders and how concerned you are that may lead to people to not responding to or not paying close enough attention to actual real alerts.
Yeah, it's really hard right now on the cost of the disaster to put a number on it because we haven't been able to assess how much of the infrastructure has been damaged. I mean, we know the thousands of homes that have been impacted, but the real cost of these disasters comes from how much of the actual infrastructure has been damaged, the roads, the water system, the power, but also the soft costs and the economic impact. We know that this is going to be billions. And so we really want to continue to focus right now on whatever we can do to continue to support California in getting this fire suppressed and starting this recovery process. And again, thanks to the bipartisan support of Congress, we have enough funding to support those recovery efforts and these response efforts. And as far as the misinformation and the alert that went out, I mean, we want to make
So even though
sure people
TLT's
are
not
getting
moving, you got
timely
other bond
and
movements
accurate
here still.
information.
And then we're just chilling at the
I will
1%,
defer to the
1.3
county
pretty much,
for
the high end of what
specifics
was
on
priced
they're
in.
doing,
We were
as
a little
far as
lower.
that alert, but know that
Power
it's part
hour
of
in
our,
5 minutes.
wireless emergency alert platform that FEMA offers to state and locals, and we are providing technical assistance to them to make sure we can help them understand what happened and ensure that it doesn't happen again, because we have to be able to send out accurate information so we can give people the right information and they know to believe it.
Good job.
Thanks, Green. Administrator, the president was referring in the Oval earlier and yesterday to, I guess, some misinformation about the fire hydrants. Can you just spell it out clearly? Is there a water shortage? Is there an issue with water? And if not, what's the issue?
Yeah, I mean, I would really defer to the city and the county for the specifics, but what I have been briefed is that it was an overload of the system, right? There were so many simultaneous fires that happened at once. There was multiple firefighting resources that were utilizing and using the water system to put out these fires, and it put a strain on the system. And it takes time for that system to then regenerate. But the specifics on it, I really just want to make sure that you talk with them. As we heard from, the Los Angeles City Fire Chief yesterday, they plan for this. They have other resources available with water tenders, and now we have the ability to fly the aircraft into these communities to help put that fire out. And so you talk about the multiple simultaneous fires that started, and it just put a strain on the system from my understanding.
Just one follow-up on the coordination with the incoming administration. Are you speaking to anyone yourself on the transition, and has the misinformation aspect come up in those discussions?
So we have a whole team dedicated to be working with the transition team, and they're providing regular briefings to them on a daily basis. And so we're providing whatever information that they ask for.
President
Talking about
Biden
unemployment.
committed to 180 days
Yes, WTX.
of 100% match
Yeah,
on
6%.
recovery funds.
Good call on that. That was on the high ticker
technically,
too.
How is he able to commit
They moved
to
like
6
this the
months
other
when
day.
he's
I
only gonna
remember
be in
this
office
one.
For 10 more days?
I think they had
Is
data. I don't know.
that locked in,
SWTX
or could
though, up
that
6.
change if
5.5
the
now.
next administration has a different idea?
This is a practice that many administrations have utilized to help support the immediate needs in the response to one of these major catastrophic disasters. And what we want to be able to do is recognize the catastrophic impact of that. And the president has the authority through the statute, through law, to be able to commit this amount of funding to support the recovery efforts. I would hope that we look at this, as I think Corrine said earlier, that these are communities that have had a catastrophic impact, and that we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can as a federal family to support them on this recovery journey. The statute, the law, allows us to do exactly what we did and allows the president to make that determination, and this is what they need. They need this support in order to facilitate the recovery that's going to have to happen.
And just a quick follow, does that mean that it can't be rolled back?
Oh, they're at JP Morgan.
I'm certain that anybody can make a
They got price
determination on if
target
they wanna do
upgrades the day
something or not, but
before.
this was done according to
That's
the
when it
statute,
moved the
and I
last
think that
time,
the
and then they're going to be
statute
presenting
would say
on the
that
15th.
This is the direction
they're going to be
that
at the
needs to
JP Morgan
happen, and that
conference,
it shouldn't be rolled back.
SWTX. But no news, but it did the same thing. I did the same. We looked it up, and then that's the only headline there. But remember, there's going to be a couple names there. And then again, 2 years moving right now.
Well, I think I've gotten the
May have stopped.
question from several people about what's going to happen over the transition. And the same thing that I've said to you is that we have dedicated career women and men that have been supporting disaster response for everywhere around the country, not just this administration, but the previous administration and every administration before that. And the actions that we have taken in this administration are no different than the types of declarations that have happened before. And I want to assure them that the law, the Stafford Act, that gives us the authority to provide these declarations is one that has withstood since 1979. And we will continue to implement it as directed by the law.
Kelly.
Focus.
Administrator Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. Do you have concerns about the inventory of available housing for people who've been displaced and for the length of time it would take for
The
rebuilding?
only way to get
Obviously,
tricked off
it's gonna be some
bullshit is
time
to
before you
believe
can
in it.
clear parcels that people may
Until the
own.
dollar
or
was
what
stronger,
have you.
then I ain't really
Do
stressing.
you see almost an extinction of some of these communities for a period of time?
So we're going to work with the state to understand what the housing stock is, because as I said, one of the best resources that we have is our rental assistance, and we want to get people into that longer term temporary situation as quickly as possible so they can continue on with their lives. We're going to have to do an assessment to see what the availability is, and then determine if we're going to need to bring in other tools to help support the ongoing housing requirement for these communities. But know that our goal is to keep people in these communities. We do not want them to move far from their communities. This is where they work. This is where their schools are. This is where their family, their religious institutions are. And so our goal is to find everything we can as close to their communities so they can keep the community part of them intact, right? The houses and the buildings might be gone, but the community stays, right? That community spirit will always be there. And so that is what our goal is, and that's what we'll work with the state and the county to
Do they say any of this about North Carolina?
In the back, go ahead.
I don't know. I just someone tell me if they did or not. I don't know.
Previewed that the death toll was
Why does this one sound so much
increased, since
hippier?
The federal government has
Right.
handled
HPE on the high. Yo, HPE.
You have people dealing
That's a
with
big
air
one.
quality issues at the
HPE, my brother. Remember, it's Friday.
So I didn't hear the second question, but to answer the first question, that's something I
don't
would
know
have
if
to
it's
defer to the
halted.
state. All of
CEO
those numbers
departure?
come from the coroner to determine the number of fatalities, and the number
Nothing's
missing
loading.
Is something that they'll track. We're
I
just
got
going to
that
continue to support
fucking
them if they need resources
play,
to help
but I think
with
it's
that.
halted.
And then what was your second question?
Just about advice that you would have for people dealing with air quality issues in the area.
Oh, you said Hershey?
With their what issues?
Oh, Hershey's too. Hold on.
Oh,
man.
air quality.
What's
Air
your
quality
advice to
issues.
folks on the
Again, listening to
Hershey's
your
and
local
HPE.
officials, there's definitely air quality issues around the area. And, you know,
Yeah,
the
they're
beauty
saying he
of
might
the wind
leave
dying down is that they can get better control over the fires, but it also doesn't blow the smoke out. And so there are definitely a lot of concerns from across the area here about what the air quality is going to look like. And so they need to make the decisions that's best for them. And I know that the departments of public
No,
health at both the
HPE
county and the
computers,
state
and then
are providing
Hershey's
information
CEO
and guidance.
departure,
And I would have them listen to them for what the best resources are for them to protect themselves from the air quality impacts from these fires.
Okay, we're going to wrap it up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Administrator. I'm curious, as you're briefing the incoming administration, are there specific steps you are recommending that they take in this response, given how long-term it's likely going to be?
Yeah, that's something that, I mean, our career staff that are here on the ground in California that are going to be back at headquarters, they will continue to work through all of the requirements to support the recovery efforts.
Yeah, all those
and as the
HP
incoming
options, they lagged
administration comes on board, we will
Those
give them an
scammers.
update as to where we're at with the status and any challenges that we're finding and the direction and the vision that we need
And
to
then
do to
PAR,
achieve the
whatever this
governor,
is.
the mayor's
But yeah,
outcomes
HP is
for
interesting.
this disaster recovery, but
I
all
think
of the
that'd be good
disaster
for
recoveries,
Hershey's,
right?
but
We
then
had
it's also-
179 disaster
I
declarations.
mean, again,
just
CFO
last
leaving,
year
there
alone.
could be
And
bigger
so
problems.
our
I like
team
it,
that has
but,
been working these day in and day
you know,
out for the last 4 years
patience
will
to start
continue
off
to
this
do
year has
so,
been,
within
I
the
don't
new
think it's going to be too bad.
Last question.
Thank you, Kareem. So as the rebuilding gets underway,
I don't know the headline on HPE yet. Let me get that for you.
Fire-resistant building materials to be used and other safety measures.
I think there's some
that
insider trades on HPE. Otherwise, I'm not seeing a headline yet.
I think I just want to make sure I heard the question. As the rebuilding
Yeah,
begins,
homie
are
bought,
there going
I
to be
think,
requirements on how
11,000
they
shares.
rebuild? Did I hear that right? I'm sorry.
Yes, on fire resistance.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things that we can do to help support these communities is we do have mechanisms through our mitigation programs, whether that's in the public infrastructure that's getting rebuilt or through our hazard mitigation grants that the state can offer. As they rebuild, we want them to rebuild in a way that helps make them more fire resistant. And so we encourage the use of that flexibility within our authorities to make sure that these communities are stronger to face any future events that they might see like this.
Okay. All right, Administrator, since we have 10 days left, I wanted to be sure to say thank you so much for your service. It's been an honor to work with you.
Oh, thank you.
Please stay safe in
Yeah,
California.
HP is still going. I don't have a headline on
Thank
that.
you so
I just have
much.
an insider buy thing, but that
Thanks,
could have been
Corinne.
old.
Thanks, everybody.
Technically, it was filed 48
I have
hours
actually
ago.
2 more things, and then I'll get to questions. So I'll quickly turn to Venezuela, where Maduro once again demonstrated his complete disregard for democratic norms and proceeded with his illegitimate inauguration. As President Biden emphasized during his meeting with President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia on Monday, January 6, we believe that it is essential that the will of the Venezuelan people is respected. In coordination with our partners, we've given Maduro and his representatives every opportunity to restore democracy, but they haven't. So today we are building on all of our previous actions and taking further major actions. We announced new sanctions on key Maduro-aligned officials as a part of our efforts to hold them accountable, and we imposed more visa restrictions totaling nearly 2,000 individuals. We also increased the reward amount to $25 million for Nicolas Maduro and his so-called Minister of Interior as part of the Department of State's narcotics
You got a
rewards
$25 million
program.
bounty?
Only the second and third
What?
to have the largest amount allowed.
What?
It is important to note that
How
we
I get
are
this bounty?
taking
20
these
million?
actions alongside similar actions
Let's
taken
go
by
be bounty
Canada,
hunters.
the European Union, the United Kingdom to demonstrate a message of solidarity with the Venezuelan people and further elevate international efforts to maintain pressure on Maduro and his representatives. Today, Maduro finds himself more alone than ever, with few friends in the region and in the world and around the world. And before I get to your question, just one more thing. I did want to highlight some good news we received this morning. The final jobs report for the Biden-Harris administration was released today, and a remarkable
Hershey's to announce
250,000
departure of
jobs were
CFO,
created last
CEO.
month, defying
CEO, not
expectations.
CFO.
Additionally, the
I thought
unemployment
CFO.
rate ticked down
But
to
it's hitting
a
again.
low of 4.1%. This is the only administration to gain jobs every month. We had 0 months with job losses. This was no accident. President Biden's administration has delivered the strongest recovery in the world and laid a strong foundation for years to come by investing in America,
For years to
empowering
come.
workers and unions,
Yeah.
lowering costs, and supporting small businesses. Over 16.6
And not
million
getting in
jobs
the way of the
created,
Fed and
the
confusing
lowest
everybody.
average unemployment rate
So
of
great
any
for the
administration
future.
in 50 years.
Fuck yeah.
Record high unemployment.
Fuck yeah.
Record high employment
Oh.
rates for working age women and lowest black-white unemployment gap on record. Inflation down faster than almost any other advanced economy, and incomes up almost
Inflation is down, right?
$4,000.
You think it'll go
And again,
lower?
this was
No, you
no
think it just
accident. This
stops
is
right when
because of the
Biden leaves?
president's leadership.
Word.
And as the president said, our nation faces an
Makes
inflection
sense.
point.
It makes
Do
sense.
we
I'm not
continue
gonna lie.
to grow the
'Cause
economy
he did
from
so
the middle
good at keeping it
out
down,
and
so
bottom
right when
up?
he leaves, it
Or
goes
do
back
we
up. I mean, that makes a
backslide
lot
to
of sense,
trickle down
actually.
Economics, and
You know
that
what I'm
is
saying?
a question that we have to ask. In the meantime, we'll continue with this briefing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. First off, yesterday the Senate advanced the Lincoln-Riley Act, which passed the House. If it's presented to him before he leaves office on the 20th, would the president sign that bill or veto it?
So I'm not going to
Sid?
get ahead of what's happening. The
I don't
know
see it
there was
on
a
the high
procedural vote that
ticker.
happened in
Oh,
the
maybe
Senate.
'cause I didn't
I'm gonna
scroll
let the
up.
process play out. Let the senators do
A little
do
bit.
their work on that.
I still don't know
I wanna get
HPE, but
ahead
that's
of that.
4%
So
now.
we're
The
gonna let it
options
play
suck,
out.
though.
I'm not going to get into hypothetical. on this
Hershey's
right
is
now.
Administration also often puts out statements.
Hershey ain't moving.
Policy where it stands, so you're not putting one out here.
Well, the process is still playing out, and
Oh,
so
HPE
we're going to
beat Dell
we're going to certainly
Supermicro
follow
for
all of
$1
the latest
billion
developments
deal?
on this, and so we want to evaluate the bill. We haven't done
Oh,
that
shit.
yet. We want to evaluate the bill certainly at the end of that process.
So
and
it
then
could
we'll
be
have more to
something
say.
related
I just
there?
don't want to get ahead of it right now.
And
I
the
don't see
president
that
will
one
say
yet,
he'll be
but
speaking to us
Dell
later
and
today
the other one are
about
moving a little.
Russia and some other issues. Is
Yeah,
that going to
SMCI
happen?
dropped, but
So we'll have more to share with all of you on what the president's going to be speaking on. Certainly, we'll share that shortly.
He'll be speaking today.
That's what the president said, and that's what we're working out.
Lastly, it's customary for presidents often to leave office with a final press conference. Does the president? How does he plan to schedule one for his final week in office?
So I don't have anything to preview right now at this moment. As you know, as you just mentioned, the president took questions today. He took questions yesterday. He's going to certainly continue to engage with all of you by taking your questions, as he's done multiple times recently. I don't have anything to preview about a press conference.
I don't know if has 25 on their
Do
head.
you or does the administration have any response to Donald Trump's sentencing earlier today?
So, look, we're going to focus, as one of the reasons we had Administrator Criswell in the room, as you all know, and you guys have done a very good job, certainly some of your colleagues who are out there on the ground, covering this disastrous, catastrophic fire. And so the president wants to continue to focus on that. That's what we want to continue to focus on. We're not focused on what occurred today, certainly with the court decision. We are, and we've been saying this, I know it's probably ad nauseum, we've been saying this, that we are running through the tape, and I think we have proven that almost every day, certainly in 2025. We've
change
been pretty
it.
Busy.
Why?
And
it's
so
easier
that's
to
gonna
just
be our
ban you.
focus. What can we do to continue to deliver for
do
the
the math.
American people?
There's
What can
3,300
we do
people.
to make the lives
If one out of
the American people
3,300 is
better?
going to
And
put
that is,
15
our
messages
focus,
about not
going
wanting to watch
speak
it,
to, the decision-making
utilitarianism says to get rid of you.
Two questions, Karine. One
Blackstone
on Meta,
explores
the
options
Meta
for
made a decision
liftoff
about
that could value
doing
the company
away with its
at more than
fact-checking,
$4 billion.
for Facebook and
Who's
other
liftoff?
platforms.
I
Does
swear
the White
someone
House
said
have any
lift.
reaction to that?
So,
And then HPE wins $1
we've
billion
been
AI
pretty
server
consistent
for
here
Elon
over the
Musk's
last 4
X.
years, when
So HPE is a deal with
corporation
X
or company
and Elon.
makes a decision.
And something on
private
Blackstone
company,
and a
to be
company
more
called
specific,
Liftoff.
makes a decision. We just are not going to comment. So I'm not going to comment on this, and so just going to leave it in that realm. But look, social media. I'll say this: social media companies make their own rules about content moderation, but with that said, we have been outspoken about our belief that the social media companies have an
Someone
important
said
role to play,
at liftoff. I remember reading it in the
enforcing
chat, and
their
now I got
own
that
rules,
headline about
to
Blackstone
prevent the spread of
saying a
misinformation.
company
That is
called
a
Liftoff could be worth
responsibility
$4 billion.
that company has, and we've always been pretty clear
Like
about
literally
that.
lift
But
off.
Speaking specifically to an announcement, we're just not going to.
I don't know. It doesn't show up.
I mean, I understand.
I don't think
that
it's
is
public.
something that you guys have been outspoken about, and they're making a change on it. So
Yeah, but
I
we've
guess
all-
it's something I thought maybe you would want to comment on.
I mean, look.
Look.
We talk about social media companies having a responsibility. We've always said that. We've all been really clear.
No,
about
you guys
that.
are
We've also
terrorists.
been clear that policy decisions that are made by private companies,
Yeah,
we're not going to
literally
speak to
the
those
worst
specific
in China for a
announcements,
little bit,
but
and
we
it
can
shocked
speak
everybody.
broadly on our belief
I
and
can't
how
believe it
we
actually
see
happened.
their responsibility, and that's as far as that we've always gone.
Yeah,
and we're
Liftoff's
not
private.
We're not going to go beyond that.
And another topic with regard to the Russia sanctions that were announced today. Does the president, does the White House have any concern that that could lead to an increase in gas prices for consumers?
So look, we took aim today in your question at Russia's largest resources of revenue and imposed significant sanctions on the Russian energy sector. These sanctions certainly target both Russian oil and LNG, and we expect our actions to cost Russia upwards to billions of dollars per month. And so that's important to note as well. And these also, let's not forget that these are also, these sanctions really
HP is going up again.
continue
Again,
to
people are real.
do
It's an
for us
AI
look good
deal
on the
with
commitment
Elon
that
and
we made,
X.
That the president made.
So that might have a little bit
and
more
his
legs.
G7 counterparts made to target Russia's ability to use its energy sector to fund and sustain this war. We've talked about this for some time, and so now the president certainly made good on that commitment. So it's not just us. Obviously, we won't.
It's there. It's on Bloomberg. It came out at 12:10. We caught the first move just off the high ticker, but it's still. Now I got the confirmation of what it was like 2 minutes ago.
By taking these significant actions against Russia, oil markets are in fundamentally better place. That's number one. And number two, the U.S. economy is a fundamentally better place as well. And so that's why we took this action now. This is a commitment that the president wanted to uphold, not just the president, but also the G7, his G7 counterparts, and that's what you're seeing right now.
But my question was whether you're concerned that it will lead to an increase in gas prices.
I mean, look.
We don't care about gas prices anymore. We're leaving.
Look, one of the things that we expect and we believe
How
is
do you
that
do
the
this
supply
without
of
telling
energy
them
is
that
going
you're
to
not-
exceed global demand through this year with ample capacity
New
within
sanctions.
outside
I already got that one
of
earlier.
APEC,
What you
OPEC
just
Plus
said hit
to
the
increase
wire for some
production if
reason.
necessary. So since the start of Russia's war, benchmark oil prices have fallen
let me
almost
think about this real
$35 per barrel, and average U.S. gasoline prices have dropped from roughly $4 to just $3 per gallon. That's because of the actions that this president has taken. And so that is what we want
want to continue to see. And so that's what we also think will continue to be. Like the gas prices, we believe the gas prices will continue to be where it is and continue to go down because of the actions that the president's taken.
President Biden was expected to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky when he was in Rome today. Is he planning to speak with him?
So the president did speak to President Zelensky moments ago. We will have a readout for all of you. Obviously, the president wanted to reach out to President Zelensky because, as you just stated, they were supposed to meet in Rome. It did not happen because the president decided to stay and be back here because of the catastrophic fires, obviously, that we're seeing in Southern California. So the president decided to stay back, but they did have a conversation. They spoke moments ago, and so I know the team, before I came out here, was going to work on a readout, and so we'll have that out to all of you soon.
In his interview with the USA Today earlier this week, the president talked a bit about preemptive pardons, saying that they are still potentially on the table. Can you speak a little bit about the scope that he is considering when it comes to that? And if he's any closer to it.
So we have been saying that the president will have more to say, more to announce on pardons and commutations. So that is, we have 10 days to go. So certainly that will be very soon that we'll make those announcements. I'm not going to get into the scope. I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but we will be making some more additional announcements on pardons and commutations before the end of his term. Okay.
You mentioned the president spoke with Zelensky, but is he also going to have a conversation with the Pope? I know he was also supposed to meet with him.
Yeah.
Or is there any thought that the Rome trip could sort of reemerge in the final 10 days?
I don't have anything to say, to add or to announce about a change in schedule. What I can say is, I just mentioned that he spoke to President Zelensky. He wanted to share with the president our continued support for Ukraine, which you've seen over the past 3 years. And so that was a part of their conversation. As it relates to the Pope, I don't have anything to announce about a conversation with the Pope. And so if we have anything to share, we certainly will share with that with all of you. Kelly.
Has the president received any updated information about the status of his son's home in California? Also, his granddaughter lives there now. He did make some reference to seeing some pictures. I wasn't quite certain I heard it correctly, related to Secret Service being burned out. Can you give us an update on anything that relates to the family?
So what I can say, Secret Service, you would have to reach out to the Secret Service.
I heard that too. I keep looking over.
To speak to any developments and what has occurred with them. As it relates to the president and his son, I don't have anything else to add beyond what the president shared. Just don't have anything at this time.
Is he inquiring and getting any on-the-ground information?
I don't have anything to share. What I can say is that when it relates to Secret Service, certainly you have to reach out to the Secret Service, but obviously he's in close touch with his son and his family.
Because he referenced that, and they would only be present if protectees were
There's
an
another
issue,
company
and
that holds
they would be connected to the president. So
SpaceX.
that's why I'm asking if he's getting any update on anything.
You just got to look at like
Well,
the premium relative
again,
to NAV.
I don't have anything else to add to what the
I'll look
president
into that. I
shared
didn't know.
as it relates to Secret Service and protectees and what they're
And then
doing.
spies coming
specifically.
down again. We got 43
Service, and we've
minutes.
been pretty consistent on that.
And did he have any opportunity at all to speak to the president-elect about the fires? And they were obviously briefly in the same place yesterday with the Carter funeral and so forth. Does he see a need to? I know there's a full transition
I was going to say there's a full transition operation.
Yeah, Bonds
You
and the
heard-
spy near the
You
loss.
heard the administrator talk about their kind of process on that side as it relates to FEMA. Don't have a conversation to read out that the president had with the president-elect. But as you said, there's a transition happening. We want it to be effective. We want to make sure that they have what they need. And so that continues.
And one last one.
Yeah.
And as a part of transition, is an office of the former president also being stood up, and would that be in Delaware, presumably?
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about location, but the protocols that normally occur when a president leaves his post, it's going to continue. I don't have a location for you. Okay.
And just briefly, we talked about the president's family being affected by this. The vice president's home was also under an evacuation order. Any update there on her home?
Yeah, I mean, it's devastating. This is her city, her neighborhood, and her state. I would have to refer you to the vice president's office on any updates that they might share with you.
don't have anything for you at this time, but certainly it's devastating. So many people are affected by this, and it's heartbreaking.
Just a quick follow-up. Will she
Kind of
travel
names are
to
dump.
Los
A lot of
Angeles
things are
area
dumping
this
into this,
weekend?
and now even more
Travel
lows on her
I
cheese.
would refer you to the vice president.
So again, I mean, anything that started off weak, if it was weak in the morning,
Quick
it's
one,
probably
I
getting
promise.
week again now.
So
Let
we
me
talked
double
about the
check, except for like
transition.
the
Have you
video, but
hosted
even then,
any conversations
that range
with
is
your
exactly like the AM.
successor? And when will
Again,
your
you're now
final
down to
briefing
1.5.
take
Remember,
place?
1.3 was like the max
sure you
priced
guys
in
are all
on
very
Wednesday.
excited about that.
So anything, this is already overshoot. And then again, I think
so.
yeah,
I
let me
have
double
not
check.
had a discussion with my successor. I'm letting the transition team.
Yeah,
kind
yen
of
is still
manage
barely
that
green,
process
but
and just doing my
bonds
job,
pretty much
focusing
gave
on
back
my
the
job
benefit
on
it
behalf
had
of the
from there.
president. We will have.
So yeah, again, we got
briefing
about
next
40
week, and
minutes
certainly
left,
We will share
but
that
you're
with
kind
all
of
of
going
you,
into the lows
I
to
guess
close the day.
To say goodbye. All right.
I agree. A couple of topics, if you don't mind. First, on Venezuela, you mentioned the sanctions that the administration is putting on Venezuela in its final 10 days. Are you in discussions with the incoming administration about policy towards Venezuela, and are you expecting those sanctions to hold once Trump does take office?
And so, look, I can't speak to what the next administration is going to do or not do. What I can say is, and I believe Jake Sullivan talked about this when the National Security Advisor talked about this a couple times, whether in a gaggle here at the podium, saying that they are in constant communication with their incoming counterparts, the NSC is. And so I'm sure those conversations are happening on that side of things with the transitioning. I can't speak to what the next administration is going to do.
Yeah, again, there's a rumor that Hershey's CFO or CEO is going to leave.
With the transition team here is in constant communication with their transition. Well, their transition team is in constant communication with our folks here.
Just another one on Havana syndrome and AHIs. There's been a slight shift in the intelligence community assessment surrounding this phenomenon.
Yeah.
Does the White House believe that this is because of foreign actors? It's happening because of foreign actors?
So look, we put out a statement on this, so I would certainly refer you to the statement that came out from my colleague out of the National Security Council. What I will say is the intelligence community assessment is one element of an interdisciplinary approach this administration has taken to getting to the bottom of these incidents. We believe it's important to do so, and ensuring our colleagues receive the support and care they need and that they deserve.
They must really be working on it.
So the IC's updated assessment is a product of ongoing analysis. That's basically what is stated in our statement.
Estee Lauder on the high.
Efforts,
Yo, Estee Lauder pop.
And, which only
Hold
reinforce
on.
why it is vital for the U.S. government to continue critical research, investigate credible incidents, and provide care. So they're an ongoing process, and so that is part of what certainly our statement stated, and also what the ICA said as well.
Oh, come on.
Earlier, and part of it said that the current administration will be briefing the incoming administration about this to continue that work. What does that kind of briefing process look like, and what does it involve?
I mean, look, I'm not going to get into private discussions or conversations. Obviously, this is a intelligence community situation, so I'm going to leave it in their, certainly in their hands. So I'm not going to divulge or get into what those conversations will look like. But like I've said multiple times, we are certainly keeping the transition team up to date on matters that are important, certainly to our national security, but to the American people.
That's great.
These aren't going to hit, but I made my first play of the year. $6.
TikTok ban or divestment ruling to proceed with the deadline of January 19th. Does the administration have a position on whether that should happen? Of course, the incoming administration, he's changed his view.
So, look, we've been very clear about our position. Obviously, the president signed the bill, and we believe it's not a ban, it's a divestment, and obviously there are provisions in that on how to move forward. It's in the courts. We've allowed that process to play out. I don't have anything else to add beyond that.
Divestment happened in 9 days. I mean, it seems like it's door number one at this point.
I mean, look, we've been very clear where we stand on this. 9-10 days. I would certainly leave it up to TikTok to speak to that.
Going back to the Russia sanctions, can you walk us through the thought process on this? Is this President-elect has obviously made clear his desire for some sort of deal to end the fighting.
Yep.
Is this trying to set the table for that by ratcheting up pressure on Russia? Another way of asking that is, why not do this earlier than now?
I mean, look, this is, as I stated, this is a commitment that was made by the president and the
Yeah,
G7
it's already low.
His G7
I just think you could get better on them.
And
I even put it on the stream
we've
alert,
always
like,
said that we were going
use
to
me
find
as a
ways
guide to
put
get a
pressure on
better
Russia.
price.
We've always
I
said
hope
that
all
it
of
is
you,
up to
both
Russia
stream
to end
alerts
this
and
war.
not,
They can do it
you
today.
know, again, this is my first place, surprisingly, of the year, but this one's very small. They already jacked up, so be very careful. I grabbed Estee Lauder next week, 100 calls. They're crazy out of, oh, wow. See, one of them just jacked up. Hold on, I'm going to sell that shit if, okay, yeah, the bid just went to 14 cents. So the whole idea is try to get close to the money. I don't have a headline on it. I'm just seeing it move like this. So, again, we got that one. There's like been 4 or 5 news pops right here. So, might as well. Bought 2 of them for $6, 100 call, and then that's it. We'll see where it takes us. But, again, what I'm saying here on the stream alert, if you could get the 85 call, that one showed a low price earlier, but then it just popped up. All right, I made mine free. I just got $10 back for one of them. So my first play already is made and done free. Woo! And then that's it.
Essentially a group effort.
But yeah, that was
and that's
a
what
board
you're
member
saying.
resigned. Oh, there you go. I didn't even have a headline. The pop was big. And then their shit's near the lows.
Do you have updates on the American citizens that are
Yeah,
being
those plays just
detained
went
in
up 300%
Venezuela?
though.
The Maduro
Even on the bid
government
now.
claims one
And
of
it's
them
just
is an
very
FBI
wild. Never
agent.
mind. It's dropping. It's going up and down, up
So I
and
don't
down.
have any updates for you at this time. I was
But
certainly
sell out of them
referring
right when you can
to
make
the
them
State
free or just
Department.
keep it
Look,
small.
When it comes to Americans being held hostage, wrongfully detained, you have seen from this administration our efforts to make sure that we get Americans home. I think we have shown some success in doing that, and that is going to continue to be our commitment, even though we have 9-10 days left. I don't have an
It's
update
holding
on this
100% on the bid
particular
practically.
individual.
So
Certainly
look,
would refer you to the State
it doesn't matter what you bought it at. Like literally, you
We
can
get a
make it
reaction
free.
on
Everybody
Indonesia
can.
becoming a full member of
Again, I
BRICS.
bought them at 3 cents.
Indonesia's
They're at
obviously
6 on the
Southeast
bid, 10
Asia's
on the bid
largest
now. Now
economy
7.
that could lend credibility
it
to
free.
BRICS
Call it a day.
ambition to become the alternative
Not
to
a
the
recommendation.
G7,
You will lose money.
particularly
I'm out
as
of
we
it,
head
though.
into the new U.S. administration, which may have a different approach towards multilateral cooperation.
So I don't have anything specific to say about this. I would have to refer you to our National Security Council on that particular question. Okay, Garrett.
Thanks, Corinne. Meta also reportedly eliminated its DEI programs and hiring, training, and picking suppliers. And they cite the Supreme Court ruling in affirmative action. I know you said that you wouldn't comment on business policies, but the administration really went out of its way to sort of convince businesses not to interpret that ruling as anything that further than that. Is there a disappointment there that companies like Meta, McDonald's, Walmart are rolling back these DEI policies?
So, not going to comment on a specific action that a private company takes, but what I can say is that you've heard from this president, you've heard from this administration, diversity is our greatest strength. You have seen this not just by words, by action that this president has taken. And
good job,
certainly that is a
You
sentiment.
watched the watch list and looked at
you've
the
heard
data.
echoed by,
Today would make a lot of
leaders
sense.
Across,
but that's all it really
across
was.
businesses
But a lot
and
of strong
government, not
data
just
and good
us.
news really
And
is
so
becoming bad news.
That continues
about
to
it.
be our stance on this. It is important
And
to have
very
different voices
trash
around the
clothes,
table.
low
It is
key. We
important
just
to have
started
different
giving it up,
voices,
but we're overshooting what was priced in by a little.
working on
But again,
policy,
everything across
to
the
make
board
sure
was
that
strong
we
today.
are delivering for the American people, and that's what we have done. That's what we have shown. And as it relates to specific companies, I'm just not going to comment on that policy. But I think by our actions and what you have seen us do over the last 4 years, our commitment to that, our commitment to making sure communities that are normally left behind have a voice or not, or don't feel like they don't have access, and changing that around. We have done that in many ways, whether it's the economy, whether it's lowering cost on prescription drugs, making sure manufacturing jobs come back, helping for wages to go up. We have done this and shown our commitment to that. Again, I'm not going to speak to any particular company. Yeah, sure.
I recently spoke to Reverend Al Sharpton, and he said that he would like the president to issue a pardon for Baltimore County State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby and Jesse Jackson Jr. can we expect to hear an announcement on any high-profile pardons such as these?
Yeah, I'm not going to get ahead of the president. He's going to make some more announcements or pardons and commutations. Certainly, we've heard from groups out there who have certainly been very
CMS
vocal,
after hours?
about,
Bro, you might be
what
right.
they
No.
think,
If there is
president
anything
should do.
scheduled,
The president
you
and his
might be
team is
onto
working
something.
through it. They're trying
Because I
to,
noticed that earlier. All
figure
of
out
these
the
guys are
best
moving
way
super
forward.
hard
Obviously,
for
the
no damn
president
reason.
believes in,
Or no, who else was it? Was it like
Americans who
CNX?
have shown that they can
And
get
then
a second
XLV,
chance,
all of them
to
have been
that
coming
second
down.
chance. And I think
So
you've
maybe
seen that.
there
This
might
is a
potentially
president
be
that has
something.
been, pretty historic in his actions in moving forward with pardons.
And then you have earnings next week. Damn.
I'm not going to get
Yeah.
ahead of him.
Banks all the way to
Does the
TSM.
president expect that President-elect Trump will be here in the morning before the inauguration? Has that invitation
I like
been
McDonald's,
accepted
but we
by-
could have got it
As referred
cheaper.
to
A little lower, it's going to be a good one to buy. I'll probably buy it, to be honest with you. 250, 240 and
That is
below,
something
I'm
that is
a buyer.
tradition, so obviously we
I would
are
love
gonna
some
try to
lower
continue
McDonald's.
the tradition
I've not bought
that
anything with the
had to
deposit
refer
yet,
to
no.
this Transition team. Go ahead, Emma.
Thanks. I had a few follow-up questions on the transition process. To follow up what Karen was asking, it's also a tradition for the president, incoming president, to stay at Blair House. Is that an invitation that's been extended?
I don't have anything to share on if the president-elect is going to be staying at the Blair House. What I will say is we certainly are trying to continue the traditions here.
another
We
one?
want this to be an effective,
The
efficient,
plays are still
peaceful
holding up
transfer of
minimum
power.
100%. So
Once we have more to share, certainly we'll
Again,
share from our
keep
end of
them
things.
small, keep them
and
free.
anything that's related to the president-elect, I would refer you to the transition team.
We've seen some moving trucks out here today. Can you talk about where you guys are physically in the process? And have there been any directives? Because I know in the past with the other administrations, there's been issues with classified documents and mix-ups, and I know you guys have said you want to be careful and follow the rules. So
We are going to do our best, certainly to be careful, to follow the rules, to do this the right way, to follow traditions, obviously, as the president truly wants to do, as he showed right after the election, having the president-elect in the Oval Office and putting everything aside.
right after
and
you
making sure
won,
that
you
we
tried
put
to
the
throw him
American
in jail.
people first and what
Well, how
they
does that
wanted,
follow
you know,
tradition? South
respecting
Korea.
the results of the election.
Fuck.
That's what you've seen from
I
this
forget.
administration. And we have 9-10 days left, and we're trying to run through the tape, do everything that we can, and get out of here in time on January 20th. Good.
Speaking of the days left, Monday the president's going to deliver this capstone speech on foreign policy at the State Department. I just wanted to sort of see what you could share from a preview. Is this sort of a defense of his foreign policy? Is it a warning to allies or advice that he wants to give the incoming administration? How should we kind of view the speech that the president's going to give?
Well, as I've stated many times already at the podium as it relates to the pardon commutation, I'm not going to get ahead of the president. And so he wanted to make the speech. There has been
Level 2 data useful for swing
there's
trades?
been some
Not really.
key
I only
events,
use level
obviously, that has
2
happened
if I want to
across,
see how deep the
globe
chain
in
is to
his,
like make a
in his
purchase,
tenure. And
or
this
like
is
to get a
someone who,
reasonable value.
has been,
If
when
I
it
want
comes
to
to
know,
foreign
is it like
policy,
what's
that
the
is something
contract
that
really
has
worth?
been
You could
a key
take a look
pillar
at the
of
market
who he
depth
is and how,
to see if
in
it's
his
just like
career.
one contract, a
And,
fluke,
and
or
let's
if
not
it's
forget,
there,
50
or if you wanted to make a
plus
purchase,
as a
how
public
deep it really
official,
runs.
Elected official.
That's how I use
And
it.
so
Everybody
he has
uses
some
it
thoughts
differently,
in
but
the future,
I think that's just
not
the
of
most
the country,
technical
but
way
how
of
this
why it
country
was
moves
invented.
forward as a leader, when you think about global events, important global issues, and certainly he will lay that out. I don't want to get ahead of him, but you could reassure there are major events happening right now. The Russia's war in Ukraine, the Middle East, and many other Indo-Pacific, many other important matters that he's going to certainly lean into, but I don't want to get ahead of the president. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you next week.
Any reaction to the Title IX ruling, Kareem?
Okay, that's it. There's a lot of headlines out during that. That was crazy. There was a lot. We had Hershey's. You had HPE. EL didn't have anything. Again, I think someone said a board member resigned. But, yeah, not too bad. I did my first play there. Yeah, they're saying Estee Lauder circulation of comments from Betaville. We're told that the recent move is being attributed to circulation of an alert from Betaville, though have not confirmed there is such alert or what was said. And that's it. So that was EL. I don't know if that was the final one, but it sounded like they were getting ready to. They said moving trucks. She was saying thank you to everybody. So, I mean, that was one of the last Corinne's probably. I don't know if it will be the last one, but, I mean, literally, inauguration isn't next week, the week after that. But I don't know what sort of press briefings they will be having coming into that. So, I mean, bittersweet for some of us. But, yeah, bye, Corinne. We love you. Thank you for 4 years, 2 years. We had Jen, too. I don't know. It was, that's it, man. You've had enough of the lies. Now you're going to get 4 years of laughing at certain, every time Trump tries to buy a country. And then you're going to have the other half of the chat be like, how does anybody believe this guy? What's wrong with you? He's a problem. He's the reason there's fire. What? No, the Republic, the Democrat, what the? Yeah, so either way, though, I'm excited. I listened to both sides if you didn't know. You know, I listened to the Biden ones, too. So, you know, I'm not the guy to complain to, just to let you know. Because I listened to all the Biden ones, even when they're like, turn it off, Josh. Turn it off. You know, I think I gave them a fair platform, even though they banned the shit out of me. But Josh, you ban. Oh, I ban you from this chat room because you don't follow rules. I don't ban you from the damn internet, okay? Yeah, okay, yeah, there's a difference. But, yeah. So not too bad. But either way, Chad, 30 minutes left in the day. Happy Friday. I don't know. Again, if we go any lower, we're close to some panic zones, but we're overshooting now what was priced in. But otherwise, since like last week, man, it's been doing exactly what the options are pricing in. You're at that like 1.3. You're overshot by a quarter as of now. Yeah, VKTX, someone said that was on the bio list. And then again, JP Morgan Health Conference, that SWTX or whatever, that company earlier, and there's like 3 other names. They're going to be at that next week. So there might be some catalyst there. I like that Hershey's news. I don't know. And then Estee Lauder. Wasn't Estee Lauder up a ton? Or no, it was down more, and then it shot up and then came here in the middle. We've talked about that one. I don't know. I really like Hershey's now. This thing started the year at $170. You got $13 off. And then the yield is decent. And then who else do we see? Wasn't pizza? I don't know. Pizza's not as the same quality. Chocolate over pizza, right? Everybody likes chocolate. Pizza is a acquired taste? No? Okay. Everybody loves pizza. What are we saying? I don't know if everybody likes Papa John's, though. Oh, UPS, too. That one's a high yield as well. I saw that one. And then NVO, but they came up a little bit. You still listen to that track with what? Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's? Or was there a song I mentioned that I didn't? Papa John's is trash. So where does Little Caesars fit into all of this? I had to explain Little Caesars to my girlfriend the other day. I had to explain to her pizza, and how my mom, we survived off Little Caesars. You know that? So like little Middle Easterners come to America back in the day. You realize we lived off of that pizza? You know that? So until my parents got into real estate, we ate Little Caesars at least once a week. That's the only way you could feed that many kids back then. Bro, pizza. Oh, yeah, bro. So I don't know. So I grew up on Little Caesars. So I learned to love every pizza from there on. But I had Papa John's in college. Ever since college, I've not had Papa John's once. I now only have Pizza Hut or Domino's pretty much exclusively. Or Costco. What am I saying? I've ate more Costco pizza than anything. That's it. No matter what. All of them got nothing on Costco. It's terrible. I do like stuffed crust, though. When it was exclusive to the Kmarts. Oh, I remember Kmarts. What is that? Blue light special? It's a good time, man. Good time. Costco's good, though. I mean, Costco, it has like a weird rubbery taste, but it's amazing. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's not like, it doesn't blow you away, but it's a good pizza, man. I don't know how to describe. I like Costco pizza a lot, man. I really, really like it a lot. Marco, I tried that recently, like last year or like a year and a half ago. It was pretty good. I've never had it before, and I was like, you know what? It's not that bad. Not that bad, bro. Try Urban Pizza and Encinitas. I've never been. I've been to Pizza Port in Encinitas. I like Pizza Port. That place is fire. But I've never been to Urban Pizza. Driving for UPS. Oh, let's go, baby. Hey, I mean, how long have you been trading for? So back in the day, the UPS traders, they used to just pay attention to the packages that were getting shipped and would buy them. That's the lore. So, I don't know, man. If you notice anything, holla at me. If you notice any Chewy packages, Amazon. Yeah, the UPS method. No, straight up. It used to be more reliable back before there was like internet and mass like tracking of data, you know? In the early 2000s, that was it. Planet Pizza, like Planet Fitness Pizza. I've never been there. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that's borderline offensive. If I went to a gym and they offered me pizza, I'd be like, that's crazy. That would be like going to a rehab center and then they sell drugs. I'd be like, what? Are you trying to? What? Give me this is crazy. I'd be so mad. Well, I'd be a customer probably. It's not that. I'd be like, I came here to avoid that, but you just put it in front of me. Well, all right, Dad. All right. Oh, Planet Pizza from Toy Story. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I love those little aliens. It's a good scene, man. Planet Pizza. I've never been, man. I've never been. Yeah, the 2 years. So, again, like I was telling you guys, eventually, with the long end kind of blowing out, those 2-year bonds are moving. That might be the safer play, low-key. But then again, if the rate cut odds change and we really don't get more rate cuts this year, then the 2 year's not going to come down. In the market, no, I did not. I'm waiting. I mean, everything's playing. Again, I was even saying on Wednesday, I think the jobs data would be strong. We'll come back down. We're kind of at a newer low, but CPI will probably be the death blow. And then if CPI doesn't have enough juice to terrorize you and clap the market, then that's it. We're clear until inauguration. And then from there, we'll see how much lower it is, or if it's still holding up, I'll think we'll sell off more. And then if it's kind of already down, maybe depending on the first 100 days, maybe the first couple days, we'll get an idea of real policy injection and see what's really happening. So for now, I'm still want confirmation. I don't know what the bonds are going to do, but I do know if they break, we have a problem. I do know if they bounce, we're going to be really good. So until then, last two events pretty much are CPI next week, which is Tuesday, I believe. We don't have to wait long, Tuesday or Wednesday. And then you're going to get the inauguration, and then now one step closer to reality rather than fighting over expectations. So I'm very glad about that. But for now, I haven't really made a decision. Someone said it. They're like, we don't know where the market's going to go. And I do think that the market, I think I know where it'll go, but I don't know where the bonds are going to go. And I think the market will be determined by the bonds at this point. So we'll see. MO's not in the buy zone, but it is attractive at 10% off of those highs. But remember, our last purchase was at $39. Holding tight. I mean, Tesla's had a new announcement, and remember, they were the winner after the election. They were one of those ultimate, election winners. Again, Elon is benefiting deregulation, the autopilot stuff, not to mention all those other announcements. They're the one that are looking good. Beyond, we're kind of over that. We have been, but maybe one. I don't know. I don't know if Bill Gates is going to let that one fail, but most of you guys make more money than Beyond Meat does. Actually, every day you probably make more money than them. At the end of the month, you walk away with more money in your pocket than Beyond Meat does. Can I use the OG mic one day, on my Apple MacBook, or the other one? I have the other mic. Every time I plug it in, though, it doesn't work. I have it. I have it right next to me. That's going to be one of those things in the t-shirt box. But I didn't, it won't work when I plug it in to this mixer. I think I need to install software because nothing ever happened to it. I don't know why it doesn't, power up, but I think it's a driver. Other news, NYC looks empty after congestion pricing. No way, really? Are you out there? How is that, actually? That's a pretty unique thing right there if you think about it. What mic? It's a Rode NT2A, I believe. NT2A1. Trains be packed. That's crazy. Well, the last time I went on a train was like a field trip. Because they were like, yo, you guys want to go on a train? And I was at that age where I was like, oh my God, a train. Other than that, I told you that's why I don't do EV, man. I just drive way too much. Way too much. Actually, I've been on the train in San Fran. I've been on the BART. That's wild. I don't like San Fran at all. But I've done their public transport, actually. And it was crazy. Because it was such a... You actually can use public transport in San Fran. They all do. Mm-hmm. Can I play F350? The best I could do is hum it. Yeah. My mixer, Focusrite. So like right now, that's how I have it plugged in. So if I just take out the auxiliary, like the mic plug, and I plug in the other mic just don't work. I don't know why. We're looking good. Again, next thing is going to be CPI early next week. It could be bad for the market. I mean, we're going to end here probably near the panic zone. It's not a good week, not a good close. Just everything we said, this is like the week that the good news, bad news dynamic is being birthed for the year. And now all this good data, the expectational worries, we're getting to that weird part right now. So we will see. I mean, they do Matrix. Again, best I could do is hum it for you guys. Okay, yeah, no, but because I'm leaving right at 1. You guys know that? I have to leave in 15 minutes. I can't hang out today, unfortunately. I have to go to got me humming songs. I gotta go get my teeth cleaned. That's it. You know why? You want me to tell you why I'm going to the dentist? I don't want to tell you. But I think it's a funny story because it's true. It's good. It's Friday. Since I'm leaving y'all, I'll tell you the reason why. So one is because like the holiday, I was like, I tried to plan it for when I was off, and then I couldn't. Everybody closed too. No. It's not stanky breath or nothing. Nah. I just here's the deal. I don't know. I was looking for shit on Amazon. For my tonsil stones, right? And then I don't know what happened. I think it's ADD for real. Because I was like, oh shit, I wonder if I could get one of those dental cleaning kits. So those look, I have it right next to me, bro. Those little metal picks in the little circular mirror. Do you hear that? That sound should. Yeah, right? Yeah, I was like, oh hell yeah. It was $5, bro. And I was like, you know what? Run it. So then I bought it and I'm like, all right, let me see if I could clean my own teeth. And then halfway through it, I'm like, I'm probably about to fuck my own shit up. Yeah. I didn't stab myself, but I was like, you know what? I started doing a cost benefit analysis. And then I was like, yeah, I'll just go to the dentist and call it a day. And I was like, fuck that. Yeah, see, it poked me one way, the wrong way. And I was like, nah, I'm going to die. I know myself. Yeah, I'm done. I said, that was fun. I just was getting bored. That's what happened. Y'all left me off stream for 2 weeks. I'm ordering dental kits and shit. You know what I'm saying? I was like, nah, fuck that. I need to go to the dentist. And then that's it. So, I didn't cut my gum, but when I kept looking through the mirror and like go in the wrong way. You know, I was like, I'm gonna die. One slip, bro. A little bit of traction and then a slip and then the left, right, left. I'm done. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna regret it. So I stopped. That's it. They use lasers instead of drills. Oh, I didn't know that. I went to the dentist like a year ago. I got my teeth cleaned like less than a year ago, I think. I did it last year, so they didn't hit me with no laser. I do dumb shit if I'm unproductive. Yeah, I'm good at what I'm productive at, but if you leave me like to my, like, dude, again, I bought a dental pick. I got like a tonsil flusher thing, bro. Like, I tried to build some shit. I golfed. I started golfing. It's fucked up, bro. I used to do that to my dogs. Even for your dog. Oh, they said you need to polish it or it scuffs the enamel and collects more plaque. Oh. Well, there you go. What I built a shelf. So my girlfriend got like a little shoe shelf. I helped her out with that again. And like another one for her closet. Well, there you go. I golfed like 2 or 3 times. We just went to Topgolf. I don't know if that counts. I did not go to a driving range. I did not go to a golf course. I exclusively went to Topgolf. That's the only way I will pick up a golf stick and play. That's it. I'm being dead serious. I can't. Nothing else makes me want. I want to track the ball because I can't see where it goes, and I want to that's it. The golf stick? What is it? A golf club? My bad. My bad, white people. Calm down. Okay, my bad. I didn't mean to offend your glorified sport. Okay, my bad. The golf stick, Joe, you mean golf club? Shut up. That's what I meant. I meant shut up. That's exactly what I meant. Golf stick. Cricket bat, I don't care. You should be excited I'm playing. Okay, I thought you guys were supposed to be all welcoming and shit. Okay? You know how many people I saw at the gym the last couple days and I was getting mad until I said I should be supportive. Why would I be such an asshole and stop the newbies from getting involved, huh? Yeah, so let me use my golf stick. It's sad because golf stick is what naturally came out. I'm not going to lie to you. Golf stick is exactly how I was verbalizing it. I used some of the irons. I used the driver, and then I started playing around with the other ones. I could hit the ball. Every time. I got a little better. I got good form. I use TikTok videos, I'm not that bad. I could drive it. My furthest drive is I think 190 now. That was it. The other time I told you guys one of them before. It was at 170. I got to 190. So that was good. And then watch Humana, dude. I say watch all of them. Something's going to happen because I saw a lot of these crazy moves and the premiums are high. That's pretty good. I can't aim it, though. I could just whack the shit out of a ball. You know what I'm saying? I can make I don't know where it goes, though. Sometimes it goes left, right. Sometimes it's straight down the middle. But, I thought that's what makes the game fun. But apparently people know how to aim. Driving range, that's they have food and beer at Topgolf. Are you saying go to one that doesn't serve food and beer? Because I ate some fucking chips. I had some chips and salsa. It was a great time. I got me a coconut water. I was living life, man. Aiming's the hard part. Yeah, it really is. It's impressive though. Because then you see people who are good. I'm like, damn. All right. I see you, bro. I see you. I think I'm only going to play Topgolf, though, for the rest of my life. This is not an ad. No, this is not a sponsored post. City has earnings next week, so I don't know. I kind of like those plays. City, JP Morgan, Wednesday next week, you're going to have earnings, so keep that in mind. Topgolf is overpriced. Yeah, I don't know. How much is it to buy like golf clubs and shit and then go to like a driving range though? I don't know. I haven't tried. I haven't ever had the desire to go to a driving range. I've had the desire to go to Topgolf. You use the 7-iron the whole course? Why? Can you? 3,000? Yeah, what do you mean? Topgolf is like $100 for like 2 hours. And then assuming you don't get food. It's kind of expensive, but you don't have to bring anything. That's it. So I think I've spent like what? $300 golfing in my whole life. So I'm fine with that. No commitment. Don't hold the golf club too tight. I learned that too from the TikToks. You'd be surprised. And just don't not look at the ball. It's like OG Little League shit. Like, literally keep your eye on the ball. That's it. I just don't look away from the ball. So that's why my neck ends up hurting the next day. I just stare at the ball. As long as I have eye contact in the ball, I hit that shit every time. If I look away, I don't hit it. And that's it. That's what I learned. Ever since that, I started making contact. Very good contact. The cocoa price, inflation and I think all these other currencies are getting smashed, and I think they're pricing accordingly. I did try the Happy Gilmore, and then the ball like chopped, and I like hit something, and like I almost broke like a TV screen. I did try it. I stopped really quick. I tried it one time. And then I hit it one hand. I tried a one-handed one. No, it's dangerous. The Happy Gilmore is dangerous. At least at Topgolf, because there's shit that thing could ricochet off of, and I didn't think about that. I got lucky, but yeah, that was not a good idea. I love mini golf. Oh my goodness, we do gotta land. Wow. Well. I gotta get it ready, man. What a week, Chad. How do you feel, man? First week of stream in the books, man. Golf. You can buy Topgolf stock, but they suck. Topgolfs are expensive, man. They have a high initial investment to recoup. So it's a good business, but it takes like 4 years to break even. Starting off the year, man, of course. We did good, bro. I'm excited. My only play was Estee Lauder this week. We good. We got 100%. It's still holding up, but nice. You're banned from Topgolf for hitting it over the net? No. That's crazy. Their business was doing bad. Well, the business is slowed down a little bit, and that's what makes it harder, but in general, like if you just go look at the metrics of a Topgolf, it's a good business, but it's a very capital intensive business. So it's not like they need to pop them up all around the nation, but even if you do, it costs a lot of money to make. They usually break even in like 4 years of like good operation. But Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you all, but it is going to be very loud. So if you don't like loud noises, please mute your speakers and protect yourself. Otherwise, raise your speakers and enjoy the weekend. Okay? And I have to leave right after this. So I love you all. God bless you, and earmuffs. That was supposed to come in earlier. I messed that up. Okay, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach as we make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here in the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around Sunday at 4 p.m. Then we're going to be taking off promptly Monday morning, 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport. It's about 68 degrees, a little foggy because of the smoke, so stay safe out there and be wise. Other than that, it's looking like a great and beautiful day, unless your name is Joe Biden. Other than that, you have to start moving out. But other than that, we are going to finish up the week. Good data is now bad. We love you all. Bring all your bags. I forgot how this little bit even goes now. But either way, I love you. And if you want your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful weekend. 45 seconds! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace, baby. You have less than 15 seconds remaining. 2 days to relax. CPI next week. And then you have your new president, but you have less than 5 seconds. Wrap it up and bring it home. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Ah, Chad Antonia. I'm gonna lose my voice here at the end. Are you kidding me? We did it. We made it, baby. First week in the books. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed made it to the bell. Made it to the end of the first week. Way to not get banned on the first week of 25. Are you kidding me? Wow. Not only did you not get banned in 24, but to open up the year, you didn't get banned, baby. Thank you for following the rules. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for contributing. Thank you for bringing laughs. Good ideas, baby. Holding it down. Maybe you answered a question, man. Thank you. Way to hold it down and be a real one. Way to get a long term and save that money. Amen. Good game, baby. Good first week. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts, bro. Bro, you even bought a t-shirt. Are you kidding me? You didn't have to. I love you. God bless you, baby. Let's go. 5 years. Let's go. Another one. God willing. That's it. Enjoy your first full weekend, kind of ish. Well, you had another one, but still, you get it. Good game. Good game. Good game, baby. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Who? Wow, I love you, Chad. Wow, feels good to be home. That's it, baby. First week in the books. Let's go. Off me all week, I think they speak more than they do. Let's see what song he's gonna play next. I have to get my clothes and my deodorant. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we can't be too smelly pulling up. Hey, go get one. Get him on one. Long term. Am I mad or just passionate? Are you fam or just acting it? You know I talk a lot, but I always keep passing it. Gotta keep it in the roto. We are not the same, like rice isn't risotto. All the real ones know it's always no photos. Hit the market crash, stop backing, I'm the go-to. Just because you know me, that don't mean that I'ma know you. Man, talk starts non-stop, I am really him. If your name not Ben, we ain't really friends. Franklin at the end if you ain't getting that. I think all y'all do sedatives, or worse, I hope it's not hereditive. You ride the wave, but I invented it. I saved, and then I started lending it. Make trades, then I put it to another crib. That's a formula I did my whole life. My bro knew I was quick, so he taught me how to fight. Said you're being followed if they take 3 rights. If they don't want your chain, then they want your life. So I go and share both of those. If you kill me or you rob me, either way the money overflows. All about $1, you can tell my heart is really cold. Something in my head, cause my soul is getting really old. Don't let a gamble tie your mind up. Nah, don't let a bitch fuck your life up. It's true, nothing good happens at the night, bro. Money is fun, son, I hope you made your mind up. Tell me who the line up, show me where you find her. You can have a rollie, it don't matter when your time up. Handed him a Bible and he asked for a light, bro. We are not the same, like a lion's not a tiger. The difference is the difference. That's my old bitch's shit. That's my new bitch. That's the YouTube and the Twitch. From the hills to the trench, in the game to the bench. The difference make the man. Alright. Well, I think one more, and then I gotta go. That's it. I'm gonna just brush my teeth before I go, so they don't think I'm too much of a degenerate. And then I think that's it. I've deodorized. That's it. So I love you, Chad. You got one more. Which one? Oh, I know which one. I like this one. I like this one. This one's a good one. I really hope that you're reflecting, but you don't want to talk about it. Kinda sound like ivermectin. Yikes. Shouldn't say that. Bible where I lay at. Know they get in trouble, but survival how I play that. Do you know the difference between a Benz and a Maybach? You can say the same about this life, cause we the same, man. That's a lesson. Very least the bar. I have never golfed, but I know they subpar. Oh, what? All right, Chad, I love you. God bless you. I gotta go, man. I gotta go. It's game time. But I love you all. Have a great week. And enjoy your first full weekend. And then that's it, man. It's game time. And then it's game time, baby. That's it. Week number 2, or week number 3, technically. But, Chad, oh, I missed you, man. It's so good to be back. And I hope y'all ready for this year. Disappointment or not, you gonna be ready, baby. So get that law term. You already know the vibes. I love you all. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. We got an expectation. We know it wants to go in the same way. We ain't going. It don't matter. Backwards, forward. There's more way forward than one, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chad Antonio. Yes. All right, y'all. You have a good day. I love you. And peace. Oh, I'm moving out. Yeah, very good. I gotta clean my teeth. They're gonna clean it. I have good teeth. Great teeth, even. Okay, goodbye. I gotta